So we will see today how we can manage the user interactions, accessing the data and working with the data. So we need to create a simple example, and in that we need to learn how to handle the user interactions. For that, few important points we need to know already we discussed. We have learned that if you need to manage the data for application across the requests and use the data, then technically you need a state. We need to handle that by using state. One example I already given you, how we can manage without state. Without state, we are just showing some alert and defining some interaction. Without the state, we are showing the alert and defining some interaction. Now, how we can use the states and work with the state? For that, what are the basic requirements? So we will see example. So the first point is state is required. State is required to configure in a component in order to store the data and use between interactions. Properties cannot. Properties are read only. Read only, and will not allow to set value. So hence state is required. State is required to configure value dynamically. That is the key point. And two steps are there. State is defined in the initialization phase. In the initialization, you can simply say that state is initialized. That is simple. State is initialized. How state is initialized? So by using this dot state, and we can configure state as an object. So with some property, and the property can have some value. Value can be defined inside that property. So we can update the state. That means we can set a new value into state. You can modify the state by using set the state method. You can modify the state by using set state method. So for that, actually, we need to configure in this way. So we need to access this dot set state, and this set state uses actually a callback function. It uses a callback function. This callback function, set state callback function, so technically it uses a parameter state. It uses a state parameter. Through the state parameter, it can access the state property and define in a config. So what it can do is it can access the state property. That means the state property you can define. So it can access the state property, and into that property it can apply the state value. That means state dot, so property name is equal to, you can update with new value. That means this state can access the current state related property. Into that we can apply a new value. This new value is updated into the property. Now this property should match with the property that you defined inside the state. This is how we configure a new value into the state, defining new value into the state. So we need to initialize the state and we need to configure the state. That is one option. Another important is events cannot access. Remember, this is also important. Already I told you in the last session. Events cannot access current state. So events cannot access current state. So you have to bind the current context to event. You have to bind the current context to event. Events cannot access current state. So for that, what we have to do is we have to bind the current context to event. So how we bind the current context to event? So for that, we have to use the syntax in this way. So syntax, yeah. So these are the syntaxes. Okay. We need to configure the syntax in this way. So if any event you have to bind, if any event have to use the current component related state, then we have to define this dot event handler name dot bind. bind, and we need to use this. That means to the current, so the current component related event, we are binding this, means we are binding the current component memory, so that the component related all the members are accessible from the memory. This is mandatory. This is not required in our previous example because we are not using any state. If we are using a state, state requires to be configured, and state can be accessed by the event only when the event is binded with the current component. Event is defined in the current component, but it is not binded in the current component. To bind event in the current component, we have to use this. Where to configure this? I will show you. There are different techniques. Depending on the situation, we need to configure them. So using state and working with the state in a React application, especially while handling the user input, requires so many points to understand. Let's implement this and see. If any one option is missing, then it is unable to handle. So we will see that. So we will see how we can manage. Let's create an example, the same like the previous. I'm creating here. So the buttons. So we have the button. Okay, and this is insert. Okay, and let's keep this in a button group. So class name as BTN group. Okay, and we are adding a button here, that is insert. So class name as BTN and BTN primary. Okay, another button, and so class name BTN and BTN success. So update. Okay, and one more button. So the class name BTN and the BTN danger and delete. Okay, these are the buttons. So we configured these buttons, and below that, so let's keep a heading. So where we want to display the message. Currently heading is empty. Class name, text center. Okay. Now let's run this and see here. This component is rendered into our main component. Product component is rendered in the main component. So let's run this. So this is the component configured. This is the component defined. So we have insert, update, and delete. Now I want to handle the functionality for insert, update, and delete. Get some value and display the value inside the page. So I need to maintain a state for this component. That state can collect the value coming from these different buttons and use that value. It can configure and use the value. So we need to maintain a state. And as per the rules of state, we already discussed it. As per the rules of the state, state need to be configured. So in the constructor, so state need to be configured in the constructor. So constructor uses props, and the constructor of derived class must call the superclass constructor. So super, it uses the props. So props, and here we need to configure the state. So I am defining this dot state, and state is defined with some message. Suppose state is having some properties. So MSG is a property, and in that property we are configuring all the details. Yes, so here we are configuring the message with some default message. Suppose let's keep the message select database command, select database command, that is the message. And we want to access this state. That is quite simple. You can access the state, and you can use the state anywhere. It doesn't require any much complexity. I want to display inside this heading. Then this dot state object dot msg, it will get that and display. So you can see select database command, it is fine. Now important is when user clicks insert, update, delete, there are three techniques. For insert, for update, for delete, you can write separate events. You can configure separate events, or you can define one event which can manage, means one method which can manage all the three. Let's take both techniques. So but let's see both the methods. So insert, update, delete. So all three have three different functions. Suppose three have three different functions. So here we are defining one insert click, that is a method. Another one update click, that is another function method, and delete click. So this is another method. So those three options have three different methods. Now this on insert, this should fire up. These methods should fire up. So when user clicks those concerned buttons, So then we are writing the event. So on click is equal to, so on click, this will map to this dot insert click, and on click is equal to, it will map to this dot update click, and on click this will map to delete click. That's fine. Now in the last session we have seen we can put some alerts and we can display the alerts. So if you are not using any current component related data in the events, so if you are not using any current component related data in the events, you can directly write the functionality. But if your events are trying to use any component related properties or methods or any component related states, then so these methods need to be bound to, we need to bind them to the current component. So otherwise they cannot use the members of the current component. So if they are not using the members of current component, you put alert. So inserted, that message will come. You see, so I click on insert, so that is inserted, working fine, no problem. You see in the console, no problem. I click on insert, it is inserted. There are no errors shown here. Everything is fine. But you will get a problem if you are trying to use so the members of this component. So that is what the point I told you, that events cannot access current state. You have to bind the current context to the event. So that means here one more point I will tell you, if event has to use any of the component related properties, component related properties and methods, then so you have to bind with current context. You have to bind it with the current context. Where I can bind these events to the current context, there are two techniques. You can bind in the initialization phase. You can bind in the initialization phase. Initialization phase means constructor. That means in the constructor you can bind them. So that is one technique. You can bind in initialization phase, or you can bind in the handler, event handler. So you have two techniques. You can bind in the initialization phase, or you can bind in the event handler location, in the event handler location. So you can bind at the event handler location. I will show you both techniques. You can bind in the initialization phase. That means these events, three methods are there: insert click, update click, delete click. These three methods need to be used by the current component related state. In that case, these three methods must be binded with the current component in this way. In the constructor, we have to write this dot. So insert click is equal to this dot insert click dot bind. It should bind this. This refers to the current context. That means now this insert click is event handler. This is the method. This method is binded with the current context. And it is stored in this insert click reference. So you are accessing that insert click reference here. So that means event handler doesn't require a bind method here. You are already binding them there. So now remember, only insert can use the state now. Let's try this. Now on insert click, we need to access the state and we need to set the state. Then we have to just use this dot set state method. So this dot set state method, this set state method is going to so use a callback function that sets a property into this message, value into that message. Then we will use a simple lambda expression. So state is a parameter, and this state parameter, so how to use the state parameter, how to return. So it should use an object MSG, property MSG. That MSG should get the state. This is referring to the current state. Set state gets the current state. So in the set state, current state, we have a message MSG. Into that, we will put a message record inserted. So that means record inserted is a new message. It is added into the state related MSG property, and it is assigned to MSG property of the current state. That means it is accessing that and assigning to the same. That means the new value is now appended into this MSG, and it is able to access that and display here. We are displaying that here. This is how we set the state through the set state method, we can get the new value, we can access the value, and we can use the value. Later, we will learn how to get from text boxes and all, how we can manage them. Initially, this is what we are doing. Now, I will run this and see here. I click on insert button, then it should say record inserted. That message is coming. And here I go to the inspect. In the console, there are no problems. So once I refresh, by default, it says select database command. And I click on insert. I click on insert, then it says record inserted. And it gets that and displays that. And we don't have any problem in this. Okay, let's try update. Now the same thing should happen on update click. So what I will do is I will write here, update click set state. And I will say record updated. So this is the message we are displaying, record updated. Now important is update click handler is trying to use the current state. And but the problem is update is not binded with the current context. Update click is not binded with the current context. Insert is binded with the current context. Update is not binded with the current context. If update is not binded with the current context, so it cannot use, so this event cannot use the current state. Let's see this now. I will refresh here. I click on insert click, record inserted. I click on update click, then you get an error here. And the error is reasonable. It says that cannot read set state. So on update click, this problem fires up. That means it cannot set the state, it cannot configure the state, it cannot define the state. So it cannot use set state, defining and configuring the state. So why? Because if an event have to use the current state, then it should bind with the current state, with current context, So that means now here when you are configuring this, that means now update click need to be configured. So let's say this dot update click. So and update click. So bind this. It is binding this. Now update can handle. And now update can handle the interactions. The update can handle the components or component related members. It can handle the state. Now you can see here. So I refresh. I click on insert, record inserted. I click on update, record updated. Now we don't have any problem. So that means it is able to handle both the actions. It is able to handle both the interactions. So that is record updated, record inserted. There is another technique. There is another technique of configuring. This is at the initialization phase. That means at the initialization phase. Initialization phase means syntactically, in the initialization phase means we have to define in the constructor. So this constructor is using a superclass constructor. And here we defined some this dot state, and it is having something. And here, this is just syntax. So here we are configuring this dot. We have to define the event handler. Event handler is equal to, so this dot event handler dot bind, and bind this. We need to configure this. So this is in the initialization phase. We need to define. There is another technique. So another technique is when you are configuring. So when you are configuring the event, you can bind at the event handler location. So you can bind at the event handler location. So that means you can bind at the event handler while configuring event for DOM element. When configuring event for DOM element, you can bind at the event handler while configuring it. For example, suppose see now. So on delete click, I am handling the same. It will set the state, and I will say so record deleted successfully. This message will come. Okay, fine. Now this is not initialized. This handler is not initialized to use the current context. It is not initialized to use the current context. Then generally, so it should show an error. That means you can see it can configure an error. So now you can see that. So insert, record inserted, update, record updated, and delete. And now again the error fires up. It says that it is undefined. It cannot set state of undefined. That is not accessible on delete click, and it is not accessible on delete click. So this we need to handle. Now we can configure in this way. When you are configuring the event, when you are configuring that event handler, here you can define it to bind. You can define it to bind with the current context. You can do in this way. Generally, so there are two techniques we can configure here. Now what is difference is when we use this kind of technique. Generally, when you want to pass some event arguments, for every event, different event arguments. For every event, you want to pass different event arguments. Because so generally we need event arguments to know about the object and object related details. If you want to know about the object and object related details, then we need to configure the event arguments and pass the event arguments when the button is clicked. In that case, so when you are configuring the delete click, we can bind the current context. Along with that, we can pass some other events also, some other properties. We can pass some other properties, name, ID, some other properties we can configure and pass them. So technically, we can handle several parameters. This situation will come, especially when we are handling an event and its arguments. Our functionality depends on the arguments. Those arguments also we are going to see in the another example. Initially, here only this is enough. That means we are configuring this. That means you can configure the event and bind that event handler to the current context by using this technique. So that means in the DOM element, you have to configure it directly. You have to configure it directly. So that means syntactically, we need to define in this way. So syntactically, so we need to configure in this way. So we are defining a button, and a button on click is equal to, so this dot event handler dot bind, and this we need to configure in this way. So button text and some button close. That's how we need to define. This is another technique. If you want to just initialize all the events and you want to use those events in initialized events in various interactions, and those events need to use the members of the current context, then you can initialize them instead of initializing them. So we can define. So there are two situations also. You know that generally, if you are initializing, that means you are saying that these are mandatory to handle. These are mandatory. That means you are initializing means they are initialized into memory. And if you are not sure about using these interactions, then don't initialize them. Because when you are sure about handling these interactions, then initialize them. Because unnecessarily initializing into the memory without using, that occupies memory. That is the reason we don't prefer to initialize in the memory until or unless we know that it is mandatory to handle. So this delete click, so is not, that means depending on the situation, we may use or may not use, then better define here. That means now this will be binded to the current context only on click. But other events are binded to the current context before the click happened. Before the click happened, the bind happened. So this will take more memory. It will have performance issues. That is the reason a developer uses in various locations depending on the situation and requirement. So here, what we can do now, this time delete click, we are not initializing. Delete click directly we are configuring here. Now you can see here, I click on delete. So record deleted successfully. So it's working fine. So all the interactions are working fine. Update, so insert and update and delete. So there is no problem. So, but where you configure, that depends on the requirement. So you cannot use properties. We have to use state. And state, you cannot set the state directly. So on any specific event, remember, if you are not using state, this binding is not required. So if you are not using state, if you are defining some other interactions directly, configuring the other interactions directly, then you can configure them without any specification of initializing of binding technique. This binding is required only. So performance issues also important. For example, see, I'm not writing here. And I'm just specifying everything in the initialization phase only. That means this dot, so delete click is equal to this dot delete click, and it should bind with the current context. Now, once you define this, you can see here. Suppose I'm configuring. So in the inspect, let's go to the network category. And you see in the network category, you can observe that. So it has taken, so entire content to load, it has finished in 663 milliseconds. It has taken 663 milliseconds. So you see in the console here in the network, 663 milliseconds. And when I click on insert and update and delete, you see the time is not changing because all these interactions are asynchronously managed. Every method is asynchronously managed. That means it uses an AJAX call in the background. So many times people ask, like in React, will you teach AJAX? So that means generally people think that AJAX means interacting with APIs, services and APIs. But actually AJAX is not interacting with just APIs. AJAX is handling partial postbacks. So without reloading the page, it can get the new details and update the new details to the page. Everywhere React is using asynchronous calls in the background, AJAX in the background. So 663 milliseconds because it has taken some time for initialization. But see, means it has taken these all in the initialization. So I will give you this example here. I will copy this. This is one example. Let's keep one example here. So the rest of program is same. In app.js, only this logic will change. In app.js, this will change. Okay. And index.html, no change. So it's will be no change. Index.html, no change. But still, every time I'm giving you that logic also. Okay. Now the point here, let's make a change into this. We will remove these initializations. So then they cannot use the state. So what I will do is, so we have to configure. So here we need to bind we need to bind. So bind with this. All these events need to bind. So with this current context, these events need to bind with the current context. And already I showed you, this is not required if you are not trying to use the components of the current context, right? Now you can observe here. So you can observe here. You can observe when I am trying to handle these interactions. You can see here, when I load this, when we load this interactions, you can see it, observe initially, it shows 577 milliseconds to finish. Observe carefully when I reload this, means before handling the interactions. You can see that it says that, so observe carefully, finish at, generally it will finish at particular request. That means it will finish at 328. Then rest of contents are loaded. Then it took finally 782. 782 is nothing but all the DOM content and everything. All rest of contents are loaded. But observe in the finish when I am reloading. First, you can observe that the finish done in specific time. The finish done in specific time. Observe it will be like approximately 500 or 300. And after that, the rest of DOM content also loaded. Because we are not locking that process there, it is immediately overridden with the new time. So when you are dealing this, so see finally finish time it has taken. Suppose I'm refreshing here. Finally, the final finish time, including the DOM content loaded and finish time. Observe finally, DOM content loaded 824 milliseconds, and the finish time is 728 milliseconds. 728 milliseconds. 728 milliseconds. Okay. Now let's remove this binding technique here. Now remove this binding here. So and configure the binding. Configure the binding here above. So that means in the initialization phase we are defining. We are configuring in the initialization phase. This dot insert click is equal to this dot insert click dot bind and this. Okay, similarly this dot update click, this dot update click dot bind and this. Okay, this dot delete click and is equal to this dot delete click dot bind and this. That means at the time of initialization itself it happens. Now when you run this here, so and when I reload this page, and you can see that this time it has taken the finish time, DOM content loaded 1.30 seconds to load. Seconds to load, right? Technically it is showing 1 seconds to load, right? Generally, so the point here, two kinds of people will be there. So one person is, so they want to learn in the way they want, right? And they want, suppose in interview, anybody asked you, what is the difference in adding in binding this inside the event handler and configuring the initialization phase? What you will answer, Mr. or Miss? So can you answer? Who are you? I don't know. What is your name? ARVP. Can you unmute yourself? Can you unmute yourself and talk? Do you dare to do that? Right? Anyone have a problem in understanding this? 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 Can you ping globally the message, everyone? Can you ping the message to everyone? Is it clear, understandable? Clear, understand? Please ping the message globally, because send the message in everyone, right? I will make it. So can you send message to everyone that? Clear? Because one of the guy, I don't know, because he don't dare to talk here. He says that it is complicated, unable to understand. Is there any problem? Because we have certain guest users. Is there any problem in this understanding this? Right? Is it clear? Because that guy thinks that, or somebody else thinks that React is very easy, but now it looks very complicated. Because of my teaching style, he thinks it is complicated. Can you tell him? Can you tell him? Then he can understand his level. Right? Now you tell me the answer. You tell me the answer for my question. You tell me the answer for my question. If anyone asks why to configure the binding in the constructor and why to bind inside, what is your answer earlier before the concept I explained? If 100% people are saying clear and you are having complications, that is, then you have to think about your level. Understood? And whoever you are, right? So better contact our admin if you have any problems in understanding this. Okay, na? Right. Okay, let's continue. We can ignore such kind of people. Okay, na? Right. So is there any problem in this concept? Everyone fine? Understood? Because he's saying that you are blindly saying clear. He's saying that you are blindly saying you are clear without understanding anything. Is it so, na? You are clear in understanding this topic, na? There is no problem, right? Others? Right? Because, right. So because some people just come to disturb the sessions because they want to show up themselves and they just come to disturb the sessions. That is the reason for such people. So this kind of nonsense is created in the classrooms. Huh? We need to warn them, otherwise they think that they are superior than anybody else. He says that all you people are blind and he is genius. He sent that message, right? That is his level of understanding, right? Yeah. Let's ignore such people, huh? Right? So I hope you are clear in handling this, right? Yeah, you need to practice, right? You need to practice. And I hope you understood why we are configuring the events, and defining the events, right? Yes, of course, we need to go more in depth. See, for some people, if you just explain what is there in W3 schools and tutorial points, then they will think that that is the right concept. Understood? Understood? For some people, we need to teach what is there in tutorial points or w3schools.com, right? If you teach what is there inside them, that is easy to understand and that is React actually for them. But in real world development process, if you are showing so vast experience, then you cannot handle all these without knowing the in-depth concept about why you are writing them, where you are writing them. Understood? That is the reason I need to spend all this for you. I hope you don't have a problem in that, right? Right. So let's see that. So how we manage and how do we handle this, right? So now 2 points are there. You can see now the finish time, it has taken 1.8 seconds because now you are configuring everything in the initialization phase, and in the initialization phase, it is very much risky because you are initializing, but if you are not using, then it occupies the memory. So that's the reason, depending on the situation, if you want the event to use the state or any component only when it is required, then we need to configure that. So by using the event handler, you have to configure here. So otherwise you can configure in the initialization phase. So there are 2 techniques to define. You can use any one of them. That example already I given to you, how we can manage the event and how do we configure the event. Now, yesterday I told you one more thing. In the last session, we discussed another thing. So instead of using multiple methods, you can use single method. So method to handle all interactions. Am I right? To handle all interactions. So handle all interactions. That means instead of using so multiple methods, so you can use single method to handle all interactions. So technically, so we can manage this. You can manage this. How you can do that? In the previous example I showed you, the same we can do. That means instead of using insert click, update click, delete click, so then we can use one method which can manage everything. So that means instead of writing several methods, you can configure one method. Generally, how we can configure one method? So that means what we can do is, so we can configure a value for every button. Let's see how you can manage only one method to handle all these buttons. That even reduces the complexity. For example, what we are doing now is, so let's remove this. So let's remove this. All methods we are removing. Insert, update, delete methods we are removing. We are removing all insert, update, delete methods. We are creating a simple method, database operations. Database operations is a simple method. And in this database operations simple method, so we have to collect which button they have clicked, the button value we have to collect. So which button clicked, we have to collect the button related value. That means we can define here, we can configure here. So we can configure here, right? So Ignore this nonsense guy, right? Who is this? Uh, uh, so ignore this, right? Ignore this nonsense guy, right? So we will take care of him. So I already explained about his problem, right? Yeah, I don't know, because some people come from external. Their main intention is to, they get the ID from somewhere. Their main intention is to disturb our sessions. Ignore this, okay? Na? Such nonsense people, we don't care about them, huh? Right? Let's ignore this. Right. So how we can manage them? So for example, now you can see here, we are defining. So we are defining the value. So what are the values here? So specify the value. So put a name, so or a value for this button. So what is the value here? So the value is insert. So here the value is update, and the value is delete. So value is delete. So we have the values insert, update, and delete. So we have the values insert, update, and delete. Now we need to send these values into, this database operations. Then all these must use the same method. All these use the same method. That means all click should point towards the same method. They have to point towards the same method. So that means we have to configure this dot. So data operations. That means all should point towards the same method. All should point towards the same method. They are configuring towards the same method, right? We are defining towards the same method, right? So generally, when they are pointing towards the same method, how this method knows which button is clicked? So we have to handle that by using an event argument. So E, that is the event argument. Through the event argument, we need to access and we need to use that. So how we can do that? Let's put a switch. Into the switch, so we are configuring. Into the switch, we are defining E dot target dot value. This will send the button related value. Which button they clicked, the button related value we can collect. And we can write the case. If the case is insert, then it should set the state for that. That means we need to set the state and configure the state. So how you define the state? Configuring the state. If it is insert, then we need to define the state. How you configure the state and how you define the state. So this dot set state, we need to define set state, and it should use a state reference. And through that, we could put the message. So we need to access from the state MSG is equal to, so record inserted. This is what we need to configure. This is what we need to define and break. Now, what is the advantage of this? All buttons are using the same method. Only one method is performing all the interactions. So I will copy that. Same we need to handle for update. So if the case is update and we say record updated. So we say record updated, and we say delete. So and we say record deleted. So delete, we are defining record deleted. So record deleted. And in this case, what we can do now is we can initialize only one event handler here. This dot database operations, dot bind, and this. So we have only one event handler method to register. Am I right? It is having only one event handler method to register, and it is performing all the interactions. Technically, it is handling all the interactions. That means now you can see here, when I click on insert, so update, delete, all the three are performed here successfully. Now you can observe here. So when I load this, now the finish time is 9.15 milliseconds. Why? Because this time I don't need to initialize several methods. I need to configure only one method which can handle all the buttons. Am I right? That means it performs more better. Generally, a developer should exactly know that why to use various techniques. What is the main intention of using various techniques? That means always a developer should handle the interactions based on the performance. We need to configure everything based on the performance. Technically, we need to manage everything based on performance. That is the reason, based on performance issues, so we need to understand various techniques of writing these concepts. Actually, anywhere, only one example is given to you. This is how we manage event. But why I am showing you all the different events? Because we need to know all the situations. So that means very rarely you will find anywhere anyone is showing you something like interactions. All buttons are handling the same method and pointing towards the same method, but handling different interactions. But generally, actually, what people do is for every control, they define a separate event, separate method. But we are using one for handling all the interactions. This improves the performance. If there are operations continuously performed, then this is the best way. If there are operations not continuously performed in different approaches, means different situations, we need to manage different actions, then we can go in the previous technique. So this is also the same. Only the point is this time we are not using several methods for several controls. We are using only one method for all the controls, managing the interactions for all of them. So that is done by using this. This is another technique. How do we define the event, right? So this is configuring the events, and events are using the state to access the value and set a new value into this. Now we will see how we can manage both input and output. Suppose there is a text box, checkbox, radio button, drop down, how we can get the values from them and how we can use the values for handling the interactions that we will see. Now, finally, in order to handle event binding, how the events have to work, what are the various methods, I will give one more just simple overview so that you can understand. So yeah, yesterday I given one example. So if you want to use the state, and handle the state, especially handling the state and using the state, event binding is important, right? That's the key point we discussed. So using state in user interactions, requires event binding. If you don't bind the events, those events cannot use the state. That is the first point, right? If you are not using state, so event binding is not required. Event binding is required only when you are defining the state, only when you are configuring the state. So event binding is not required if you are not working with the state. If you are dealing with the state, event binding is required. Up to that, I hope everyone is clear now. Am I right? I hope up to that everyone is clear. So when we need event binding and when we need not to use event binding. So when we are dealing with the state, so you need event binding. If you don't deal with the state, then you don't need event binding. So in a simple way, how the event binding works, I will just give you an overview. Let's see. Fast overview of how the event binding works. A simple fast overview I will give you of event binding, how it actually works. So first, I will give a simple approach here. Yes. So first point, we will create a simple button. So we will create a simple button, and later we are going to learn about other components. And this button is insert. And on the button click, we need certain functionality to happen, certain message to display. So let me put the class name. So btn and btn some primary something. Okay. I want this button to handle the functionality. So we need to configure the method for this. So we are writing insert click. So insert click is a method on that alert record inserted. That means currently we are just using the DOM elements to manage the output and handle the functionality. So in this, this is just the button. On the button click, we want that functionality to happen. Then what we do, we need to configure that for the button click. So we have to write on click. On click is equal to, so we need to access this dot insert click. So now in this situation, do I need event binding? In this situation, do I need event binding? What do you say? In this situation, do we need any event binding? What do you say here? Do you need any event binding? Here, so here we don't need event binding. Event binding is not required. So why? Because we are not using any state or any member of this particular class on insert click. Understood? We are not using any state or member of this particular class. In that case, we don't need to bind the event. Got a clarity now? Everyone got a clarity, right? Understood? Right. So that means, so here, when we click on that insert is working fine. We don't need to do that. Okay. So when you are trying to use the members of this class, that means, so in this class, we will create a constructor. So we will configure a constructor props, and this constructor will call the superclass constructor props. And here it will configure a state. State object contains MSG. MSG is initially empty. Or here we will put select database operation. So database operation. Now on insert click, we need to use that state. So this dot set state, we need to put MSG. So as a record inserted, we need to just put, so record inserted. That is the message we need to define on insert click. Whatever the message is there, we need to keep the message and define the message. Now insert click is trying to use it is trying to use this state. Now if insert click is not binded with the current, it is not binded with the current component, it cannot use the state of that current component. It cannot use the state of current component. Understood? It cannot use the state of current component. So it cannot use the state of current component. So let's run this and see now. And I will open inspect here. Now in the console. So when I click on insert, then it shows a message. So it cannot set the state. Now we need to bind. So that means that message should be displayed here. This dot state dot msg. Message by default message will come. Select a database operation. But when I click on insert, that is not able to use the state. Now what we have to do is we have to bind this event. We have to bind this event to the component. So to the current component, we have to bind to the current component. Then it can handle. So in how many ways we can bind? That's what I have discussed in the last session. So without binding the event, it cannot work. Now, what are the various methods of binding? I told you various methods of binding. So we will see different methods of binding. So here I will just give a simple question like, so what are the various event binding techniques? What are the various event binding techniques used for accessing the current component members? So used for accessing current component members. So this is one important question. What are the various event binding techniques used for accessing the current component related members? Let's see. First technique I told you, if you remembered, we can bind this insert click. We can bind that insert click in the constructor. So this dot insert click is equal to this dot insert click dot bind this. It should bind with this. Am I right? Understood this first one, right? This is the first point. So the first method is we can bind that particular event. We can configure and bind that particular event in the constructor. We can define in the constructor. Once you configured in the constructor insert, it says record inserted. It is working fine. Am I right? So that means binding is important. The binding is important. So when I click on insert, then it should say record inserted. That means the binding is important. So the first method is you can bind. So you can bind the event in the initialization phase of component. So initialization phase of component is constructor. You can define in constructor. We can configure that in the initialization phase. So that is initialization phase is constructor. In the constructor, you can define it. That's what we have done. So let me give you an example for this. So a simple example for this. So that means for every point I will give an example. So this is an example for that. Yes, this is a simple example for that. This is inside the constructor. That means configuring in the constructor. That is in the constructor. This is one technique, constructor technique. Okay. So this example is related to constructor. Okay, in the constructor, in the initialization phase. What is the second technique? So what is the second technique I told you? Second technique. So we discussed that we can bind. So we can bind. What is the second technique we have learned? The second technique is we can bind in the event handler. Am I right? We can bind in the event handler. The second technique is we can bind in the event handler. That means so you can bind the event in so event handler of DOM element. In event handler of DOM element. The second one is you can bind in the event handler of DOM element. Event handler of DOM element means let's remove from here. So when I remove from here, you can see again the problem will be same. Insert, it's not working. Now second technique we can define here this dot insert click dot bind this. We need to configure it. So this is the second technique. So now I will refresh here and click insert. It is record inserted. It is working fine. This is the second technique. So this is in the event handler. So in the DOM element event handler. So in the DOM element event handler, you can bind that event. That is another example. So another example, DOM event handler. So in the DOM event handler, you can bind it app.js. You can see. So this is in the DOM event handler. This is another example. Here we are defining in the DOM event handler. In the DOM event handler, we are binding. So insert click bind this. We have to configure that here and define that here. So these are two binding techniques you have seen. So, and if you remembered, I told you that it depends on the situation. So we need to define. Now tell me when to use the event binding in the constructor, when to configure the event binding in constructor, when to define the event binding in constructor. So tell me, so if your events are mandatory to execute, all the events are mandatory to execute, that means, yeah, good. So if the event is mandatory to execute and you need that event to use in your application compulsory, then you have to configure in the constructor. You have to initialize it. When we are not sure about the events to work, depending on the situation, when user chooses them, we can fire them up. In that case, we can configure in this location. Am I right? We can define in the DOM event handler. Am I right? We can configure in the DOM event handler. We can bind in the event handler, right? So these are the two techniques you have seen. One more important technique is actually, these are the two locations where you are binding. There is another technique here. There is another technique is you can bind the event. So you can bind the event. So without using bind method, So you can bind the event without using bind method. So without using bind method. So you have to use a callback technique. You have to use a callback technique to return the event and return the event and bind to element. Callback technique to return the event and bind to element. There is another technique here. So another technique is nothing but, so what we can do is, for example, I will remove this now. I'm not using this bind method. I'm not using the bind method. Without the bind method, we configured it. Without the bind method in the constructor also, I'm not defining. In that case, usually what happens is, now it shows an error. Error will come. Okay. Now what we can do is, without using the bind method, so we can bind that. So using a simple technique. Actually, onClick uses a callback mechanism. That means it uses a callback function that returns insert click. Method. That means onClick, it will use a function that return this insert click. That means the result of that insert click will be returned to onClick. Actually, what you can do is you can write in this way. You can use a function, because here writing a function, it is complicated now. You can write, but writing a function like that will be complicated. So in that case, what we can do is we can use the arrow function, and you can return this dot insert click method. So what is this technique? Previously, we were not using parenthesis. If previously we were not using parenthesis, that is function pointer. Am I right? If it is not using a parenthesis, I told you that event uses function pointer mechanism. Am I right? It is a function pointer. Now, is it a function pointer or function calling now? What is this technique? Is it a function pointer or function calling? This is a function calling technique. Now, what it is doing is, it is calling that function and returning this function result on click. Understood? That means the component is going to return this function on click. The component is going to return the function on click and the result of the function on click. Understood? On click, it is going to return the result of that particular function, and the result of that particular function is to set the state. So this is another technique. And you can see here, when I click insert, that's also working fine. Understood? So without using bind method, so we can use this technique also to handle the functionality. You can use this technique also to handle the event. That is the reason. So if anyone shows experience, shows experience, then he's asked with all the methods and techniques. So you need to be aware of all the methods and techniques. So one is define in the constructor. Second, define in the DOM element. So second, you define in the DOM element. And the third, you need to configure. So without the bind method, by using this technique. So this is another configuration and how you define the event binding, how you can handle that. I will give an example for this. The third method is this. And let me give an example for the third method also. The third method. So this is without bind method. So without bind method, how you can bind and how you can configure. So we can use this technique there. We can use this. This is an example for binding. So without bind method, we are going to handle this and we are going to manage this. So the three important techniques you have seen. So what are the three techniques here? One is at the initialization phase in the event handler, and without using the bind method, you are configuring this. I hope everyone understood all these 3 points. Understood all these 3 points, right? There is one more option here. So there is one more technique here. One more technique is nothing but, so what you can do is, so this technique is nothing but, you can use the event, you can use the event return value. So event return value, you can use the event return value. So return value and bind to event return value and bind to event. So by using anonymous technique, you can simply say that by using anonymous technique, by using anonymous technique. So now I think you already know in JavaScript, what is anonymous function? You know already anonymous technique. What is an anonymous function? Anonymous function means what? Anonymous function means, yes, so the function without name, good, right? So now see here, I am removing this and I am using here this dot insert click, okay, and there is no binding mentioned here, then again error comes, and I am using an anonymous technique. Like anonymous technique is nothing but, so I am defining like this, set state. We need to set the state. I am writing the function like this. I am writing here. So this is a function. This is an anonymous function. This anonymous function is this anonymous function is accessing the state. This dot set state. It is accessing the state. So set state, and it is defining MSG as some record inserted, accessing the state and defining this. So this is an anonymous function. And this anonymous function is defined. Am I right? Can I call this anonymous function? What do you say? We can call this anonymous function. There is no name defined for this. Now this anonymous function is assigned to a reference called insert click. Understood? Now insert click is a method, or it is a memory having the method. What do you say? Is insert click is a method or memory having the method? So insert click is the memory having the method. Am I right? And what is this syntax? What is this syntax telling? This syntax is telling that method return value, the method return value will be stored in insert click. Am I right? The method return value, because implies indicates it return value. Am I right? The method return value is stored in insert click. So, and you are accessing that insert click here. Understood? You are accessing that insert click here. You are accessing that insert click and configuring insert click. Right. So that means you are defining the insert click and configuring that insert click here. Now see here, usually what happens is when I click on insert, it's working fine. This time we are not using any binding method. So we are using this anonymous technique. So in anonymous technique, we created a simple anonymous function that is stored in a memory reference. The result of that will be stored in an anonymous result, and it will be used. Now a developer should decide which one to use according to the requirements. That means I will copy this technique also, and I will keep that here at the end. I am adding that technique and defining here. This is anonymous technique, and this is example for app.js. Yeah. So this is example for that anonymous technique. So all the 4 methods I given to you as examples. All the 4 techniques I given to you as examples. That means, so there are 4 methods of event binding. So you can bind. So by using the constructor in the initialization phase, you can bind to the event handler in the DOM. You can bind without the bind method, directly calling the return value inside that event, and you can use an anonymous technique for handling the options. Is everyone clear with all the 4 techniques? Huh? Right? That means event binding. So requires all these 4 techniques. Event binding requires all these 4 techniques. And regularly in interviews, this question may be asked, like how we can bind the events. What are the various techniques of binding the events? And as a developer, so you have to know when to use these techniques, because you cannot say that which one is the best technique. That is not right concept. Why? Because all the techniques are important. All the techniques will work. But which one is important? So it depends on the situation. And the requirement. That means a developer will decide for that situation. So whether binding in the initialization is good, event handler is good, or to use a callback is good. So and define. So by using this anonymous is good. Depending on the situation, we have to use all these techniques for binding. So it depends on the situation. That means the requirement and the situation, you have to use all these options, right? So this is the basic approach of event binding. Event binding, how the event is binded and how the event is configured to use the state of that application. Suppose here one important point is there. Now in interviews, based on this concept, one more technical terms is used regularly. We will learn in forms again. Another frequently asked question in interview is what are controlled and uncontrolled components. Uncontrolled components. So what are controlled and uncontrolled components? Based on this event binding technique, they may ask you this question related to that. That means based on the event binding technique, they may ask you this question, like what are controlled and uncontrolled components? Controlled and uncontrolled components. What is difference between them actually? So generally, so what is difference between controlled and uncontrolled components? The difference is nothing but a controlled component can update and can handle so their own internal state. They don't need an external state. They can handle and they can manage by using their own internal state. So that means they use a state, they configure a state, and they handle all the values by using the state. So by using the state. And uncontrolled components are handled without using the state. That means I hope you might have got a clarity that so we designed events in two ways. One is with the state, how we can display the message. Without a state, how we can display the message. You got the clarity on both of them, huh? Without a state, how we can display the message. Without using state, how we can display the output or how we can display the message. Without using state, how we can do. Tell me, without using state. Now I'm saying that, so this message has to be displayed. So we are displaying message here. So if I want to display a message as an alert, as a DOM element, that means here, I'm not using, on insert click, I'm not using state. I'm not using state. I'm just using document.write inserted. Understood? I'm using just document.write inserted. That means I click insert, it says inserted. Understood? I am not using a state. So I am using the general DOM functionalities for handling the interaction. General DOM methods. If I am using general DOM methods to handle the interactions, a component is using general DOM methods to handle the interactions, then that component is called as uncontrolled component. Understood? Understood? Uncontrolled component. Got a clarity? Yeah? That means I used previously alert. Before state, how we managed. Before the state, how we managed. Before the state, we managed with alert. We can use document.write. So when you are using alert, when you are using document.write, observe carefully here. We don't have a state. Observe carefully here. We don't have a state. And here we just have a simple option, insert click. On insert click, document.write, we are displaying record inserted. And we are calling that on insert click. This is simple, straightforward. Is there any event binding required here? So we don't need any event binding here because here the events are using DOM manipulations. Am I right? The events are using DOM manipulations. Am I right? So if event, they are using DOM manipulations here. They are using the DOM manipulations. They are configuring the DOM manipulations. And in that case, there is no message here. State message, nothing is there here. Okay. So we are using the DOM manipulations. General DOM manipulations we are using. I click on insert, then it says record inserted. That means if a component is handling the events, it is handling the events through the DOM manipulations. Then it is called uncontrolled component. Understood? So uncontrolled component handles. So it handles the events by using. It handles the events by using. So basic DOM manipulations. It doesn't require any event binding. So that is uncontrolled component. So controlled component. So control component. So it handles the events by using its internal state. So it requires event binding. So that is controlled and uncontrolled components. Got a clarity now? So controlled and uncontrolled components. So the managing of controlled and uncontrolled components. Understood? Right? So if when you are creating a component and it is not using any event binding, it is just depending on simple DOM manipulations and interactions, then it is an uncontrolled component. So uncontrolled component example, already we know that, right? Previously, so we done that example. So uncontrolled component. So this is an uncontrolled component. This is an example for uncontrolled component. I will copy this. So app.js now. This is an uncontrolled component. Here we don't need any event binding. Here we are just using this DOM manipulation. We don't have any state. We are not configuring any state. Then it is an uncontrolled component. Uncontrolled component, that means it doesn't have any state. It doesn't have any state. You can say no state, no state. So no state defined. So no state defined. Okay. So there is no state defined. Then it is called uncontrolled component. So I hope everyone is clear with all these 4 points. Understood? That means what are the various methods of event binding and when we need event binding. Second, the 4 methods I given you, the 4 methods of event binding, how to handle them. And what are the controlled components and uncontrolled components. So if the components are dealing with all the DOM manipulations, then they are considered as uncontrolled components. If they are using state, they are called controlled components. So that is one basic option how we can configure the event. And very important, you have just seen the event for a button. Now, generally, so when you are dealing with the events, so this is not only for button, all types of events requires the same functionality to do. That means all types of events have to manage the same thing. All types of events should manage the same thing. So you need to know that all events will have the similar type of approach. Technically now, one more important point you need to know is generally how we can manage the events for other controls. That means when you are managing the event for other controls. That means, for example, so I will show you a simple approach here. I will just give you a note here first. That means React can use. So React can use all. So React can use all browser events for elements. So which require event binding, based on the component type. Which requires event binding based on component type. So component type means controlled components require controlled components require. So controlled components require, so actually event binding. Uncontrolled components doesn't require event binding. That is the point I told you. And any event you may configure. So event arguments, event parameters, how to pass in the last session I showed you. Here, observe carefully. Suppose you are configuring. This is not just only button. So this is not just only button. So for example, suppose here I will remove this and I will put a select. Suppose I will just keep a select here. So, and select is a simple drop down. So select. And it is using the class name. So class name as some form control. And in the select, we have an option. So we have an option to define. Select is having an option. So option, let's keep the option as, so daily. So this is lowercase, we maintain for that. Okay. So we have an option daily. So, and we have an option, so Hyderabad like this. So some options are configured here. So we are defining these options. Okay. Now when user selects a city, I need to get the name of the selected city and display the selected city name. That means we are configuring the event and defining the event for this. Usually for that we are configuring. So depending on how you are managing that, controlled or uncontrolled, these are the points we need to manage. If it is an uncontrolled, suppose, so we will write here and suppose city changed. City changed is a method. This city changed method have to get the value of the selected city and display. So it has to get the value and display. Generally, what we are doing now, so this select will now use an event here. It will use an event on change. On change is an event. And you know that. So we have to write in camel case here on change. This dot, it has to get city changed. So this dot city changed. Now into this event. So this event related arguments we can access through an e-reference. And here I'm printing document.write. I will just print selected city. And I will just use the expression e dot target dot value. That means the value of that selected city is accessed and displayed here. This is the general approach. This is an uncontrolled component. And it is using that event for it. So that event for it. That means here, when I select a city, it has to get the city name and display. This is an uncontrolled component. That means it is accessing the city and it is displaying the city name. It is managing to access and display the city. So that means any event you can configure in the same way. Only the point is just I showed you on click, all the events are configured. By using all these events, we will design one example so that we will see how to handle that example. But this is uncontrolled component. Suppose this is an example of uncontrolled controlled component using on change. So that means we are using on change event. Now uncontrolled component means, so the app.js, it doesn't require any state related configurations to define, and it doesn't require any registration of the values. Now for example, suppose now we need to design this as a controlled component. Then what generally we do here, we are not using any DOM manipulation, so we are using a constructor and props and super. So and super uses these props, and here we are defining this dot state, and it is using an object. So product, so city name, and we are using just a property city name, and we are just defining here select a city. That is the city name configured, and we are accessing that and displaying here this dot. Here we are displaying this dot state dot city name. We are accessing the city, and by default it shows select a city. And when user is changing, so now we need to get that city name and assign to this state. That means we are configuring this dot set state, So it should set the city name as e dot target dot value, So it should get the target value and it will display the target value. But important, now you know what is the problem here. So because you are using the state and configuring the state, when you are using and configuring the state, you know what will happen now. When I select this, it is unable to dispatch that event. So for that, you know all the various techniques you have learned. So we can use any of those techniques, dot bind, and it should bind with this. Here, one important approach is there. So once observe here, when I am selecting here, so Hyderabad, it is displaying that and showing it. Now we can send multiple parameters. We can configure multiple parameters and display. That we will see in the next level, how we can manage them. But every event can be handled in this way. So once you know about the click event, I think majority of you don't need to learn about other events. Like we have mouse move, mouse over, mouse down, mouse up. But some events, how we bind them, how we can access and use them. Various event bindings, key events, mouse events, miscellaneous events, some important events that are used in React. I will give you examples for them. So we have seen only 2 events currently. So the events we have seen, one is a click event. Another one we have seen how do we handle the change event. Similarly, so we will see the list of some events, what we can use, because all JavaScript events are same. I hope you know all JavaScript event binding now. You have learned all JavaScript events, mouse events, key events, miscellaneous events. You learned all of them, right? And those all events now you can implement in the same way. You can configure and implement in the same way. Don't worry. What I will do is I will give you one example for those events, one example for those events, so that even you are not perfect in JavaScript, you can at least see now and you can handle them here in React. The same type of functionalities here. How to handle different types of events and event arguments to work with them, that we will see in our next related to event handling, like what are controlled and uncontrolled components, what are the various methods of binding events. So these are all concepts we discussed. Now, while working with event handling, understanding about all the binding techniques and understanding the situation for using different binding techniques. Now, one more important concept is for a experience level. Generally, you need to know about a concept. One frequently asked question at experience level is, so how you can manage cross browser compatibility. So while working with events in a React.js, that is another important point. So for experienced people, generally see when we are learning, generally React learning, you will learn what is event, how to write event, how to use the controlled and uncontrolled components, how do we define them and use them. That is a general thing. But at experience level, so in depth, so many concepts and technical terms will come, so which we need to understand. So we basically got a clarity of how to write events. That is enough first. How to write events, how to register them with the component, how to bind them with the component so that they can use the state. That's good. That's what we have seen in all our examples till now. Next concept, one of the key point is browser compatibility issues will come, especially when you are dealing with the events. So cross-browser compatibility issues will come. Now, for experienced people in interviews, this question comes is, how React manages cross-browser compatibility. So for any event, how it manages the cross-browser compatibility. Is it having any specific internal process happening? That means cross-browser compatibility means all events must work on all browsers in an identical way. That means already we know that HTML, JavaScript, and JavaScript-based any technology is having browser compatibility issues. Now we need to make sure that the events have the same identical functionality across all the browsers. So that means actually, already I told you that all events are browser native events. So you are learning on click, on change. I told you that we call them as browser events. Already we know that they're all browser events. Now how React is able to manage these events cross-platform, that means a cross-browser compatibility, how they are going to manage. Actually, internally, it is managed. The answer for this is, so React.js manages the compatibility, cross-browser compatibility. So cross-browser compatibility by using a concept called synthetic event. By using synthetic event. This term is very important. So the object of synthetic event, actually all our event handlers, they use this synthetic event object. This synthetic event object of React.js, internally it works, explicitly also we can use. This object is responsible for managing your events, configuring the events, right? So managing the events and configuring the events. Yeah. So what is this synthetic event and how we use this synthetic event, right? Let's see. So by using, right? Yeah. So already it is using that internally. I will tell you where it is actually using internally. For example, suppose I will go here and write a simple component. So class, and let's say some register extends some React component, and it will render and it will return a div. Let's keep a simple container here. In this, I'm just adding a button. Okay, so just we are configuring the button register, right? And some register, right? And we are accessing that register here. Fine. Now we need to define some event for this. We need to configure that event for this. So let's run this and let's add some event here. So let's add some event here. So let's run this and see. So this is just a button defined here. Okay. Now we are writing an event for this. So we are configuring a register click. So that will be accessed on click. We will point that, and we will use this dot register click, and we can display some message. Suppose alert. So register click. That's the message. Now this is general approach. So on register click, it is working fine. Now the event related all the details, all the properties are sent to this handler, this function by using an event argument e. This event argument is responsible for accessing all the properties and configuring all the properties of that particular event. Already we know that we discussed in the previous session. But what we need to know here is technically this event argument which is passed into the method is actually internally, that event argument is managed by React.js synthetic event. It is managed by React.js synthetic event object. That means it is not like just an ordinary event. It is actually managed by React.js synthetic event object. So it is going to get so many details about that event, about the event. I will to show you the process. That means what actually we do. Already we know that. So through E, suppose this button is having a value. So value of the button is some register. Okay. And we want to access that value. We are using E dot, so value. And you know that we cannot directly access E dot value, target dot value. That means it will get the button value and it will use that value. Through that E, we can access that button value and use it. So what is synthetic event? So, and why this is important in React.js when you are handling event handling, when you are handling the events, why it is important? See, so now the question is, what is this synthetic event? What is that synthetic event? What is the role of this synthetic event? Actually, I will show you the role. That means I will show you that that event is managed by using that. Yeah, it is actually synthetic event. Synthetic event is a part of React.js. React.js event handling is a part of React.js event handling. And very important is synthetic event object. That means I will simply say that it is responsible for making the React events compatible with the cross browser. That means across the browsers, it can have the identical functionalities. That means, so events can work identically across all browsers. That is the key point. Events can work in a similar way across all browsers. Actually, the event argument, that is the event argument. Already we know that event argument is managed by synthetic event. So it is managed by synthetic event object. It is actually managed by synthetic event object of React.js. It is managed by React.js synthetic event object. What this object will do is, so this object is going to change the event according to the native of that particular browser. That means it is responsible for making the event native to that particular browser. It is responsible for making the event native for a specific browser. That means on which browser our application is running, it is responsible for making the event native for that particular browser. So that means, observe carefully here. That means actually we are passing event argument. So instead of passing E as event argument, let's do one thing. We will pass here. So synthetic event. This is synthetic event. So this synthetic event is an object. I told you that our event is managed by this synthetic event. Now I am directly using this synthetic event. And it is an object. So, and you know how to get the properties of that object. Let's do one thing. We will write a for iteration for where property in a synthetic event. So synthetic event object. We are reading every property, and let's print all the properties. I will print all the properties directly. So document.write, or in a log we can display them. So I'm printing the property. So that means whatever the properties it is having, we are printing with a line break. We are printing this. So this synthetic event is used as event argument. Earlier we were using event. Now this is used as event argument. So that means you can run this and see now. When I click on the register, it will get all the details. And these are the event related attributes. These event related attributes you can get by using general event also. So for example, I am using E as a reference, and I am using that E as a reference. And through that E reference, we are accessing all the properties. And displaying. And you can see that I click on register. It has the same point. That E is a formal parameter. That is a reference. That means our intention is to tell that actually this is a synthetic event. And how this, that means it is internally managed by synthetic event. So here I'm just reasonably writing synthetic event. So I'm reasonably writing like this. So, but that is a formal parameter. You can give any name. Our intention is to tell that this synthetic event, actually, it is an object which is managed internally that comprises of a property called native event. That comprises a property called native event. This native event is responsible for translating your event into the understandable event of that particular browser. So that will reduce the cross-browser compatibility issues. Cross-browser compatibility issues. That is very important. It is responsible for handling the cross-browser compatibility issues. So that means there is a property called native event. This native event will make your event understandable to all browsers. For example, see, what is the native event for on-click? Can you tell me what is the native event for on-click? On-click is the React event we are using. On-click is React event. This is camel case. That means it is a React event. And you can see that, you can observe that it is managed by synthetic event. It is managed by synthetic event. It is of type synthetic event. That means every event that you are using in React is managed by synthetic event. It is managed by synthetic event, which translates that event into the native of that particular browser where you are using. Native of the browser. For example, on-click. What might be the native for on-click? What might be the native for on-click? All browsers can understand. What might be the native for on-click? Can you tell? Maximum for native for all browsers, JavaScript based. That is on-click only. Am I right? React is using on-click, and browser also can understand on-click. Am I right? That means the native must be on-click only. Am I right? Let's check that now. I will use here. So let me give you this program just to get the list of all the events. So this is an example to get all properties of synthetic event. So synthetic event. We are getting all the properties of synthetic event. This is an example. That means just we have to add this here. So just this is in your app.js. You need to do this. Yeah. Now the point here is, let's do one thing. Let's see that how browser can understand this. What I'm doing now, alert. By using that synthetic event object, we are accessing the option. So that is a native event. We are using the property. So the property native event. We are accessing that native event property. So synthetic event has a lot of properties, and we are using native event property. This native event property. So you can see, so native event. So when I refresh here and I click on this register, then it says that, so it is mouse event. It is an object mouse event. It is an object mouse event. That means it is an object. So technically this is an object. Native event is an object which contains information about that, a mouse event. So generally I will give you the categories of events also. If it is an object, you know how to get the properties of object. So where, so property in a synthetic event dot. So we have native event, native event. That is an object. And we are printing document.write, the property of that particular native event. Now, when you run this and click on register, you can see that this is accessing all the browser native related properties. These are JavaScript related properties. These are all the JavaScript related properties. That means this native event attribute is used to get the synthetic event related options. That means actually when you have simply accessed synthetic event, observe carefully. One more time I will show you the difference. So observe carefully. These are the properties understandable to browser. These are all the properties understandable to browser. See, these are all the properties understandable to browser. Just for your comparison sake, I will paste them in a notepad. Okay, keep it like this. Okay, now let's directly access the synthetic event. This is React event, understood? That is the React event. So that means we are accessing the React event, and click here. You can see some change in this now, understood? There is an option underscore React name. There is an option target instance. So there are certain additional options now. You can see native event, current target, event face. All these are not suitable for all browsers. They are not suitable for all browsers. So these are React based. However, some are there like client X, client Y, page X, page Y, some are there. So I will copy, so I will show you these with the previous events we have copied. You can observe that. Right side in the notepad. So right side in the notepad, right? Yeah, you can say that. So you can say that synthetic event. That means that event argument E is there now. Event argument E is having all these properties. Am I right? That is internally managed by whom? That is internally managed by whom? That is internally managed by synthetic event. Now you see the difference here. We have options like is trusted, client X, client Y. So many properties are there. So many properties are there. Some properties are defined here. You can see some additional properties are there. So some additional properties you will find there, which are not available in the native. Some additional properties will be there, which are not available in the native. You can see here we have stop propagation, stop immediate propagation, prevent default, init event, bubbling phases. So you can observe that in this. So you will not find certain type of properties. Other properties may present, some properties are not present. That means now if React is using any event, and those events need to be used on various browsers. So it will face problem in executing those events across all the browsers in the same way. To handle that issue, React internally uses an object to make your events compatible across the browsers. So, and that object is a synthetic event. Understood? So synthetic event, actually you can manage this. So as an event argument only, it is same like an event argument. And it is different. For example, I will tell you several more options also, we can understand that. Suppose we are using, just as I told you, we are using suppose on click. The native for on click is on click only. Every browser can understand on click only. For example, so we have an event like on mouse leave. I will give the list of all events now. On mouse leave. This is not understandable to all browsers. All browsers will understand an event called on leave is indicating that when mouse pointer is moved out. This is understandable to all browsers as mouse out. Understood? This is understandable to all browsers as mouse out. So if you write mouse leave in React, it is not suitable for all browsers. Some browsers may understand, some browsers may not understand. That is the reason. So React uses synthetic events to translate these events into the native events so that they can run on every browser. Understood? They will not directly map to that. But they are responsible for handling this. So this is very important to understand, because at experience level, so this question comes regularly. Like, so if anyone asks you, like, is React using all the JavaScript events in a similar way? So now you should say that no, React is using the synthetic events, which will make the events native to the browser by translating them according to the browser. Understood what is the responsibility of synthetic event, right? I hope everyone got a clarity about this. That means every event is actually managed by this synthetic event. And generally, every synthetic event object comprises of so many properties. Every synthetic event object comprises of following attributes. Some important attributes will be there. So what are the attributes? Just some few important attributes list I will give you. So what are the attributes? So what are the basic attributes? We will see that. So, and how we can use these attributes, I will tell you. Some basic attributes. So like we have bubbles. So bubbles is an attribute. This bubbles attribute is an Boolean type. So it is an Boolean type of attribute. So Boolean type. So we have like cancelable. So this is also cancelable is also a Boolean type. So this is also an Boolean type attribute. Some important attributes I am giving. So it is like is trusted. That means is it safe to run that event? Trusted. Is it safe to run on that particular protocol? This is also a Boolean one. And very important here we have a target. Already you know that target is responsible for technically accessing the properties of DOM element. Am I right? DOM element related properties. That means actually it is of type DOM event target. And we have options like type. So what is the type of the event? So that is string type. And we have the functions. Like, so prevent default. These we will use in a few occasions. Now we will discuss about them. This is an void type. So we have we have like stop propagation. When they are used, I will show you in few options. We will discuss about that. This is an void type. And we have like persist. So this is a persist. Yeah, this is also a void type. These are some basic important attributes. And we can, one more very important that I have showed you, that is native. So native event, native event is a DOM event. So it is a DOM event type. That means this is what actually used to translate your event into the understandable of the browser, into the understandable of browsers. And already we discussed that it supports so various types of events. So various types of events, key events, mouse events, and all these are the different types of events. I've given you the list of different types of events used. So no need of knowing about all those events. Just we need to understand how the event arguments are handled and what are the important event arguments used for different types of events. So managing different types of events. For example, so that means first, I hope everyone understood the purpose of synthetic event. The purpose of synthetic event. What is synthetic event and why we need synthetic event? And generally, now we can handle various types of events and work with those different types of events. So how you can get the event related details. So you can access the event related details by using native event related. That means native event related details. Native, you can say native means that is browser native. That is browser native event related details by using native event. That is the property actually we can use. It is an object which will get all the details here, get all the details. So generally, so we can define the events and configure the events for various phases. Let's see how to handle the events. That means in React, we will see how do we manage different events and how to use this synthetic event for various types of events. So we have events categorized into several types. So we have like keyboard events. So we have like keyboard events. We have like mouse events, touch events. We will see them, how we handle some events and what are the important options. I hope you already know how do we manage the keyboard events. So to manage the keyboard events, so you already know. So what are the keyboard events in JavaScript available? I think majority of you people know. We have on key down. We have on key press, on key up. We have on key press, right? These are related to keyboard events. And what are the properties? What are the properties for these keyboard events? And how do we use the properties for these keyboard events? So what are the properties for these keyboard events? That means synthetic properties. What are the properties used for these keyboard events? The properties usually used for keyboard events, I hope this also you know, in JavaScript, we use key code. So we use char code. So we use a shift key. We use control key. So we use the options like which key, which is used to access the key related details. These are important key related options. Key code, character code, shift key, and all this. So keyboard events, we have key down, key up, key press, and all. Let's see one simple example for that. How do we handle those events now? How we can configure the events and how do we manage the events? Now, so let's create a simple UI. So let's create a simple UI. So here we will just put a label, a div, and in this we are creating some label. Okay, so I'm using a label. Okay, and I will just keep here as some password. Suppose some password. And we have a text box. Input type is equal to text. Now this is just a text box. So here available. Okay. Now when user types the password, we need to verify. So I will just give input type as password. Okay. Password. So when user types the password, I need to verify. So is it password is having an uppercase letter or not? I need to verify is it having an uppercase letter or not. So first important, how do we handle the event for this? How do we manage the event for this? How do we handle the event for this? Technically, we need to perform the actions on key up, on key down, on key press. I hope you already learned in JavaScript. How do you manage all these events? But here, one important approach you need to understand. Let me tell you about that. See, generally, suppose whatever the value entered inside this password box, we need to collect the value and we need to use the value. So, and we need to verify that value. So generally, how you can collect the value and how we can use and how you can verify the value and verifying the key codes, character codes, how do you manage them? How do you work with them? Generally, so we will write a method. So we will write a method like just a password. I'll say verify password. And we have to execute that when key is pressed here. I'm writing an event on key up. I'm using on key up. On key up is pointing towards that verify password. So verify password, this dot verify password. Now we can pass this synthetic event. So synthetic event argument that is actually using the native event argument. Through that synthetic event argument, I'm just using alert. So we have to access that synthetic event dot. So I'm using key code. So I'm using that key code. That means actually the intention of that is nothing but when I entered any key, then it has to get the key code. You see, it gets the key code 65. So it gets the key code. So key code, it has to get the key code. That means whatever the key code. So it is the key code we are configuring. It gets the key code and it displays the key code. So whatever the keys you are entering, this generally, you know, we can manage all the events in the same way how you have done in your general JavaScript. No need of handling any special. Only the point is, many times you have a doubt, sir, do I need to use this synthetic event, or I can just use this E? Why you are using that synthetic event, right? We don't need to use that synthetic event. We discussed that the synthetic event is used in the background. All our React events are managed by the synthetic event. So we don't need to use any synthetic event here. We need to just understand that all the React events are not browser native events. Those events need to be translated into browser native events. So, and that is done by a synthetic event object. So whatever the events you use, you have to use in the same way how you've done in your general. That means what we have to do, suppose verify password. So I need to verify the password. I need to get the key code and test that. So that means we are using key up, key down, key press. Suppose I'm using, so the options like key press. On key press, I need to get the code and I need to verify the code. So that means we will simply put an option here on key press. So we will get if e dot key code is greater than or equal to 65 and double ampersand e dot key code is less than or equal to 90 then I need to just put an alert. So alert saying that caps is on, just same. So all the logic. So that means everything is similar here. So we have to just handle this functionality. So that means now see here, when I am typing the password, it is normal. And accidentally, if a capital letter is entered, then it has to alert that and it should display. That means it should verify. You know that between 65 to 90, it is capital letter, all small. You know that it is going to verify them and display them. So initially, suppose I just used alert e dot key code first to make you understand what that it is returned. Then here I typed, so here A, then it gets the value here. And you know that A, B, it is returning zero only. Because you might have learned already in JavaScript that we have to verify every key on not key press. We have to verify on key up. Am I right? I think you might have learned the difference between key up, key down, and key press. Key down means what? Key down means it indicates the actions to perform when user hold down the key. Key up means indicates the actions to perform when user releases the key, right? And key press means user finishes the key. That means usually the key codes, character codes can be verified, we can access, we can display them. So we have to write the logic to handle the interactions with them. So for that, first you need to understand the difference between these three: key code, character code, and which key. For example, I will show you that I am using document.write. I am printing here e dot key code. And in the next line, let's put an expression here. So, and in an expression, so I am saying key code is equal to e dot key code. In the next line, we are printing here. So character code is equal to so e dot char code. These are the properties. Of key event. And I am printing only key code and character code. And see, the current event is key press event. So I'm using key up event. We are using key up event. Okay. Let's type some key here. For your understanding sake, I will change this into text so that you can see what I am typing there. I am typing here A. Then it has to get the key code as 65. And the character code is 0 because character code cannot be identified on key up. When you learned JavaScript, you might have learned all these points like key code, character code, which key. So these are the three properties to identify which character. Suppose I'm using here another event. So key press event I'm using key press event. When I'm using the key press event and I am typing here, now you can see that the character code is 97. The character code is 97 for the character I have typed. You will get different codes. So, and you might have already learned in all the JavaScript that when to use key up, when to use key down, and when to use key press. If you already know that, that's very good. Otherwise, I will give you some examples here. So that you can easily understand with some examples. So key down is nothing but indicates the actions to perform on key down. So on key down. And key up indicates actions to perform. Perform on key press, key up. And key press actually indicates actions to perform. Key press means when user finish a key and uses another key. That is what actually key press. Key up, key down immediately works, but key press is different. So you have to understand which event to use and how do we manage the event. Now we will create one example to understand these three different events and work with these three different events. Now, when you are using those events, conditionally, we can render different types of content and use that. That means if it is valid, one message, if it is not valid, another message. How do we generally use these key events in designing examples? We will see that. So three important properties regularly used for the key events: key code, character code, and which key. These three are very regularly used because key code, character code verifies the code of the character so that we can handle the interactions like when you are typing a password, is caps lock entered or not, is backspace pressed or not, is space used or not. Such things we can manage by accessing the key code. It is not mandatory that you need to always do that by using this, right? You can handle various functionalities. That means, so verifying the user names and passwords. So verifying the user availability, is that user available or not? All such interactions we can manage. So for that, we need to use these key events. Now what we will do is, we will create one example with these key events in React. That means a simple form and the interactions with the form, how to handle the key events. So one by one, all the events we will discuss. Key events, mouse event, miscellaneous events. Some touch events are extra, which are used for mobile-based environments. Those events also I will just explain, but we can implement them on touch screen-based environments. Just a few points I will explain how to use them and how to work with them. If we know these events, we can build an application in a proper way. So what are all the types of events, how to use these events, we will see with examples that we will see in our, what are the various techniques of binding with the state, without state and with state, how to deal with the events. And now we will see some important events, means how we can use the events in React application, how to deal with the events. So the categorizations I already told you. So we have like keyboard events, mouse events. One small example I will show you, because all these events are similar to how you deal with in a JavaScript, the same thing. Only the point is the state and the interactions with the events, event arguments that you need to manage properly with React based techniques. So here today we will see how we can use the key events, keyboard events. Already I told you, keyboard events, the main responsibility is React uses keyboard events to handle various interactions with regard to key code and key interactions. So key actions, you can simply say that key actions. And for that we have key up, key down, key press, and these are the properties we are having: key code, character code, shift key, control key, which key. One more, we have key. So it returns the key that you have used. Key is used to return the key used. So which key used, we can get that. Key code, character code, and all, they are used to get the code of that particular key, ASCII codes actually. We will see one simple example how to deal with that. So how we can know and how we can handle the interactions. Let's see. So one simple example I will give you here. So let's create a design here. So render, and I'm creating a register component. That register component will render and return a simple UI. And here we are creating so a div, so label as some user password, something like this, password. And here we are defining input type is equal to password. Now when user is entering the password, I need to display here some warning. That means initially I'm just keeping a span here. So let's keep a span. Here I want to display the warning. Span or a div, caps lock on, off, just one warning I need to display there. So class name, say form control. Okay. So when user is typing, I need to verify whether capital letter typed or not. If capital letter entered, means if generally you can verify capital letter, or you can verify caps lock. That means user press, because generally we in the websites you see when filling the forms, when capital letter is on, caps lock is on, immediately it will show a warning, caps lock is on. So that means whether caps is on, shift is on, we can identify that. I will show you how we can manage that. Actually, first, how to get the name, which key they have pressed. First, I will show you that. So for that, I am creating a constructor. So we are creating a constructor, props and super props. And here, so we are configuring state. And in that, we are defining a message. Message is empty. Okay. Or simply, I will say your password. So suppose here I will say that press any key to test. Just message I'm giving. I will just give that here message to display this dot msg dot this dot state dot msg. Okay. And here we need to configure event for this password. So let's create an event for that. So we are configuring a method. So method is verify password. This verify password must be registered to use the state. So this dot verify password is equal to this dot verify password dot bind to this. Okay, we are configuring this. And now we are defining here event argument. E will get the event arguments of that event. I need to know which key they have used. So simply I will just put here. So this dot set state msg. I need to get and display here. So key. So which key they have used. So key and dollar. So we will put a backtick to present the message. And here we will display e dot key. E dot key will get the key name, which key they have used. Now this verify password should execute when key pressed, when key is up. Then what we will do now, here we will write, so on key up is equal to, so this dot verify password, it should fire up. Now you can run this and see, you can simply see that here. I type any character here, press a key to test, I click inside and type a key, and you see key is A. Which key I am pressing? So that will be accessed. Key is yes, key is D, key is F. So which key I am using? Accidentally, suppose if I press caps lock from the keyboard, you can see that it gets caps lock. That means I'm using caps lock. So when this is just to understand which key is present. Suppose I'm using shift, then it says shift. If I'm using CTRL, it says control. I'm using alt, it says alt. So it can identify the key name and it can return the key name. Which key you are using, it can get that. So if you can get that key, then what we can do now is we need to verify is capital letter typed or not. That means key is used to get the key name. Then simply we can write a logic here. So the logic is if, so here logic is if e dot key is equal to e dot key is equal to, if it is caps lock. So that is the reserved name for that, caps lock. If it is caps lock, then this dot set state, it should set a message as caps lock on. It should show that message. So else I need to just clean up that message. If caps lock is not on, I need to just clean up the message. This dot set state and the message should be empty. Later we will see how we can put warning messages and how we can display some other content. That means conditionally how you can manage different contents also we will see. Currently we are just managing the message here. Now when you are typing the password, here you can see. So this time we are handling this. So here by default I will not type anything here. It is empty. By default it is empty. Okay. So there is no message there. Now when I'm typing the password, so I'm typing the password. Now you can see the password is having these characters. Now accidentally my hand touched with the caps lock, and you can see that it shows caps lock on. And when I'm typing, you can see the caps lock is there. Remember, you can continuously display that message until caps lock is on. You can continuously display the message. So while typing also, once the caps lock is on, we can keep that message and we can hide the message. That I will show you conditionally how we can manage that. Now I'm removing this and I'm using caps lock off and I'm typing here. Now it is fine. Again, so accidentally I press caps lock, then caps lock is on. It will show the message there. That's good. That means we are verifying whether the key pressed or not. So based on that, we are showing a warning that caps lock is on or shift is on, shift is used, control is used. That's the intention of using these key events. Key events are very common to use and they are used for handling various key interactions. These This is just to verify. So which key has used, which key they have used. We can write multiple conditions. So because sometimes user may type caps lock with the shift key also. So we have to write the logic for all of them. But this is a simple approach. When user is typing a password, for every key press, we need to understand and we need to verify that. And that we have done by using this simple technique. So when key up, it is verifying. So, and it is identifying whether caps lock is accidentally used or not. And it is showing an alert. So this is a simple example for that. That means this is a simple example. This is a simple example. So for identifying the key used, it is an example for identifying the key used, which key used. Based on that, we can handle interactions. A lot of things will be there. So not only this, for example, I'm saying I will give this program app.js. This is the program. A lot of interactions will be there, which we will keep all together into one program. Means we will keep all together into one example after understanding these events actually. For example, suppose, so here we are creating one more option I will give here. Let's clean this up here. Okay. So, and I'm not using any state or any configuration. This is one simple state options I defined here. Suppose I'm configuring general. I'm showing you all the consequences, various consequences, how we can handle them and manage. So now suppose we have a button here. We just keep one button here. So, and the button is something like delete. We will use this in our complex design. We will create one simple example. In that we will implement all these into one part. So I'm using some class name is equal to some btn and the btn delete like this. Now btn sorry danger. Okay. Now usually when a user is entering something, character, some key press, we can identify that. Generally button click usually will not have any key event, usually because it is not allowing any input actually. It is not allowing any input. We can define some input here. We can configure some input. So later we can manage that input. Suppose here we are asking the user to enter some character. Suppose, so input, we are defining input. And we say type text, type is equal to text. And we are asking for here to put a placeholder and say y to continue. So, and n to stop. That is simple option. We are asking y to continue and n to stop. So in that case, now that means we have to type a character here. So y to continue. I can verify immediately or I can verify on button click. Anywhere you can do. Suppose I want to verify just directly. That means when user types, so here some y, that means it should continue. So if user says so n, then it will cancel. We are asking for input here. Generally we use confirm boxes, yes, no. Sometimes we ask to type some characters and continue. Now we need to identify whether they have typed y or n, which character they have used. We need to know that. So then what you can do is we can simply define here an event, so a method. So verify character, verify char. This verify char should access the key they have used. And here we are writing a condition. If e dot key is equal to y, if it is equal to y, then I'm simply using here. So location dot href is equal to, it is a JavaScript location object, www.someamazon.in. That means it will navigate to that location. Else here we are defining. We can write multiple. So else we are defining document.write. I'm not using any state. Document.write. And I will just put a message saying that so action cancelled. So action cancelled. So cancel. This message I'm defining action cancelled. That means if it is not y, or we can write a condition. So if it is n, that means it is cancelled. So I will simply put here y, and anything else typed here, then it will display this message. Okay, that is just a placeholder we are displaying there. Now this verify character should fire up. It should fire up when user is typing the character. Then here we need to define on key up, and we are accessing this dot. So verify character. We are currently not using any state here, and I'm typing so y. So then it should redirect to Amazon. That means it will navigate to that location. And I'm typing here N. I'm typing N. Then it says action cancelled. That means we can identify so what the key they are using, which key they are using, and based on that we can handle the interaction. We can handle the interaction. So that is generally how we can configure the actions on keys. This we can manage with controls, like we can use a confirm box, yes, no. But here we are understanding about how you manage that with key event. When key is pressed, so then we need to verify this, and we need to handle that interaction. And you can check whether that key is that what you are expecting. For that, you have to use this key, and you can handle that interaction. So here I am typing N, it says cancel. It says cancel. And I am typing Y, then it will navigate to that Amazon. So we are just providing a choice there. And based on which key they are using, we are verifying. But every time, this is another example. That means this is another example. So this is actions on specific key handling. So on specific key handling, what are the actions? This is another example. This is another example. So, but every time we don't need the which key they have used. Every time we don't need which key they have used. We need what they have typed inside the text box. That means while user is typing, we need to verify what he is typing inside the text box. And we need to access that value and use that value. While typing itself, we need to verify. So that means majority of times we want the value typed inside the text box while typing. Currently, we are accessing which key they are using. And only the latest key what they have used, it will return. No, it's not like that. I have to get everything what they have written and verify. That means I need to get the complete what they have written inside the text box and verify. Because based on that only, we will handle a lot of interactions. Like, so verifying passwords, verifying other details and all. On key up itself, we have to do several interactions. Let's see how we can manage that. Means how to get entire value of this text box and use that value. Currently, we are just accessing the latest key, only one key. Whatever the key they press it will get, and it will be the latest key which one they have used. We want all the values, entire value, and we need to manage that value. In that case, now what we can do now is, so let's see one example here. Suppose I'm creating a simple user interface here. Let's clean up this now. Yeah. And here I'm designing a div and a label. And in the label, say username. Okay. And we have a text box. Input type is equal to text. And class name is equal to class name is form control. Okay. Now when user is typing the username, so below this, I will put a span. And in the span, I need to display some message. That is nothing but when user is typing the username, I need to verify, is that username already taken or not? If it is taken, show some alert. Then what we can do now here, we need to maintain some data. So let's do that through a constructor, props and super props. And this dot state is equal to, I'm creating users. Users is an array. Here now we are having some complex data. So we are having users array. Users is an array type. In that we are defining some objects, array of objects, and username. So John 1 to John something, and another username. So like John 1, and another username. So like some David. Another username. So let's put all these. This is complex data. So we have username, and this is some David underscore NIT like this. Now technically, this is state contains an array users. Now when user types the username, you can see when user is typing the username, I need to verify, is the name entered available or not? That means I have to verify from my existing data. Later, we can bring the data from any database through a service by connecting with APIs. We will discuss from a server-side technology using database, how we can access the data and use the data. Currently, we are maintaining the data in a state. So now here, when you are configuring the state, I need to verify. So for every character, whether that username available or not. So we are writing here, verify user, and it has event arguments. Now this verify user have to use the state. It should use the state. Then what we will do is this is the state, and this dot verify user is equal to this dot verify user dot bind with this. Okay. Now when user is typing for every character, for every character, so this event should fire up. Then here we are writing, so on key up is equal to, we are defining this dot verify user. We are accessing verify user. Now I need to check. Remember, earlier we have to get the we are accessing the key code, or we are accessing key name, which key they are pressing. But now I need to access entire value. That means whatever value entered inside that text box, that value we need to collect. So we can do in a simple approach. So, and we need to verify that value they entered is available here or not, is there inside this or not. So what is our collection name actually? Our collection name is users of state. So we are writing, if that means in this collection, we have to perform iteration because we have to verify every user. We have to perform an iteration. Then here we are configuring a iterator for, so var item of, or simply var user of this dot state dot users, that is the collection. That means we are performing iteration on this users collection, and we are reading every item inside that collection, and every item is an object. That means now user is an object. That user object have a property username. We need to verify if user dot username, that means the username inside this array is matching with the, how we collect the value we entered. It's simple. We can verify by using e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value, it will get e dot target dot value, it will get the username. That means it will get that particular username. So that means it is going to get that username, what you have entered in text box. That means text box value, it will collect and it will verify. And I need to display a message. I need to display a message. Then here, so we are having the state. In the state, one is users. Another one, we have MSG. MSG, it is empty. MSG is another property of the state. State has two properties. One is users, another MSG. Now here we need to define this dot, we are setting set state. Into that MSG must be displayed as username taken. Try another. This message should come because the username you entered is already there in the usernames available, and it should display that username is taken, try another, and it should come out of this loop. It should come out of this iteration. So then we have to put a break. It will come out of that iteration. It will come out of that particular iteration. And now I need to display. So else we need to display this dot. So we have this dot set state and MSG. So we should display the message. Here the message is, so username available. We can write any level of conditions here. That means username available or username taken. We are setting the state. Actually here we configured only one state. In the state we defined a collection of users, and we are displaying, and another property is MSG. We are verifying for every user, is it matching or not? And if it is matching, then we show taken. So target dot value gets the entire value and verify. Suppose if I use key, it will verify the last character only, whatever the last character you are entering. It should not verify only the last character, it should verify all. Target dot value, it should verify all of them and configure. This is the basic approach. But here some more points are there to understand. See now, I am typing the username and I need to display that message here. This message should be displayed in the span. In the span, we have to display this dot state dot MSG. The message is displayed below it. Now here we are typing this. So John, username available J, and JOHN John, and it says username taken, try another. So while typing, we have to verify for every character. We have to verify for every character. We need to verify every character because even one character change. Suppose John 1, it is also there. John 1, 2, it is available. That means for every character, it should verify and it should display. So that is the reason we should verify immediately after every character is entered. This requires so how we manage the key events. That means this requires understanding the value entered inside the text box. So for that, we don't use key code, character code, because that will return only the code of the latest. We need all of them. That means entire value we have to verify. Then we can manage this. Suppose I remove this, username is taken. Remove this, it is also taken. Suppose I'm removing this, this is available. Suppose I say John, David, it is available. David, it is taken. David underscore available. NIT, it is taken. That means it will verify from the characters we have defined, and it will return them. Generally, that is handled by using the key events. Now the point is, so we are using key up. This is an example here. So now there are so many techniques of finding the values, verifying the values, and returning the values. So we can also use, instead of writing the loop, we can also use the find command. But actually here, this loop will be reasonable because for every character it should verify. Final value, if you want to verify, after typing all of them you want to verify, then we can use find commands for array to search for the value and return. Otherwise, this is the way how we define. And I will copy this here. This is example for that. So I will keep this example. That means suppose say verify a value entered in a input element, verify value entered in input element. So how we can verify the value entered in input element on key event, we have to verify that. And this is an example for this. So this is example for verifying the value. That means we are we are defining some collection of data here. So this is an example. All this you have to keep in app.js. So in this example, we have some data, app.js. We have some data maintained in a state, and we have a message to display whether it is available or not. And this data is a collection. It's a little bit complex, like array of objects, and we are verifying from there. And observe carefully. Suppose when we are doing this on key press event, usually when I define this on key press event, same on key press we are configuring. Now I am typing here John available, John. It is not saying taken. Why it is not saying taken? Because actually John is already taken. Then why it is not saying that taken, right? So what is the point here is, it is not doing that because actually the n character is not yet finished. You said key press. Key press means currently only 3 keys pressed. J, O, H, N is not pressed. Key press is identified once you finish the key. Finish the key means come out of that key, means use a space bar or type another character, use space. Now it says taken. So that means key press will be verified. Key press will be verified on a different situation. Key press will be verified on a different situation. That means key press will be verified. So when you finish the key and key in another character. So depending on the situation, you want to verify after the keys, all the keys are pressed, or you want to verify immediately when the key is up. So that depends on the situation you want to deal with. So usually these are all general JavaScript based events only. But here how we are implementing that. So best one is key up. For any option, for example, this is so a class name. So suppose say form group. Okay, I'm using so another here. So div and a class name. Now class name is equal to this another form group, and here we are using label and password, and password. I need to verify some expression for the password. So input type is equal to password, and I need to verify. So class name form control. So here I will put another span below, which can display some message. So when user is typing the password, so username available or not, we are displaying when user is typing the password. Remember, you can apply styles and effects also. Next point I will show you. User is typing the password. I need to verify the password. Is the password strength good? Is it strong password? Is it weak password? We need to verify the strength of the password, and we need to return that. Then usually what we do now is we are handling a simple option like, so here another function is required. So weak or another function is required. So let's define another function here. This is verify user, verify password, and E. And we need to register this to use. Then this dot verify password. Verify password is equal to this dot verify password bind with this in order to use the state. And you can see in the state we have a regular expression. We have a regular expression. Usually, regular expressions, because in a state you are storing the value, regular expression types are stored, regular expression types are defined in a double slash. The regular expression is defined in a double slash. And here we write the expression. We are writing the expression question mark equal dot star square base a hyphen z and slash w sum 4 comma 15. That means as per the regular expression, the password must be 4 to 15 characters with at least one uppercase letter. So that is what actually the password is configured and defined there. That means how we want to manage that password and define that. Right. 1 second. Yeah. Now, how do we verify this? That means verify password should fire up. So for password box, that means here we are using on key up is equal to this dot verify password. This dot verify password. We are configuring that. Now we need to collect the value and define the value. 1 second. Yes. Okay. Right. Now let's see. Verify password will fire up, and you know how to collect the value and verify this. That means we need to check that if we need to define the option here. And here we can have a password message also. That means in the state we have a regular expression and we have password message. Password message is again empty. And this password message must be displayed here. So it must be displayed here. So then we need to use this dot state dot password message, and we will write a condition here. So if the value we have entered, so how to get the value we have entered? E dot target dot value. If e dot target dot value is match with a regular expression, this dot state dot, in the state we have regular expression, this will return a Boolean value. That means we are accessing the regular expression from the state and we are verifying, is it matching with the value you entered? If it is matching, then this dot set state, here password message, we need to set that, simply we need to get that and display. We will say that strong password. Else we need to display this dot set state, and the password message should say that it is weak password. We need to display that. So strong password, weak password. We can add multiple conditions. This is just regular expression. That means we can add multiple conditions. Like inside this else, we are writing again if this dot target dot value dot length is less than 4. That means because we need minimum 4. Then this dot set state, the message should say, password message should say poor password, because minimum we need 4 characters. And else it should display weak password. This is the conditions we are configuring. We set the state for that and we are displaying that. This is for verifying the password strength with combination of a regular expression. With a regular expression, we are verifying it. So we can use the data coming from the state, configure your data in the state, and you can verify any type you know. Already we know all JavaScript types. So now this is John, username available. This is John, username taken, John underscore NIT. This is available. And here password, I am defining the password. The password, I am typing the password. It should get and display the password. Here, so the conditions it has to display. Now, usually what we need to do is, you can see the error messages here. And it says, so it is unable to read the value property of undefined. This is verify password. So this is e.target.value. This not this dot target dot value. E.target dot value. We have to verify with the e. Right? It is e.target dot value is less than 4 characters. Then it should display the message. Right? So we are using that here now. And I am typing here username. So John 1 2, it is available, and password, and it says poor password because it is having only 3 characters, 1 character, minimum 4 characters. Up to 4 characters, when you type 4 characters, it says weak password, and still it is a weak password. It should have 1 uppercase letter because still it is a weak password. 1 uppercase letter, then it should set it into strong password. So we need to write the condition. If you are removing them, it should say weak and poor. So one uppercase letter means how you write the expression, how you configure the expression. This expression should end here. Okay. This is how we need to write the expression for at least one uppercase letter. Okay. Now the condition is there and I am typing here. The password is poor password. You can see I will open this 1, 2, 4 characters, weak password. Still it is a weak password. One uppercase letter entered into it, then it will be a strong password. So we are verifying that. So this is generally handled with key events, key event handling. That means in web applications, several interactions are managed with the keys. So based on when you are typing the characters, several interactions are managed with which key they have used, and several interactions are managed with which value they have used. That means we have a combination of both of them. We can get the key details, we can get the value, and we can manage the value. These are the basically used key events and key event binding. How you manage the key event binding. This is a simple example of a key event binding. So another example here. So say verify username and password on key events. So how we manage that. This is one basic example. So app.js, and this is the example for that. So how you are defining the options for, so this verify password and verify username. These are key event binding techniques available in React. And how do we use in React? Just the basic approach. Now similarly, now we have another important, how we can handle the mouse events, how we can work with the mouse events. That means how we can deal with the mouse events. So mouse events, so usually, so the popularly used mouse events, we have a on, mouse down, mouse up and all. Actually, a lot of things are related to mouse. So many mouse events are there, like on click comes under that mouse event. On click comes under mouse event because mouse button click happens. So on context menu means right click is context menu. So, and on double click when user double clicks, and on drag when user is dragging, on drag end, we have on drag enter, and these are required for handling complex interactions. On drag exit. So we have options like commonly used on mouse down, like on mouse enter. We have like on mouse move. We have like on mouse leave. So like on mouse over. All these are under the category of mouse events. Some very commonly used. These are options are handled by using this. So now they also use some important properties, just like key events. So mouse synthetic events will have some properties. So these properties are responsible for understanding, so where they clicked the button, so which axis they clicked the button. We have some important properties for them. So general properties like mouse related most commonly used properties. So will be like properties like, properties will be like most commonly used properties will be like alt key, whether they used mouse click with alt key or not, which button they have clicked. So where they clicked x-axis, client X, client Y, where the mouse position is present, when mouse is moving, where the position is present. So it will get and use these properties. So mostly these properties are used to identify the client mouse location. Based on that, we can handle various interactions. So we will see some examples and how do we deal with these other events. Mouse events, how do we work with that? Same like key events, some examples, how do we work with the mouse events? That we will see now how we can deal with these keyboard events. One example I shown you. Yeah, this is an example. And here we used all the keyboard related events, and we discussed about how do we manage the values, verifying with regular expressions and verifying with the array and the state objects, how to deal with them. So this is the example with key event handling. Yeah, this is the example here. So verifying the username and the password, so available or not, that's what we have seen. And the password shows the password strength while entering the password. So these on key events. Now similarly, all other events you can manage all other events. So we will see some more basic events, and you can handle those events just like how you do with your JavaScript here. So generally, the mouse events I showed you and the mouse event related attributes here. Mostly mouse events are nothing but they are used to mouse events are used to specify actions So with regard to mouse interactions in web page. So in web page or application actually. So that means it indicates various actions to perform on mouse and handle the interactions related to that. Now let's see how we can manage and how we can define this. And few 1-2 examples how we can handle the mouse events and interactions. So let's take an example for that. So let's go to the app.js. Generally, mouse actions, I will just use the state. I will clean up all this, just the basic state, and the other events also remove here. Let me clean up all this then, right, for just your understanding. So all the passwords, conditional rendering and everything. So this is all the basic events, fine. Now, yeah, how the mouse interactions are handled, how they are managed. Let's see. So first one is generally, so when you are dealing with mouse interactions, so several actions need to perform usually on mouse over, mouse out. We can handle various animations and effects. We can add several styles and effects dynamically. We will see that. Generally, suppose, so we are designing, so a simple component, so mouse demo, and keep that here, mouse demo. Yes. And let's design a simple user interface for this, for rendering the content. So I will render and return a simple UI for that. So just design the UI with some container. Yep. And first I will show you how we can get the details. So based on the mouse interactions, how we can get the details. First, for example, we are configuring a div. Okay. And this div have a class name as a row. Okay. And in this we have a div. And this class name is a col. This is one column. And here we are defining just ID as some red. And here I'm defining some style. So this is inline style. Already we discussed how to configure the inline styles dynamically. Suppose I'm giving the style. So background color, some red. So that is the style defined, the background color. And I'm copying here. So another in the row, and I given as red, green. Okay. And here we defined the background color as green and some blue. So these are the columns defined there. And yeah. And this is having blue. And the background color is blue. This is what it is rendering and defining the value here. Now you can see the output for this. So we have the styles configured for the div and the row to display these colors and effects there. And we need to display that. So here you can see the problems. Here we have for the problem is, so where is the div style? Yes. So here the styles already we configured and we are defining here. And if you remembered already, we discussed about how do we manage inline styles. Generally, how to configure the inline styles and apply the inline styles. So defining the inline styles, you remember the approach. So adding the inline styles. Here I define as a string form, but here I'm adding as a property configured, dynamically applying the value inline. So already we know that the styles are defined in this way. And inline styles, there are other techniques also to configure. So because the properties need to be supported by React. So how you define the properties for inline styles or embedded styles or external style sheets, that is the option. We can apply through the class name. So that means we are just using the class name is equal to, suppose I said we have a BG danger. So that is the red color. So this is, we are using the class name because inline styles already I showed you in the previous session. So BG primary. So this is BG success, okay. And we have, this is the class name. So that is BG info. So that is just the basic colors we are configuring there. So BG success, BG color, and BG, the background colors need to be applied for that. And this requires some content inside it. This is suppose red. So this is red, or say danger, or say error. and this is error color. So or simply I will keep it as red, and here we will keep it as green, and here we will keep it as blue, right? So we are just configuring those names. So what the colors we want, that is. So these are the colors we have defined for the content. And I want here the row to use the class name as, suppose I defined as MR, so 4. So MR5 or MR4 like this, some, and you know that, so the margin will be adjusted for that. Okay. Now, usually what should happen is, so on mouse over, I need to get the colors and apply the colors. Means I need to get the color on which the mouse pointer is over. I need to apply that color here. So we need to configure the colors and define on mouse over, we need to get that. That means when the mouse pointer is over this div, so which is the row which contains all this. So we need, so this is a red color, means just we are adjusting green color and content. According to the content, it will display the width. We can later adjust the width. Okay. When mouse is over, I need to get that colors and display the colors. And you see here, we are using an event binding technique here. The event binding technique is we are writing on mouse over, on mouse over. So the mouse events, as we discussed, we have mouse over, mouse leave, mouse move, mouse enter, mouse down. These all the mouse events. So we are configuring an event here on mouse over. It should map to certain functionality. So here we are writing a method get color. Get color is the method. And I will just put here an event argument, and through alert we are displaying. So e.target.id. We are accessing the target ID. On mouse over, we need to just get the target ID. And here we need to define. So this, so here we need to configure this dot get color event handler. On mouse over of that particular div, we need to handle this functionality. On mouse over, you can see it gets that ID. This is the red color. And on mouse over, so it needs to get the another, this is green. And on mouse over, this is blue. So we need to get the color. On mouse over, we need to get the color name and display the color name. So this should happen on mouse over. When mouse pointer is over, it should get that and display. So that is so the values we need to define here and configure. Now on mouse over we can do, on mouse move we can do. That means now we have 3 divs inside it for different colors, and we are able to access the ID of that. Now the point is, suppose we need to get and apply that. We need to get and apply that style. So we need to apply that style, that color and that effect to any heading. So below, suppose we are adding a heading here. So sample text, we are adding some sample text. And this sample text, so should get that color when mouse is over red. I need to display that color over red, over green, that color should be applied. That means we need to access the color on mouse over and apply that color for that particular text. Now for this heading, we need to apply style. For this heading, we need to apply the style. And that depends on what you have selected on mouse over. That is the basic point we need to handle. So the key point here, we need a combination. If you remembered, we learned about how we can apply styles dynamically, so to any particular element. We learned about style binding in React. So that is the reason we need to go through all the points here. We learned about style binding in React. And in the style binding, in the React style binding techniques, we learned how we can apply the styles to any particular element by using a style object to style object. Let's see. Yeah. Fine. So we learned about how we can manage the styles in React. That means how we can configure the styles in React. So we discussed embedded styles and nested styles. So configuring the embedded and nested styles in the page. So that means inline styles, embedded styles, and external separate style sheets, how we can use. Inline style, we are configuring the inline styles and we are defining the inline styles. And actually I told you that we use a style object. We configure the style object and we will apply the style object. I hope you remember this. We can directly apply the attributes to any element by using this style tag. You can directly apply by using the style tag, attribute and values. You can bring the values dynamically by creating a style object, and we can use that style object here. We can configure the style object here. This is directly applying. And the style object, how to apply also I told you. Usually to apply the style object, so we need to create one style object and configure that style object here. For the style, we need to get the style object and dynamically apply it. This is general approach we have learned how to configure the style. So that means dynamically how you can apply the style. We need to create a style object and define it. This is inline styles, how we can apply the inline style. We need a style object. Dynamically, you see the style object contains the properties which you can apply. And already I told you, so here we are configuring the properties, all need to be defined. All need to be defined in this camel case. When you are defining the style objects, you can configure in the camel case. So what we have to do in this example is now, we need to get this value. So, and manage that value. So then we will create a constructor and we will manage a state. So the constructor will have props and we will call super props, and we will create this dot state, and we will create a style object. We will create a style object property. This style object is an object that contains the styles. Actually, it is having a simple style. So the style is color. That means how we can define. Already we saw that if there are properties separated with hyphens, you have to use a camel case here. Now we are just using color, and color initially it is not defined. So color is not defined, or simply color is some black. So color is configured as black. This is the style object. That is the basic style object we define. And we need to change this color. So when the mouse is moving on that particular ID, so we need to change the color. Here, we need to register the method this dot get color. So get color is equal to this dot get color dot bind with this. Okay. Now we need to access the ID, and based on that we need to set the color. So we are using a simple switch case here. We are using a simple switch case here. Into that we will pass e dot target dot ID. That means it will get the ID of the div on which the mouse pointer is present. It will get the ID of the div on which the mouse pointer is present. Now what we need to do is, so we need to verify if that is red. If the ID is red, then what should happen? So this dot set state, it should set the style object. It should set the style object, and the style object set state will set the style object with color as red. It will set the style object color as red, and it will break. That is how we need to configure. That means, so it should set the style object to color red. So when the ID is red, the same we need to follow for other. So that means the same case we need to configure for other. So if it is green, so green, and the set color as green. And if it is blue, then the set state color as blue. So blue, and if it is blue, so we have to set this. So now this style object contains the updated style. That style object need to be applied for this heading. And how we can apply the style to that heading? We need to configure the style, and the style comes from the style object, which is defined in the state. This dot state dot style object, so which contains the set of styles we need to apply. So we need to use the combination of what you have learned in styles. So in this example, what we are on mouse over, we are getting the ID on which div the mouse is over, and that you can get that by using target ID. And based on that, we given IDs are red, green, and blue, and those we can apply the colors and define here. Now here in this, so all the event binding technique is as usual defined. And on mouse over, it will get the red color. And on mouse over, it will get the green color. On mouse over, it will get the blue color. That means on mouse over, so we are handling that and we are displaying. Of course, so we defined on mouse over, and if mouse leaves, so that is permanent color applied, that is the color applied. Now I want a default color to apply when the mouse leaves. That means on mouse leave, I want the normal color to display. On mouse leave, I want the normal color to display. Then usually what we can do is, so here we need to write another event for this. So, and we need to write a function here. So another function is set default color. Set default color. So it should set the default color. So this set default color should call this dot set state. And in that it should call so style object, and the style object so should use the color as black. So it should use the color as black, and this set default color should fire up when mouse leaves. So when mouse leaves, that means on mouse leave. So here, or we say here on, so mouse leave, on mouse leave. On mouse leave, we are configuring this dot set default color. On mouse leave, this method will fire up. On mouse over, it will execute this method, get color. And on mouse leave, it will execute this set default. And of course, so we need a binding for this to use that state. So this dot set default color, this dot set default color. So dot bind with this. These two events we are configuring and defining, and those two events are used here. That means now the actions are performed on sleeve for that particular div. On mouse over, so it will be red. On mouse leave, it should be on black. So something problem here. Let's check. So some problem here is black is not defined. Black is not defined. Where is that black? Acha. So this is the color name, right? Yeah. So we have to just define the color name in a string. Okay, right. No, that's fine. So now when I move the mouse onto this, that is red, and out, it will be black. When I move the mouse onto it, it is green, and mouse leaves, then it will be normal. And it is mouse blue, and it is normal. This is how we manage the interaction with the mouse. That means we need several actions to perform on mouse over and mouse leave. So the mouse over, here we are just applying the styles and configuring the style. So here I'm accessing the ID. Here I'm accessing the ID, and I'm using the ID. So not just accessing the ID and using the ID, we can even get the position of the mouse pointer. And based on that, we can handle several interactions. We can get the position of mouse pointer and handle various interactions. That means here, I'm not using any mouse related properties. I'm not using any mouse properties like client X, client Y and all. I'm just accessing the div related properties on which the mouse pointer is present. And we are defining them. So the definition, I haven't saved that. So mouse events specifies actions to perform. So with regard to mouse interactions on web page or application. And this is one simple option here. So we are dynamically changing the style object and configuring. This is an example. So on mouse over and on mouse leave. So actually, this mouse leave is uses a synthetic event, and actually in JavaScript it works as on mouse out. Actually, on mouse out. I already told you that. So browser compatibility. Several browsers cannot understand the mouse leave. Actually, in React you are using the mouse leave, but this is through the synthetic events. So it is translated into the mouse out. So which is understandable to the other browsers. This is one example on how we can configure the effects, and define the effects. So let's paste this here. So the app.js, yeah, and this is one example for that. So this is for mouse events, how you handle them. Now in this, we are not using any mouse properties. So here we implemented what we learned with the styles, how to configure the style, how do we define the style. We learned with managing everything with styles. Now the same, so sometimes we need the mouse properties to understand it. Based on that, we need to handle the situation. So for example, so see here how we can handle the mouse position and manage that. For example, suppose in this project, so let's take another example, how we can use the position and configure it, right? I will clean up this again. So just for your understanding sake, because already that example is posted, right? Now in this, so I am configuring a simple design. Let's go to the project, and we have this folder. So with all these images configured inside it, let's add a new image into this public folder. Let's take one image. So in my computer, we have some images. Yeah. So let's add one image. And in the images, so we have some image. So this is a GIF image. I'm having a GIF image. Some flagged GIF file is there. Okay. Now let's design this in the interactions, right? So I'm just configuring here a simple render method, and which should return a simple output here. Yeah, and we are designing a div. We are configuring a div, and this div is defined with some style. So we are configuring the style for the div. So the style for this div is defined as some height. Style height is equal to some pixels. So how many pixels is equal to some 1000 pixels. That is the height defined here. So this is the height for the div we configured. So the height for the div we configured. So that is some 1000 pixels height for the div defined there. And below this, so we are using an image, and image source is some flag.gif. It is a GIF file configured inside this, and all this is present inside a main div. So in the main div, we are configuring all this. So the main div is having, so main div is like just the body. So all the div content is configured in this way. Now, actually, the intention of this design is nothing but in the output, actually. So the div height is very lengthy. Div height is defined as 1000 because actually, so we have an image at the bottom. And the div is 1000 pixels height. It is having height 1000 pixels. So this image height, so height is equal to some 30, and width is also is equal to 30. So height and width 30. So we have an image and a div. And when I scroll down at the bottom, I can see that image. So that small image is present at the bottom. So let's keep this. Okay. Now the point is that is always at the bottom. Whenever we open the page, when we open the page, it looks like this, and it is present at the bottom. And that means you can never see that image until you scroll down there. So until you scroll down, you cannot see that image. So when mouse is moving over this, so that means when mouse is moving over. So then what we are doing here is we are just defining a simple event, that is on mouse move. While moving, I need to get the position of the mouse. Let's create a simple function here. So let's create a simple function as get mouse position, and E can get the mouse position. Should get the mouse position when user is moving on this div. So when user is moving on the div, it has to get the position. Then here we will use an event on mouse move. That is the event. On mouse move, I need to get the position. So that means this dot get mouse position. This method will fire up. So we are on mouse move. We need to get the position of the mouse. Then I will just put an alert here temporarily, or I will put console.log. In the console log, I will put e dot. So client X, I will just put a message here. So X is equal to, here we are writing e dot client X, and in the next line, suppose Y is equal to e dot client Y. This is the logic to get the position of the mouse, X axis, Y axis position, and use the position of the mouse. Now you see now here, so when I inspect this in the console, you can see that the X position is coming. When I'm moving the mouse, you can see that on every mouse move, the new position of mouse is coming. It gets the X axis, Y axis position of the mouse, and it will return that position. That means when I am moving the mouse position is captured. So the mouse position is captured here. It is capturing the mouse position. That means the mouse pointer position, and it is showing in the console. Whenever you move, it is updated automatically. So we can access the X axis, Y axis position by using this technique. Okay, so we know that. So I will remove this one. Let's create a state object here. So constructor, so props, and we are defining super props, and we are creating this dot state is equal to. So here we are applying same style object, and style object have some properties. The properties of style object, so it has position. The property is position. Position of the property is empty, currently not defined. And we have left, that is also empty, not defined. And the top, that is also empty, not defined. These are the options in the style object. Style object contains position, left, top. You know CSS have positions, CSS position, CSS left, CSS top. We have these positions. We are configuring these positions and defining them. Okay, now important is we need to update this position. So get mouse position also we will bind. This dot get mouse position is equal to get mouse position, so dot bind, so with this, so that it can use that state. And what we are doing now is this style object, we are applying to this image. For image, we will use style, and we will apply the style object, this dot state dot style object. That means now image is applied with the style object. That means it is getting the position left top. Now image position, here we need to update this style object position. So what we do is we are accessing in this way. This dot set state. When mouse is moving, it will set the state. In that we have a style object, and this style object is having position, and position we will get from a fixed position. We will keep a fixed position. That means position is fixed. I think you know already in CSS, fixed position means it removes from the DOM hierarchy and it keeps at specific location. Now, after defining fixed position, you have to tell the left position. Left where it should be. The left position of image should be the position of mouse left position. That means mouse x-axis. That means how to get the mouse x-axis. E dot, so client x, E dot client x, and plus pixels. We need to tell the pixels. It is important because it is expecting pixels. That means E dot client x will get the x-axis position number. And for that number, we have to apply the pixels. Okay. And we need a top position that depends on E dot client y position and pixels. That means the mouse position is captured and it is applied to image position. That means this style object is being used for image. That means image position will be affected. This position left top will be affected according to the mouse position. That means when mouse is moving, this event will fire up. What that event will do is it will change the position of the image. And where it will keep the image? It will keep the image fixed to the mouse pointer position. It will keep the image fixed to the mouse pointer position. That means now you can see here. So when we run this here and we configure that here, its position should be defined. So let's see some issues here. So that means here you can see it says that the style object is colon, right? So yeah, this is the colon because it is an object, right? We are configuring the object. Yeah. Now you can see here when I move the mouse pointer and that image is moving along with the mouse pointer. When we are moving the mouse pointer, the image is moving along with the mouse pointer. Actually, image position is at the bottom. So that means you saw that when I scroll, then only I can see that image. But what we have done is when mouse pointer is moving on the page, so we captured the mouse pointer position and we applied that position to the image. Then you can see that the image is scrolling along with the mouse pointer. Image is scrolling along with this mouse pointer. That is the basic approach. So how we can handle these events. So these are only simple points we are learning about mouse interactions. And in real world development process, a lot of interactions are handled with the mouse. That means showing an advertisement on mouse over, closing an advertisement on mouse over. So changing the positions, allowing to drag and drop. So allowing to stop and start animations. You can control even animations also. You can even control animations. So by using these mouse interactions. So this is a basic example of how the mouse action works. And this time we are collecting the position of the mouse. We are collecting the position of the mouse. And we are updating the mouse position. Through these event arguments, we can get the position of the mouse. And we are updating it. We are updating that. So this is general approach. That means, so the intention is nothing but we have a div. And that div height is 1000 because actually page size height maximum will be 700 pixels. And I given 1000 pixel means height is so much adjusted that so we cannot see the image below it until we scroll down. But what we are doing is whenever the user is moving the mouse on this div, user is moving the mouse on the page, we will get the position of mouse and apply to this image. It is dynamically applying that here. So through a state, we are managing the value and configuring the values. So this is using the mouse property. This is an example of accessing the mouse position, mouse pointer position on mouse move, on mouse move. So on mouse move, we are handling the position of the mouse pointer and we are identifying it and updating that position. And this is an example for that. So this is an example for handling that mouse position. So this is an example for this. This is an example for how we defined for the mouse. We can even control the animations. We can even control the animations on various mouse interactions. We can even control the animations. Animations are nothing but, so if you have animations configured, we can control the animations. For example, let's see how we can manage the animation. Usually for animations, so that means mouse has a lot of animations also to handle. Suppose just render this, so and return. So here we put a containers, yep. And here I'm configuring a div. And here we have some images to display and configure them. And observe here I'm using a marquee. I'm using a marquee. And the marquee have like some scroll amount of marquee is some 10. Okay, here inside the marquee, we have some images defined. img source is equal to, so this is some images we are having here. So speaker.jpg, yeah, speaker.jpg. And width is equal to some 100 and height is equal to 100. We are defining this. Okay, let's keep an image. And the same, we have some images defined here. So speaker, so say some shirt, so say some earpods, so here some shoe, and we have like jeans, something like this. Now these are the images we have defined in a marquee and rendering these images inside the marquee. And you can see the images will be scrolling here. Now we need to handle the animation. That means on mouse over, I want to pause that image. On mouse over, I need to pause that marquee. I need to pause that marquee. So that means on mouse over, we need to handle the interaction for this marquee. So then generally we have a simple method here configured. So that is a start marquee, and another method is a stop marquee. So that is option. Better I will give as start sliding, and stop sliding, scrolling, start scrolling and stop scrolling. This is how we define. Now these have event arguments, and these two should fire up when user moves the mouse onto the marquee. That means here we are defining. So the event on mouse over. So this dot. So stop scrolling. On mouse over, stop scrolling. Okay. On mouse leave. So this dot start scrolling. On mouse over, stop scrolling. And on mouse leave, start scrolling. How it can start and stop the scrolling? Actually, marquee is the element into which you have configured these events. Actually, marquee event has a marquee object, have some properties and methods. For example, you can access those methods with E. Stop scrolling. See, we can access the properties here. So what should happen is E dot target dot. We have a stop method. That means when you stop scrolling, that means on mouse over, it will stop scrolling. So that will, how marquee can stop its scrolling? By using a method called stop. And how you can access that marquee stop method and so execute? By using that event argument target. Similarly here, E dot target dot start and stop are the methods of marquee. They are the methods of marquee. But some more important points you need to know here. So when I move the mouse pointer onto it, it pauses. And when I move out, again, it should resume. That means again, it should resume that animation here. So on mouse over, they should pause, and again, they should resume. So that means we are controlling the animation. You are controlling the animation on mouse over and on mouse leave. So on mouse over, it will pause, and on mouse leave, it will be normal. We can handle various types of animations and effects, but it depends on which object you are dealing with. So every object don't have a start and stop method. Usually marquees, usually like audio, video, like elements when you are configuring. So these options, you see these days, very commonly seen option is on mouse over, video starts playing on your applications like Facebook or YouTube or anywhere. On mouse out, it will simply pause. It even does with the scrolling. When you are scrolling and the mouse is, when you are scrolling and if it is at the screen center, then it starts playing automatically. And when you scroll up, it stops playing. That means we can control by using various types of events, which are very common. These may look simple, but these are very regularly seen, right? So on mouse over, a video starts playing. On mouse out, it stops playing. So these are all animations we can control by using the various mouse events. And we can add a lot of effects to them. So that means you can make it zoom. The images can zoom and images can display their size by using CSS transitions you can do. But this is the basic approach of how we can handle. This is another example of how we can handle the animations. That means controlling animations on mouse events, So this is a simple example here. We defined, this is an example, another example how we can handle the animations. These are key and mouse related various events. We can even control the options like mouse down, mouse up. So we can handle blur, focus, double click, and other types of interactions. We see miscellaneous actions. And in the miscellaneous events, actually, you will find about how we can handle operations on cut, on copy, on paste, and on blur, on focus, on change, how to handle the interaction on change. And very important, on submit. That means how we can manage interactions on submit. So this is very much regularly used in form environment. We will create, so we will see how we can handle these miscellaneous events also, how they are managed in this way. And then we can implement all these in one example, and we will see how to work with that, right? That we'll see in our next session. Hope you are clear with this today's topic. And tomorrow we will finish all the other miscellaneous events. Submit is very important to understand, we will see. Then we can design one example with all these event binding technique. Then you will get a clarity on how to implement them in the real world applications, right? The mouse related and key related events. Same, you can manage the other events like cut, copy, paste, blur, focus, change, depending on different situations. So depending on the different situations. So we can manage these events and work with them, right? So we have to understand the basic approach of event. You can work anywhere. So one new thing you will observe here is all these events are common. No need to give any example. I hope you can try now. Like mouse down, mouse up, cut, copy, paste, blur, focus, change. One extra one regularly we need to understand is about this submit event. The rest of other events are similar, as you know, it is similar. For example, how to manage the other events. I will give a small example here. Suppose events demo, and let's use that events demo here. And here I am just creating an UI. So render, and it should return in the container. So we are configuring. Suppose we are defining a select. So we are defining a select or a slider like. So we are defining a select. So let's keep this in a div. So and label. So that is select city. And we are defining the div with select. And we have the option for the select. So we have like Delhi. So we have option like Hyderabad, like this. Now we need to handle action on selection change. Then you know how do we manage this. So I need to get that and display below that. So let's keep a heading. So and align to center. Heading and align to center. Fine. Now we need to display this in the page. Already we are having the page. So where we are displaying that drop down. Yeah. Now when user selects a city, I need to get the city name and display that city name. Usually the same approach how you have done. Later, when we discuss about forms, so we will learn about form concepts. So we will learn about the form concepts. When we learn about the forms, that makes easy for handling interaction with the form input elements. Currently, we are not yet learning about the forms in React. We will learn about the forms in the next level, where you will learn how do we create references for the elements, how do we access, how do we validate, and handle the interaction with the form. Here, generally, the drop downs use an event. So that is on change. So we are writing a function. So let's keep a constructor and props and super props and this dot state and just msg some select a city. So we are configuring select a city. We are just defining select a city. So and this we are going to display in the heading. So msg this dot state dot msg. It is going to ask to select a city here. Now that is the default, say select a city. And here we need by default suppose an option. So option is select your city. Okay. And I want a function to fire up. So that means city changed. City changed is the function. So that uses an event. And this need to so get the name of the city and display. And this dot we use set state, and msg should get the value from e dot target dot value. So that means the value selected, and this should fire up. City changed should be registered. This dot city changed is equal to this dot city changed dot bind this, so that it can use our state. And now here we are configuring. So on change, so it should bind with this dot city changed. That is the event handler. So we are configuring that event handler and defining this. Now when you see here, when I select a city here, so it gets that selected city and it will display the city. So that means on change, it is handling the interactions and managing the interaction. So you know, no need to explain different other types of events. How do we manage them? Because once you are good in your JavaScript events, so all events are same. There is nothing special here. So only the point is the way you configure events, register, access their values. These are the key ones. Suppose that means here we are defining. So city name. And here we are displaying that. So select a city. So which city they selected and displayed. Based on this, we can design a lot of interactions. That we will see. So we are going to put all together into one small application and we will design so that we can create one small project like with what we have designed up to now, learned up to now. That makes a good experience on what the events are, how do we handle the events. With all these events, we will see one example. So, but the basic event handling technique, how the events are handled, how they are configured, how they are defined, and how they are accessed. This is just another example for working with the event like, so change event. So that is on change event. So on change event. So this is just an example for on change event. How do we handle that? The change events are usually, this is example. That change events are usually used for drop downs, and it is used for mostly for sliders. So for the sliders, that means numeric up down. So, or we use for range controls. So pickers, we will use this and design an example for understanding how the change works with other combinations. So this is general change events, and other events also same. So you can handle other events like on blur. So on blur, like on focus, on focus. So like on select, we have like on cut, we have like on copy, and we have like on paste. So we have like on DBL click, on context menu, context menu. Usually when user right clicks, so we call that as context menu. When user right clicks, so we call this as a context menu, configuring the context menu. So generally, so this is these are the options, and I don't need to explain them. I hope you can handle them. You already learned all these. So in your JavaScript, so we can use exactly in the same way how you defined in JavaScript. For which, what type of controls can we use on select? What do you say? For what type of controls we can use on select? So what type of elements we can use on select? What do you say? Any idea? For what kind of controls we can use on select? Huh? On blur, on focus, we can use for text like input elements. Am I right? We can use text like input element, right? And on select, where we can use? What do you say? For which element we can use? No. Usually on select like things we generally use with the text selection, checkbox checked, radio buttons. So radio buttons also work with change, and they also work with select. You can use the select combination. For checkbox, for radios, for text. So text areas, we can use this on select. Cut, copy, paste, and double click. These are all the general events you can use in the same way how you have done in your JavaScript. Context menu means right click. I'm not giving any examples because once you know these all events, you can handle all of this. So double click, that means how we can handle a double click. Suppose for example, so we have, yeah. So suppose we have an image. So we have an image here. Let's keep a div. So, and yeah, I'm having a div, and the image source is equal to, so some image, so shoe.jpg. So width is equal to some 40, and height is equal to 40. So width and height is defined for this image, and we have an image here. So we have an image there at the top, and just I put a paragraph there. So double click to open, to view large. Okay, that is the paragraph I defined. Double click to view large. On double click, we need to open that. Then we can simply define. So open image is a function. So this will use window.open, and it will open so shoe.jpg, and it is some Nike, and it is some width. So width is equal to some 400, and height is equal to some 500. So that's how we are configuring action, and this should fire up on double click. They should fire up on double click. That means image uses on DBL click, on DBL click, and it should get this dot open image. It should fire up. That means when user double clicks on the image, that image should open in its original size. So here important is when you are configuring that. So here, so on double click, yes, on DBL click is double click. So that is the native event here. Yes. And on double click, it will open that in a separate. Actually, already I told you. So DBL click is our general native event. So the synthetic event, actually we use DBL click, but DBL click, React uses this double click for the double click, and it uses the native DBL click for the browsers. That means through the synthetic event, it will translate into DBL click. By default, when you are using in JavaScript, we usually use DBL click. So here, so the DBL click so is configured as double click. Yes. So double click, we are configuring as double click. And the native event for the double click, example, the native event for double click is, so double click native event is native is so on DBL click, that is the native. So which, so synthetic event, so synthetic event is on double click. So that is for that. Usually it is translated into DBL click and configured. So just the basic example that we have done here is on double click, just we opened that image and display. So all these events are general, how we manage and how do we work with them. On double click, it will open its in original size. It's separate window, it opens in a separate window. On double click, it opens in a separate window. That for that we just used an uncontrolled event here. Just we are configuring open image and it can access and display that in a separate window. By using a DOM object, it is managing the functionality. DOM object, it is managing the functionality. So this is so general how we can configure the event. Now all other events I'm not explaining, you can try because all are similar like you know in JavaScript. So one more important you need to understand here is on submit. So how you configure on submit. Actually on submit, so it is the event, configured for form element, So and it fires up the functionality when form is submitted. When form is submitted, it will fire up the functionality. But here the point is, when form is submitted, how we can collect the value from the form elements and how we can use. Actually, we need to learn for that. We need to learn forms concept, how to deal with the forms in React. So that we are going to see in the next level. But how do we write on submit event? How it can submit the form data? So where to configure it? We will see that. So generally, let's create a simple state. So message is empty. I'm not just using the state, just uncontrolled component we will design. Okay, let's create a simple render and let's create return. So here a simple design for submitting the form. Okay, so for that we need to create a form tag. We need to define a form. Inside the form, we are using a data list with a data term, some username. And here we are defining text box input type is equal to text. So this is for username. We are configuring this. Okay. Next, I am defining, suppose another data term, some mobile, and a data definition, some input type is equal to text. So we are configuring this. These two are the elements inside the form, and we are just adding a button. And button, so this button is configured inside the form. That means by default, so this button have the ability to submit the form. That button have the ability to submit the form. So we have this data list data term. I think in index some styles are present for it. So we are adding some CSS files, so which are having separate styles for that. Let's clean up that. Okay. Now this is the basic design. Now when user enters the details, name and some mobile number, and when user clicks on submit, by default the form have submit functionality. You can see that. So by default, the submit button have the ability to submit the form. Suppose here these elements are having name. So the name is suppose username, and here the name is mobile. These are the names defined for those controls. And you can see now when I entered the name, so some David and some mobile number, and I click on submit. By default, it have the ability to submit the form, and you can see by default the form data is submitted. By default, it is submitted in the query string. That means submit button inside the form by default have the ability to submit the form. So it is working fine. It is configured and it is working fine. So now we want, that means it is already having some functionality. Now we want some additional functionality to handle. So if you want additional functionality to handle, so that means you want some additional functionality to define, then what you can do is submit button is already having an event. It is already having a functionality. So generally we have to define the event handling for the form, because when submit is clicked, then the form is submitted. That means we have to write event for this. So we have to define on submit, on submit. On submit, we will define a function here, so method. So a submit click is the method. So this will fire up. So that means this dot submit click will fire up. And we are defining some additional functionality. So here we are configuring. So E. And here through E, we are defining an alert. So form submitted. And I'm not using the E currently, form submitted. This is the alert. You can observe now, I'm entering some name and I'm entering some mobile number. So, and I click on submit. When I click on submit, it pops up an alert, form submitted, and it submits the details here. So that means the data is submitted in the query string. Later, we will see how we can access the data and how we can use the data. Because submitted in the query string depends on form method actually. If the form method is post, so it is not get, then data will not be submitted in the query string. It will not be submitted in the query string. You entered some name, you entered some mobile and submit, and form submitted. It is not in the query string. Currently, it is saying not working because it's reasonable, because when you submit on post, you have to tell the action also. Action means where to submit. That means some server side page, some JSP, PHP, or some server side page, we need to submit the data where it will collect and where it will use the data. Initially, we don't have any server side technology, which we will see later, how to integrate and communicate with the API. By default, when you don't define the method, by default method is get. On get, it will be in the query string. Actually, developers have a habit here to configure like here. Suppose E dot, we have an option, prevent default. So prevent default. Actually, E is an event argument. Already we learned about event argument. And prevent default is nothing but it will not allow that to perform any default functionality. And it will allow you to perform only the functionality that is specified for you. That means what functionality you specified, that will fire up. And it will not allow any default functionality to fire up. So we have a technique of disabling the default functionality. And we have the same ability of using our own custom functionality. While working with forms concept, so many examples and so many points you will understand about it. So no need to worry. Initially, the concept here is on submit. So what E is going to submit? What is E going to submit? So is it going to submit the text boxes and other element values details, or it is going to submit the form details? That means you see, suppose I said E. This is E is referring to form now. It is referring to form. Now let's see. I will put an alert. E dot target dot value. That's how we are configuring. And I am defining E dot target dot value. Then observe carefully. E dot target is the event target, and event is written for the form. And this value must refer to the form value. So whatever the value given for the form, it should refer to the form value. That means here you see when I run this now. So and when I run this here, we are entering some details and click on submit. Form submitted. So and we haven't saved this up, right. Now on submit click, we need to handle this and define. Let's run this now. Okay, I'm entering the details and I'm submitting here. You can see it is returning undefined. Undefined is nothing but, so why it is undefined? Because actually form is not having the value. You can see form is not having any value. So E refers to the form, not to the elements inside the form. So E target refers to the form. It is not referring to the elements inside the form. It refers to that target. That means target is an object. So if you want to know, so what target contains, that means you see target is an object. And the target object comprises of so many elements. See, target is form. Form contains several elements. If you know the DOM hierarchy, I think you might have learned about HTML DOM hierarchy. In HTML DOM hierarchy, how to access form elements. So HTML DOM hierarchy, how to access form elements, because React is using virtual DOM. If React is using virtual DOM, now tell me, through the DOM hierarchy, how you can access the form element? What do you say? Can you tell the hierarchy of elements inside the form? You know DOM order, you know. In the DOM order, how to access the elements inside the form? Can you tell me the order? So the parent is window. In the window, we have document. Am I right? After that, tell me how to access the elements inside the form. Any idea? How we can access elements inside the form? Any idea? No one? How we can access the elements inside the form? What do you say? No one is responding. You all people dead? Alive? You there? How the form elements are accessed? How the form elements are accessed? How the form elements are accessed? DOM hierarchies. You haven't learned any DOM hierarchies. Huh? Already you learned DOM hierarchy now. DOM hierarchy, right? DOM hierarchies. No, you don't have any idea of DOM hierarchy. Huh? So it is according to the DOM hierarchy. It is window, in window, document. In document we have forms. Forms is an array. In the forms array we have elements. Elements is also an array. Am I right? Huh? Right. That is how generally we access the elements. So you need to know all these basic things, right? So this is general points, because without knowing all this, you cannot handle the complex functionalities anywhere. Huh? These are the basic things. That means actually target is referring to the form. Target is referring to the form. Here the target is referring to the form. And in the form, so that means it is referring to the form. In the form, it is having some elements. That means, see, if form is having a value, it can return the value. If form is having a value, form value is frm home. And if I say target dot value, then it should get the form value and display. On submit, you can see it is undefined. So because the form value, so on submit the form value. So this target refers to the value. It is still undefined. So why undefined? Because the form values are not directly submitted by the form. Form values are not directly submitted by the form. That means here, so we are not collecting that. We are just, because form values are submitted, form values are here, there is no problem. Everything is working fine. Only the point is whatever the value you entered here, it is undefined, because you cannot access the form elements and their values, form values in this way. This is referring to the form. Target is referring to the form. Now you need to use the DOM hierarchy to access the element inside the form. That means DOM hierarchy means this target is an attribute. This target is an attribute. And this attribute is an object type. I will do one thing. We will write a simple for iterator. So for, so where property in e.target. E.target is a form object. And we are printing that document.write. We are printing the property. I will put a break here. I'm just printing the properties of this target. So then you can see that when I refresh here, so when I submit, it should get all these details. And actually, interestingly, you will find there is 0, 1, 2 properties are there. 0, 1, 2 properties are there. So along with other properties, titles, styles, effects, so many properties will be there for the event. Remember, these are all related to the form. But interestingly, here you will see there is 0, 1, and 2. 0, 1, and 2. Can you guess what these three belongs to? What is 0, what is 1, and 2 belongs to? Can you guess? Because see, I'm reading the properties of target. So target is form, and form has three properties, 0, 1, 2. So these three are related to the three elements inside the form. Very good, right? These are the three elements inside the form. Understood? So elements are accessed. Elements are good. Elements are accessed by index number, because that is the DOM hierarchy. That is the DOM hierarchy. So in the DOM hierarchy, element of 0 refers to, in our example, it refers to, what do you say? Element of 0 refers to, in our example, it refers to the name. Am I right? Yes, username. And 1 refers to the mobile. And 2 refers to the submit button. These are the elements. That means, so now target is having three properties. Target is having the properties. That means 0, 1, 2 are the properties. So for example, suppose if I defined here, so alert. So we are configuring so that e.target target of 0 dot value, 0 dot value. That means we are defining target 0 dot value. I'm entering some name, some mobile number, and click on submit. It gets that name. Understood? I hope everyone got a clarity on that. That is the reason you need to be strong in understanding the DOM hierarchies. That is why we call virtual DOM. React works with the DOM. Several people may feel like, so these all are HTML and all these are all HTML only. Without knowing HTML and DOM hierarchies, you can't touch React because React is completely dealing with virtual DOM. That is the primary point we discuss about React, that it handles virtual DOM. And you don't know the DOM hierarchies, then it's like joke, right? You are talking something React like technologies and you don't know DOM hierarchy, DOM manipulations, right? That's like silly thing, right? So that's the reason you need to be very strong in understanding this. So because if you know the DOM hierarchy, how it handles, how it presents, that is the way how we access it, So now you can collect this by using this technique. This is the hierarchy how we can access. Of course, you can put a state, you can collect the details and display the details. So currently we are configuring in this way. So that means I can access the details. Like I can put an alert. So in the alert, so name is equal to, so what's the name? That is e dot target. So target. Here so many problems will come, I will tell you. I hope you might have learned already in JavaScript jQuery. So 0 dot value. We are accessing this. And in the next line, so mobile is equal to. So we are configuring. So here we are defining e dot target of one dot value. We are accessing the name and mobile number. And displaying that. Now, this is the general hierarchy of the elements. So you are entering name and you are entering the mobile number. So, and click on submit. It should get the details and display. You can collect and you can store in a state. You can configure that and you can define. So now this is on submit. You are handling the details. Now the key point is, what is the problem in this? It looks good, but it is not correct in real world development. That is why you will learn about form handling in the later stage that makes simplified. Why it is not correct? Why it is not good? Can you tell me? Why it is not great to refer the elements in this way? So we use other techniques in React to interact and handle the elements. Why this is not the right way? I hope you might have learned in already JavaScript how JavaScript refers various DOM elements. What is problem in this? The problem in this is we are accessing by using index number. When you are accessing by using index number, later if any control extra added or removed, then this index number need to be changed every time. Am I right? All right, good. That means adding elements into the design, removing elements, adding elements into the form, it will affect the index number. That is the reason we don't prefer using these index numbers. We can prefer using generally the reference of names. We can use references of the elements that you will learn in React forms, how to create a reference for the form element. So we call it as ref. We create a reference. I will show you. So in forms, we will discuss about, we can create a reference and through that reference, we can access the values. You cannot access by index number because it is always risky. You can do one thing. Suppose why risky? Because when one more element I added in between, the index number will change. So you cannot depend on these index numbers. But this is one approach. And this is how generally we collect the data from form submit. That means the values are collected. Of course, you can use iterators. For example, I will show you an example. This is an example, app.js here. This is an example. And in this example, so I copied this submit related option. Okay. This is an example that we just created now. Suppose we can do one thing. If we want to access all the elements, I can simply create an iterator here. Because these are all properties defined here. So for var, so item of, so I'll say value of e dot target. It contains properties, and now we are using values. We are accessing the values. So that means for every value we are accessing, document.write, I am printing the value. I will just put a break. The value for every property configured inside this. That means when I click on submit button, it should get the values. The objects are referred here. So the value related. So value we have to access and display. And in that case, you see here, David and number we have entered and submit. It will get the David and number. That means we can use the logic of how do we configure and how we can access the elements. Through a simple iterator, we can do that. That means actually we are accessing, I can simply put element for your understanding sake. And this is every element inside the form is accessed and its value is accessed. So that means you are using an off operator to access all the values of the elements and display them and access and display them. And that's what we are doing here. That means we are configuring. You can see I entered some name. And I entered some mobile number and I clicked on submit. Those details are collected and displayed. So we are configuring and handling the submit event. So, and this is accessing the values. So this is accessing all the values. If you want to access any specific value, specific element related value, then you have to have a reference name for that. You can use index number. Suppose you want to access only name, only mobile number, you can use index number, but that is not great. So because later when we modify the UI, it will affect the logic. So you need to change the index every time. To prevent that, so we can use forms concept. We can use forms concept and we can see how do we deal with the forms. So initially, this is an example. So this is an example for reading all element values, all element values, all element values, how we can read. That's how we need to define. That is reading all the element values, reading all the element values, defining and reading all the element values, right? This is the basic approach of how we can handle the form submit. But when you learn about forms concept, you will learn some more techniques, so which makes easy for referring the forms. But this is how we are handling by using virtual DOM. By using virtual DOM, we are accessing and configuring this. And these are the basic events, how we can manage event handling. How do we define events and event handling in React? You need to know about all these events. And one important is the submit event. Now, one more advanced, which is very much required, especially for latest generation of interactions, is you need to understand about touch events, especially when you are designing a React application for mobile-based environment, or so like tabs, or like laptops with touch screens. So you need to design. So touch events. So the touch events, generally most commonly used touch events. I will show one small example. We need a separate touch library because touch event cannot work on every environment. They can work only on the environment that supports touch. That means the device that supports touch, or a pointer pen like a digital pen can be used, or your touch screens are supported. For such environments, these touch events are very much used from React side. And actually, so touch events, so commonly we have like on touch start, we have like on touch move. So we have like on touch end. All such things we can use. So some touch events related. So we need a special library for this touch. The latest versions directly support these touch events. Early versions don't support all these touch events. Some browsers also will not support the touch events. So we need to import a special library for handling these touch events so that we can design a interface where it supports touch. That means with the touch, user can slide the images, he can zoom the images, we can identify the touch positions, we can configure that and use it, like swiping the images, so like swiping the screen up or down. All such things can be managed, and these are very advanced. Now we will see how we can use these touch events. But actually touch event related properties, majority they are like mouse related properties, like client X, client Y, but some more additional properties will be there. By using that, we will see how to design a simple application. That means a small, these touch event related example I will show you. How do we design and how do we work with them? That we will see in our next session. So we learned about various event handling techniques, how to handle events in React. So binding the mouse events, binding the key events, and several miscellaneous events, how to manage them. Now, today we will see one more. This is a little bit advanced for mobile-based applications. When you are developing, when you are using React, and you are targeting your application towards smart devices that support touch. So even a laptop that supports touch, not only just mouse. You need to design several interactions that respond to the touch events. Like user can touch, you can swipe down, swipe left, swipe right. We can handle several interactions with the touch. And these touch events are actually new for JavaScript. And we can use these touch events in our React application environment to make it more mobile friendly. So not only mobile friendly, smart device friendly. Any even laptops that support touch, you have touch screens, and you can use this. Basically, how it works, one simple point I'll tell you. And touch events actually comprises of 3 important points to handle. It's usually we have 3 important events. These several other events also I will tell you. We will discuss about a simple example on Redux. So Redux and React native applications. So then we can make mobile friendly, more mobile friendly. Our React application can be more mobile friendly. We are going to discuss about them. So how these events are handled, how these events are configured. So intention is very simple. So touch events, that means specifies interactions with the devices that support touch. So that is very important. Interaction with devices that support touch, right? So user can touch, swipe using a touch, swipe using a pointing devices. Pointing devices means like digital pens and all. Pointing devices, or even mouse. Even mouse also can work with that. So usually the basic touch events regularly used, we have touch start, touch move, touch end. These are the three combinations actually. Touch start indicates that you started swiping or you started touching the screen. Move, it identifies which direction you are swiping, so which direction we are touching, right? That means it indicates the direction, axis, x-axis, y-axis, and it finished. That means touch starts. So when user starts when user starts touch swiping, swipe, and touch move. So while swiping on screen, that is actually touch, yeah. And touch end when user ends swipe. This is the basic approach actually we manage for touch events. So how we can design, how we can use these events, configure these events. One simple example we will see. One simple example. So samples we will discuss here, how to handle them and all, right? One first basic example to understand whether swipe started or not. We will verify that. Because when user is, suppose you are showing a picture gallery. In the picture gallery, user can swipe left, swipe right to get the previous image, next image. Such interactions we can manage. Earlier we used next button, previous buttons. Now swiping is enough for touch screens actually. To understand whether the swipe started or not, we need some configurations. Let's check that. Let's create one simple example for this. I'm creating a class as a touch event. Touch event. Okay. And this is extending the React component. Yeah. Now let it render some image. So, and return some presentation. It returns some presentation. So let's keep a container for that. And just I'm giving here an image. So source is equal to some shoe.jpg. So width is equal to some 300. Height is also 300. Width and height as 300, suppose 200. Okay. And below this, we will just put a paragraph. So image swiped, this option should display. Let's keep these two here in a div container. Okay. So swipe it true or false. We need to keep that message and just right. Right. This is just option. Okay. Now this is general presentation. Let's keep this in our touch event. Here I'm adding touch event. Configure the touch event here. Fine. The touch event is defined and we have an image here. Now important is when user swipes the image, I want the image to image or page to move a little bit left direction, right direction. So you can create a slideshow. Like for that we need complex options. I will tell you. First we will achieve this. User must able to swipe the image. If you are using a touch screen, on the touch screen you can swipe that, right? So or you can use the mouse button dragging for using this. But you can better test it on touch screens so that you can, right? Actually, for that we will write three events here. We will configure three functions here. So first we will put a constructor. So properties, okay, and in this we will keep a state. Yep. Sorry, just lost connection for a while. Am I audible? Is it clear to everyone? Am I audible? Is it clear to everyone? Yes. Okay. 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 Let's continue. Right. Right. Fine. So yeah, I just created one state here. So here in the touch, so just we are creating a state, swiped or not. And let's create one property here. So this dot swipe is a property and it is an object. Swipe object is empty. Another we will initialize as x. So x position that is by default I given as some 50. These are two other properties we configured. Other properties we configured for in the constructor initializer. So the state is having swipe and we have swipe and x position. Swipe is an object and x position is a number. Now what we need to do here is we need to access all the touch event related attributes and handle them. Touch event related attributes. First point is how do we write touch events? How do we configure touch events? So we will write 4 functions. So touch 3 functions. Touch first one is touch start. Okay, touch start. We will use an event argument. Okay, another one is so touch move. So this is using event argument. Okay, touch end. 3 stages will be there for touch. So touch end. So we have touch start, touch end, and touch move. Okay. These events need to be registered. So obviously you know that. So we need to bind them. So let's bind them. So this dot touch start is equal to this dot touch start dot bind with this. Okay. Another one, this dot touch end. So touch end and touch end. So this dot touch end and bind this. Okay. All the events we are binding. This dot touch move and is equal to this dot touch move bind this. All we are configuring here. So these are all the touch events. Configuring the touch events. Now this touch start, touch move, touch end should fire up when user is swiping this image, when user touches the image. Then here we are defining on the div. So we are defining the events. Like what are the events? We have on touch start. So this need to bind with this dot touch start. And we need another event. So that is on touch move. And this should bind with this dot touch move. Okay. And we need one more on touch end. Remember, these are new JavaScript events related to touch, especially used in mobile development. We have so touch end. So we are defining this. So this is the option we have configured. Now, very important is in this approach actually. So all these touch events, so have an event argument. That event argument give properties for the touch. Let's see touch related properties, how we can access. First, we will create one simple logic here for so where property in E. That means we are accessing all the properties of that object, and we are printing document.write property. A document.write. So we are printing that property. So this is printing the properties. So we are printing the property. So document write or console log, we are getting the properties. On touch start. So we are trying that properties and configuring. And we need to use this touch event. So we need to use touch event here. Yeah. And let's run this and see. We are just running this here. And usually when you are configuring the touch, so when I touch it, you observe here, actually, this is the page. On my, I'm using my notebook here, and I have a touch here, and I'm touching on the image. I'm not using a mouse pointer. You see my mouse pointer is somewhere on the screen, somewhere else. And I am touching that image. Anywhere on the image you touch, and these events will fire up. You can see these events will fire up. I'm using a touch here. You can try if you have a touch screen on yours, so you can see that. And you can see here in these events will fire up when I touch that image. That means image is touched. And observe here, the touch event additionally have a collection called touches, target touches, change touches. These are the collections. Change touches, touches and target touches. these are mostly used. These are mostly used for handling. These are mostly used for handling various touch related interactions. See, touches is a collection. So suppose I want to know what is this touches collection. That means touch events comprises of these three important options. Others are already present in all events. So touch related properties of these three are important properties. That means one simple point I will give you. So every touch event so comprises of three major properties. So major properties related to touch. So those properties, these are those properties. Let me give these properties copy. Let me copy those properties and put them here. These are the properties. That means we have touches, we have target touches and changes. These are the important properties. So these are the properties. So these properties are actually configured through the touch event. And what touches object touches is a collection, what it gets. So what this touches will get. So what this target touches will get, change touches will get. So this you can access by using so the object related diff. So what I will do now, I will simply use, I want to access the values of the touches. That means here I will write simply e dot. We have touches. So touches is nothing but so it is a collection. I want to access all the values and properties of that collection. I will do one thing. I am printing the property name and I will print the value also, property and value. That means it's a collection. Actually it is a collection. So I'm using, so here the property name. That means we are printing the property, and here we are using the value. That means so here we need to configure again a binding expression. E dot touches of property. This is a technique to access both properties and values. So that means when I touch that image, you can see it gets the properties. At zero, it is having object touch. So that means at 0, it is having object touch. So for example, I will keep a line break to keep all these properties separated. All the properties separated. You can see now when I touch this, you see my mouse pointer will not work now. Observe carefully. The mouse pointer is not working. So because you designed for touch, now this will work only on touch. Mouse touch, both combination you have to write if you want both interactions to happen. Currently, when I'm trying to select or click on this, it's not working. But I touch with my hand, then it is working. And you can see at 0, so there is an object. At 1, it is having a length, and at 2, it is having an item, so which is a function. That means this object again contains so different values. So we have touch, we have length, we have item, and at 0 there is another object. Called touch. That means now if I write here, so touches of 0, because it is an object there, and you refresh here. So when I touch this, it will get all the details. You can see identifier, target, all the values are currently undefined, but see the properties: screen X, screen Y, client X, client Y, page X, radius, rotation angle, force. These are the properties for the touch event object. So you need to handle this. So you need to get these properties. Where they touched, we can identify. Where they touched, they can identify. So how you can identify where they touched? So by using client X, client Y positions, we can identify where they touched. But client X, client Y are present in this object. To show you the hierarchy where client X and client Y is present in touch events, I have given you all these points. So that means actually to identify where they touched, to identify the position where they touched. So what we can do here is usually we can write here the option like this now: document.write, e dot touches, right? You can configure like e dot touches of 0 dot. We have option client X. That means X position where they touched. We are getting the X position where they touched by using this hierarchy, because touch events will identify where you touched by using this client X. Just like mouse, how you can handle. When I touched anywhere, it gets that X-axis position. So it gets the X-axis position where I touched. That X-axis position will come. You can get the Y-axis position. That means so document.write. So I will put a BR line break and e dot touches of 0 dot client Y. We are getting the Y-axis position. Where they touched, we are accessing the Y-axis position. So initially, so here you can see when we run this. So mouse is not responding now. So when I click on that particular image, then it will get the X and Y axis position. That means you touched at 165 and 130. Suppose I touched somewhere here and it says 276 and 196. Based on that, we can handle. So we can handle the conditions, we can access the values, we can configure the values. That means where they touched, so we can get that information and display that information. For example, so this requires the position. We are accessing the position where they touched on the screen. Suppose you see, I will give two options here. Let's design in this way. I will do one thing just for our understanding sake. Let's do one thing. Means a small program like here we will define. This image is there. So, okay, that's height width. I will adjust to some 200 width and 200 height. Okay. And I will keep another image source. So, and let's keep this as some shoe one JPG. Okay. Some width is equal to 200 again, and the height is equal to 200. So that means this is the 200. Okay. Now let's run this and see. So we are configuring. So two images are defined here. Okay, fine. Now we will do one thing. So in this area, you touched here. So you see first Nike and Lee Cooper, two are there. X-axis for Nike is starting with 24. Nike is starting with 24. Okay, fine. Let's go. And Nike ending with 203. So I touched the starting and ending point. So 24 to 203. I'll just keep this point. That means Nike is 24 to 203. Its X position. Okay. And Lee boot, its position is 230. So Lee is at 230. And 2, I will touch the end position. End position is this 401. So 401. Okay. That means now you have two images. These are the position of those images. Now I need to tell which shoe they touched. So either it is Nike or Lee Cooper, which one they touched on touch screen, which one they selected. So when they touched, you can open that in a separate window, or you can open. We will get the details. First, get the details of that. Currently here, I don't need other events because we are just learning touch start. I will show you touch, move, touch, and also how to use them. Currently, we are not using these events, touch, move, and end. Currently, we are just concentrating on only one, touch start. So that means touch, move, and touch end not required, touch start initially. In another example, we will put all of them and see. Because first we need to understand what events it is having. Okay. Now I will not write any events like touch, move, and touch end. Only we are configuring touch start. Only we are configuring touch start. And you can see that is the touch option working. Okay. Now see what we will do now is we will put here in the state. We will do one thing. We will just keep a variable here, state object, as the X position. I will create a state object X position. X position is initially empty. When user touches, I need to get the X position. So that is X position. And I need to get the Y position. So Y position not required because currently I am concentrating only on left to right. Okay, right. X position is empty. Okay, fine. Now let's go into the design. Let's go into the design. And here we need to configure. Right. So if user touches this, I want to display some message. Let's put a heading. And here, so you touched. You touched which one? We will put that message there. That means X position we are identifying, and X position where you touch. That means the name. We will get that name and display. So we can use position, and we can get the name. So how we can get the name and the display there? So here I will use a property name, because position we will collect inside the touch. So what I will do is here shoe name. So it is empty. Shoe name is empty. Okay, and that shoe name I will define here. We will configure that this dot state dot shoe name. Okay, that is the property. Fine. Now when user touches this on touch start, we are writing a condition. Condition is so if e dot touches of 0 dot client X is greater than 24 and e dot touches of 0 so dot client X is less than greater than or equal to 24, less than or equal to 203. Yeah, 203. Then if the condition is satisfied, that means they touched Nike, because this is the position of Nike on X-axis. That means now here we will simply put here this dot set state, and here say shoe name is Nike casuals. Okay, that's fine. Now similarly, so we are configuring another condition. So that means we are defining another condition. So in this, we are defining another condition, or you can give else, but use a simple condition because we don't want else to happen, because user can directly touch on any object. It's not like he will touch first one and come to the second one. That's the reason if I use else, then problem is first it will check every time first one. After that it comes to the second. That will be risky. So that will be risky. You can use a switch case also. You can use a switch case also. So but here, so the second is condition is defined. 230 to 401. 230 to 401, we need to handle it. Yes. 230 to 401. 230 greater than 230 and less than 401. Less than 401. Then the shoe name will be suppose Lee Cooper boots. So that is the option here. This is the condition on touch we have selected, we have defined. That means now you can see here, I touched on Lee boot. That means it says you touched Lee Cooper boot. I touched on Nike casuals. It says I touched Nike casuals. I'm touching on that. I'm using my touch screen and I'm touching on that image and it is accessing that and it is displaying. So this is touch events, and these are very much important, especially when you are dealing with mobile environment and you are using React for mobile. So because remember, majority 100 to 100%, majority of the situations you will not find in any React tutorials anybody talking about touch and dealing with touch until or unless they show you some mobile development. So we are just understanding all this little bit complex, but good to know, because this is what we need for the modern applications. We need to understand how to design applications. So for handling on smart devices. So this is a little bit complex. So you will not find much tutorials, anything related to touch related options regularly. In a React based environment, nobody will touch this topic. Nobody will deal you with the touch based events regularly. So if he does, that's very good. So because this is what modern application needs. So we need to understand how do we manage them. That's how we need to manage our web applications. So in the modern environment, right? So that's the reason. So basic things, if you can understand, then it's good and easy. So this is one small example I showed you to understand how the touch happens, how the touch handles. Based on that, you can do a lot of interactions. What I can do is with the touch, I can make it drag to left, drag to right. I can swipe it. So that means if you get the positions, you can drag it to that location and release that to that particular location. That means, for example, so I touched it and I can even drag it. I'm touching that and I'm dragging it. You can handle such drag interactions also. But to deal with such drag interactions, similarly, you have to write the logic here. Similarly, you need to configure the logic. So this is one basic level example. So how we can manage the touch event, how you can configure the touch events. So it depends. Remember. So this requires a lot of attributes to work with. I just given a glance of how you manage one simple example with that. And you can do the same with mouse also. That means you want both, because you want that to happen on mouse and the happen on touch. Then for mouse also, you have to write events. So for mouse, you have to say mouse click, on click, where they clicked, identify that and get that position. On click, you can access this event argument. But a touch event argument is different. Its objects are different and click related options are different. In click, how you can access, generally in click, how we can access, in click, we have to use e.target dot client x. It will get on click. If you want to get the x-axis position, y-axis position, so you can configure this. You can define this. So that is depending on how you want to specify, right? But I'm just showing you initially how to manage the touch, right? Hope everyone is clear in understanding that. And you can practice this, only on the touch screens. If you have, you can manage that, okay? One example, I will copy that. And this is an example for this. Example for touch. So touch event. So this is an example for the touch event. Yeah, I will copy and paste that here. So this is the program to handle the touch event, to identify where they have touched and to get its name and to display the name, right? Now I will show you one more small example, how we can manage. That means once I show you the approach, how we do the animation. So based on that, you can try several things. That means you can change the positions. So we can keep the position of the image at different locations. We will see one simple point. I will show you here one more option, how we can handle. For example, just here, that means we need to use various interactions, touch start, touch end. We need to manage all the states. We need to configure different states, right? Let's see. I'm creating another simple example. So to show you how it is managed. Remember, you can use all the transitions. You can use all the transitions and configure the transitions, right? So I will go, transitions means CSS effects and all. Okay, let's remove this and keep it empty so that I can show you another example, right? So let's keep everything empty. So we just have a constructor and render, and all this I deleted there. Okay. Now that is the touch event that is empty we are having. I will just keep a simple object here. That means we will see a simple touch related interaction, how we can manage that, right? So initially, so what we will do is, so in the container, let's keep the div, right? and we will use a div, and in that I will just keep small image there. So one small image I will define here. So let's keep an image there. So let's search for certain images here. So like Google. So suppose a ball icon. So ball icons, small ball icons. Okay, fine. Let's take a simple ball icon here. Football or anything, right? So let's capture this small icon and display there. That means I'm just using this small icon there. Fine. So let's copy that there. Save image. In our application, I will say HTML app with React. Okay, so here we have ball. It's a PNG file, right? Okay, let's have this image there. Fine. Now let's go here and we keep that image here. So img src, and that is so ball.png. So and so ball.png, is it saved in the same location? I hope this is saved somewhere. So I need to save in the public folder, right? Yeah. Fine. Okay. Right. And you can see this is the image we have. Fine. And let me remove this heading, event handling. Okay. And let's keep this height and width. So height is equal to some 30. So width is also 30. Height and width configured for that. Okay. So 50. Okay. A small ball image is present here, right? That's the image we have designed. Now I want this ball image to move with my touch. I need to move with my touch. So that means, so where I have touched. So first point, if you remembered, so we learned about moving the image along with the mouse pointer. One example I given you already on mouse move, right? So here what we are doing is, so basically, so one small point here, step by step we can manage that. One simple example here is we need to write touch start for this, get the position at touch start. So here we are defining, so this dot state. So and state, we are defining an object, and here we are configuring. So a simple option like one is a style object. It is an object. We have an object in the state. We have a style object. So I'm giving here, so position. So I'm configuring here as a position. So it is having the property position. So position is the property, and default position is the position we are having, like absolute. Position can be absolute, position can be relative, position can be fixed, position can be static. So different positions are there. Okay, position is absolute, and we have so the option top is empty. So and left is also empty. Top and left is also empty. This is the position here. Now we need to configure this position. So for the object, configure this position for the object. Configuring the position for the object dynamically according to the touch. When user touch, that means I will say touch start. I need to get the position where they touched. So and I need to use that position for that style object. That means when they touched it. So we have to use this dot set state. Set state object is using a style object. This style object should get the position, and it will be absolute position, and it will be left. It will get e dot touches of 0 dot client x, that is the x position, and plus px, that is pixels. That means how many pixels we need to get that. One more property is the top position. E dot touches, just like mouse event we have learned. If you remember, I'm using client y. So client y, I'm using client y, and plus pixels. So how many pixels? That means left position, top position. The style object will be updated. Now this style object need to be applied for this image. The style object need to be applied for that image. So we need to apply to that particular image. That means image is using that style object position. So that means what we will do here, we will configure this. So style, we will configure that style is this dot state dot style object. It will get the value from the style object. So it is updating that, and it is getting that. And this event should fire up, touch start should fire up when user touches on the div. That means on touch start is equal to is equal to, so on touch start uses this dot, so touch start, this dot touch start. And we need to bind this. So we need to bind this here. So in the constructor, we are binding that in the constructor. This dot touch start is equal to this dot touch start dot bind. Here, some more points are there. Some more points are there. Some more issues will be there. I will tell you, this is nothing but same like mouse option. What we have done is when user touches anywhere on site in the div, anywhere touches inside this div. So this is the div we are configuring. And important is this div need to configure with certain height and width. Otherwise, so x-axis, y-axis positions will not be correctly captured. I will show you. So initially, this is the ball. So that means we are configuring that and defining it. And the touch start, so on touch start, so it needs to fire up. So that means that is the event needs to be configured. Event need to be configured here. That means, so how we need to manage the event. Touch start is the event defined there. So here you see some problem in this. Let's check that here in the console. Yeah, a style object is a property. Yeah, this is style object. So it is an object, right? Object is defined with a colon, right? That's the point, right? So inside the object, we have a style object, that is object with the properties file. The key point here is, so when I touch at any position, that ball should come to that position. You can see that when I touch that position, the ball is coming to that position and moving it. That means this ball is moving with my touch. With my touch, I'm able to move, right? With my touch, I'm able to move this. It gets the position, X, Y position, and it moves that to that location. When I refresh here, you can see the ball is here. And I'm touching and I'm dragging. You can see I'm dragging with my touch. I can drag with my touch and we can place that. So that means with the touch, we are moving that. And remember, actually the position captured here. So when you inspect here, you can see in the sources, you can see in the components. So the touch event related, you can see style object, the positions. Remember, it is using this X position, Y position, and the position is absolute. Position can be absolute, so position can be defined as fixed. Position can be defined as fixed because we need to pull that image out of that location. Position can be fixed, or position can be absolute, depending on which position you are giving. So that means you can see now, you can see when I am moving, it will move along the position and it will display. Now the position will be changing, the X position, Y position locations will be changing. When we are moving that with the screen, with the touch, we can move that object anywhere. We can configure that. So this is how we manage the touch events. With the mouse, I'm trying to drag, it's not working. The mouse events will not work. So this is touch, how we can move that with the touch. So just we need to get the position and configure that and define that position. So we are applying that style object and getting the new position and defining it. This is generally how we manage the touch events in various situations. That means you can write touch for a button click. You can write touch for a button click. You can write touch for a radio. You can write for an image. So you can handle a lot of interactions with this. So this is a simple example of how the touch event works. Now in this another example, this is another example app.js. Just I kept a small ball and we are changing it with the touch. Now we can add a lot of animations also. We can make it move smoothly. So with Redux, and some more, so we can make it move smoothly. We can make it move with specific timing animations. We can add so many things. That requires CSS transitions to define. In various other occasions, one example also, I will show you how do we manage that. But here you have seen just how to use touch start. So how do we use touch end? How we can use touch start, touch end? How do we manage the other touch related events? So related properties. That one more example we have to check, right? That example I will give you in the next session, right? Tomorrow we will discuss about one more point, how to handle the swiping and touching combinations and work with them. Okay, now you try this, and this you have to try only on your touch devices, right? So next session we will discuss about how do we handle swipe like events in React and manage them with the React. Okay, right. Problem in the background sounds, right? Am I audible clearly to you? Is it clear? Am I audible clearly? Right, no issue now. Right. Yeah. Okay. In the last session we discussed about how do we handle the basic touch events. So generally while working with the mobile application environment, how do we deal with the touch events and work with the touch events? So we discussed about managing touch events. So what do you say? Have you practiced that? Practiced the touch events, sir? Have you tried the touch events? Were you able to achieve that? Is there any issue in using those touch events? Have you tried working with the touch events? Everyone, I hope you are clear with understanding these touch events, huh? Right. You practiced it. Is it working for you? Touch events are working for you? Good. If it is working for you and you've done that, that's very good, right? So I will give some sample exercises, just like how we can create an image slider. Some samples I will give you in the later stage. So after understanding few more points, we will learn about working with some examples using the touch, which we regularly use. Suppose we need to create, a simple slideshow, and the user can swipe the images just like photo gallery, just like photo gallery. That means you have a photo gallery, and you can open the photo gallery, and you can swipe the images, and you can see. You can swipe left, you can swipe right. For that, actually, we need to understand whether the swipe happened or not. So that means swipe directions, touch directions, we need to understand this. So it is all about building the UI for such applications. We need to know all these type of events actually. So let's see one simple option, how we can manage them, what we need for them actually. That means to create such swiping related interactions, like swiping of images in a picture gallery and managing them. So one simple example I will give you. First, what events you need to understand, we will see. So yesterday's example was related to touch. So what we can do in yesterday example is we can simply scroll. Yeah, you have some ball, and by using the touch event, I can drag it and I can move it to any specific location. So by using the touch event, I can manage that. So that is the touch we can handle. So touch comprises of a lot of events actually. So we have the options as I given in the beginning itself. We have a touch start, we have a touch move, and we have a touch end. So the previous example, so the example here we used, it was on touch start. On touch start, we are handling this functionality. Suppose I changed this not on touch start. So say on touch move. On touch move, that method should fire up. I'm changing the event. Functionality will be same. On touch move, I am handling that. That means here, so when the touch is defined, so when you are moving, you can see it will move along with it. That means you can move. With my touch, I am moving. With my touch, it's not with pointer. With pointer, it is not moving. With the touch move, I can move that object anywhere on the screen and we can display that. That is touch move actually. That means we can handle the interaction on move, touch move, and a touch start and a touch end. This is moving. So that means the object is moving. So along with my touch screen. So you can design the components and you can drag and drop the components wherever you want by using these kind of interactions actually. So that is a very common approach generally we follow. So for example, we are designing a simple container or some option like suppose. So we are designing a simple container here. So let's keep a div here. So a div, and in the div, I'm defining the class name as card. And here I just created another div and the class name. So class name is card header. And here I given the heading. So a heading, just I defined the heading as ads. And here I just defined some card class name as card body. So we are defining a card body. And in that we have just an image. So the source is from, so that is some shoe.jpg, and width is equal to some 100 and height is equal to 100. We are configuring the image like this. Now just I defined here, so ads and say mic. Okay. And I want this card to be moved, touch. So I want this card to be moved on the screen. I want to achieve like move. Usually what we can do is the same approach how we have done for that. So this is the card designed and you have a card here. And let's keep the card with a certain height, width and options defined for it. So for example, so wherever the class card is there, I will keep a style here. So style and card. So say width is some 200 pixels and height also some 200 pixels. So that is just the height and width of the card here. So suppose that is 100 and 100 pixels. very small. That will be image also suitable, right? So the image height and width I will define into 50-50 height width. That's configured that there, and this is here. Okay, fine. So let's keep the height as 200 width and height. Okay, fine. That's the card. Now suppose this is an advertisement. This is an advertisement, and I want the user to drag and drop the advertisement wherever he wants. That means the drag drop mechanism, it should work there. So I need to allow to drag and drop at any location. Then the same approach we need to follow that we have done. So for this ball, that means we need to configure. So we need to configure the event, and the event, so we need to define, and it should move along. So it uses the same style object, and it will configure the style object. That means this is the style object. The position is fixed. Top left options are defined. I'm adding one more. So one more add of ads. For ads, I will give the style same. So I will give the style as position as same fixed. And for ads also, I give the top same. For add also, I will give the top left same. So this is the ads, and we need to apply this ads effect. We need to apply the ads effect on this here. That means we need to apply to this style. We need to define the style coming from this dot state dot so ads. So it will get the style from that particular object, and we need to handle. So this we need to handle. So with the move, so it should move along with that. That means we need to configure a event here. We need to configure the event. So that means we need to define. So move add. So move add is the method. So which will fire up, and it will update the position. So it will update the position. So this dot set state, it will update the position for add. For ads, it will update the position, and it will keep the position as a fixed. It will keep the position as fixed. It will keep the left position. So e dot, so touches of 0 dot client x plus pixels, and it will get the top position. So that is e dot touches of 0 dot client x dot pixels. So plus pixels. So we need to get that position, and this need to fire up. Move add should fire up. This need to fire up, and this move add need to fire up when user clicks on. So when user moves this, then here we will use on touch move. So it needs to access. So this dot, so move add, it needs to handle this. So this is the basic approach we need to follow. And this allows you to drag and drop and configure and define anywhere. So let's see some position problems. Ads position is fixed. Same, the position we are using here. State ads. Is there any problem in the position we defined? Let's check that. So let's inspect. In the console, we have problems. This is not recognized, right? We need to go to the properties, and we need to define this also. This dot move add is equal to this dot move add dot bind. We need to bind to this. We are not binding it, right? We will bind to that. So, and we can define. Now it is fine, right? Now you can move the add, and you can keep it anywhere. That means through the touch, we can move the add, and we can keep it anywhere. It allows to handle the positions and configure. So this is moving the objects, and we are configuring the objects where we want on the screen. So this is drag and drop mechanism that you can achieve with your React. Drag and drop you can achieve with the React by using so these touch events. So touch have 3 important options to understand. That is when you hold down, that means the touch starts. When you are moving, that is touch move. When you left, that means touch ends. 3 events you need to manage here. So one is here you need to define on touch start. We need to configure on touch start. On touch start means when so actually it fires up. So when user starts the touch. So when user starts the touch, and on touch move, that means it fires up while dragging on touch. So that is dragging on touch. When you are dragging on touch, it will get that right. Another option is on touch end. On touch end means it fires up. So fires up. So when touch stopped, it fires up when touch stopped. That means you remove the touch. So that means you remove your finger from the touch, then automatically touch ends. These three situations need to be handled correctly, because if you can handle this correctly, so we can also understand, so swiping. Generally, how do we know that swipe happened or not? That means when user swipes from left to right, that means here the important point is how to handle swipe on applications, how to handle swipe on applications. So usually to handle swipe on application, so technically swipe comprises swipe uses. So the three events, the three touch events, it uses the three touch events, that is a touch start and the touch end, and touch move to identify, uses these three events, touch move. So it uses these three events. And when you are handling that, through the touch option, so we can actually access, that means touch have event arguments. In the touch event arguments, what you can do is, so we can handle a property called, you can access the touch property called, you can use the touch property called on-swiped. On-swiped is a touch property. If on-swiped, and we have on-swiping, touch property on-swiped, and on-swiping. These two are the properties which will let you know whether the swipe happened or not. That means it is moved or not. It will identify that and it will display. Now, these three combinations you have to use, and you need to design one example. Just like in mobiles and photo galleries, we see swiping of images. That means you use a photo gallery, you can swipe the images on touch screens. But generally, you cannot simply achieve them with only React-based logic. You have to use a lot of CSS also. That means transitions. You need to write transitions, because when you are swiping, you can observe that suppose we have some images. So we are opening this folder, images we are having this, we will open this folder in the file explorer, and I'm opening this image, I'm opening that image there, and it opens in a slide viewer. In slide viewer, you have two options to handle. One, you have the next button and the previous button. Actually, with the mouse, when I click, it will get the next image. I click, it will get the next image. The next images will be displayed. So I can use a swipe. By using the swipe, I can swipe the previous and next. I can swipe right and I can swipe left. This type of interface you need to design with your React, and that you can do by managing all these touch events. For that, we need to understand, but remember, a lot of CSS is also required. You cannot simply achieve direct, because generally when we are swiping this right side, you can see that the object should move from left to right, and when it reaches the right end, then it should disappear and the next image will come. That means the visual on the screen, you need to keep in such a way that the content after swiping is hidden. That means it's gone, it's no longer available on the screen, and another content comes onto that. So that means it is not just only the work of React. That is the reason in real world applications, if anybody asked you, so anybody say that I have 10 years experience in React, then just ask him to design this example and show. That tells his abilities of what he knows about React. That means React is not like you learned how properties are binded, so how the button clicks are handled, how to present a simple content. These kind of interactions need to be managed by a developer in the real world environment. Otherwise, no use. So now for this, you cannot simply say that I just know React and with React I will do. You can't manage. You have to have a combination of React, CSS, transitions, animations. So these all are required. I will show you. So some examples we will design, like these examples we will create, and we will see that. And for that, we need to learn some more concept. So already several events we discussed, how to manage and how do we work with that. Now to design such examples, we have to learn some more points. I will tell you about React Native and other options where you can simplify this. Without that also we can design. In another session, we will discuss about how to manage these kind of functionalities, how we can create an example for swiping and all. Now, first, these three events are important to understand the swipe. Let's write a program and see to check whether swipe detected or not, swipe is working or not. Let's see one simple example. Let's create one example. So I will copy this example also, right? And I will paste. Let's create one example to understand the swipe functionality, right? One swipe functionality. Let's see. So for that, so we need to handle all the three mechanisms. So I will clean this all. Let me delete that. all the options are defined here, just remove them, right? Okay, we have an empty class. Okay, we have an empty class, some touch event class is present. Now let's create a simple container here. So let's return a simple presentation here. So render and return a simple presentation. So let's create a simple presentation and define it here. I'm just using a div. Okay, and the div can have certain attributes, height, width, so some options. Suppose I will give the div class, so generally class as some button. So button here we are defining swipe button, something like this, a swipe button, something like this. I just given a simple one, and let's define this text here is so as a swipe right, so to unlock, swipe right to unlock just an option. This is not yet complete. This is having a lot of things to handle also, right? Initially, this is the basic design here. So swipe right to unlock. Okay, so and here we say heading. I will keep the heading as swipe demo. So let's keep the swipe demo. Okay, and in the index, I will keep swipe. That is the name we given there, swipe button. Okay, so swipe button. So the swipe button will have some so width as suppose some 400 or 500 pixels, and height is equal to some 30 pixels. So okay, and font weight is equal to bold. Okay, so background color so is equal to some green. So green. Okay, and color is equal to white. So just an appearance we have configured here. We defined a symbol. Later we will design the complete example. So that is the swipe option here, padding as 10 pixel. So this is just a simple option defined there. In that case, I will not configure this. Yeah, this is just option defined there. Yeah, in the container. Now this is just a design, and this is just the button we have having. So button height, so we will remove because it will adjust according to the content. That will be better. Okay. Now when I swipe on that area, I need to detect whether swipe finished or not. So I need to detect swipe finished or not. Later, we will create like unlock button of your mobiles. So on your iPhones and all, you will see an unlock button. Swipe right to unlock. So swipe and unlock happened. We have to detect whether swipe happened or not to design such buttons actually. If you are creating for a mobile emulators, so you need to know that it is having that or not. So then how do you detect the swipe options here? How we can manage the swipe option here? So that means for that we need three important events to configure. For that button. So then let's do one thing. You can use a button also, just I given a div control here. So let's create a constructor. So let's configure the constructor props and super. So props. So props. Yep. And we are defining. So this dot state. And in that state, we will create an object. So with a simple word swiped as false. We are just giving swiped as false. That's the option we have defined. And now we need three events to understand the swipe. You need actually three events. So three events are nothing but generally. So swipe started or not, swipe ended or not, right? So what are the three events? We will write the events like touch start. One is one function, touch start. Okay. Another function, so touch move. So okay, another function like touch end. So these are the three functions to fire up. So and these three functions will fire up when you are swiping here. That means here we have on touch start. So then this dot touch start. So that should fire up. And next, so on touch move. So it should use this dot touch move. We are configuring the touch move. Okay. And another, so we have on touch end. So we will keep here this dot touch end. We need to define touch end. These are the options we are configuring. Okay, now these events need to be registered. So let's go to the constructor, and here this dot touch start is equal to this dot touch start dot bind this, so that it can use the state. So this dot touch, so touch move, so is equal to this dot touch move dot bind with this, and we have this dot touch end, and is equal to this dot touch end and bind this. So bind this. Okay. So these are all the options configured for the touch, right? All are registered. Now important is when the touch started, the initial state of the swipe option will be false. Initial state of swipe option will be false. That means here, so when the touch starts here, this dot set state. In the set state, so we have swiped, and it is set to false. On touch start, it is false. And when touch move, so then what should happen is it should show the moving of any animation. Currently, we are not using any moving of animation. Animations we can create later. So we will create a button, and I will show you how to achieve that. Means how to achieve like phone unlock buttons. So we will see, because a lot of CSS also required for that. First, that is touch started, swipe is false. On touch end, swipe is true. That means so it is true. That means this dot. So this dot set state, and here swiped will be set to true. That means when touch ends, it will be true. When touch starts, at the time of starting, it is false. When touch ends, it is true. We are configuring that. And based on that, we can display the message. So we can display the message and show the message there. That means swiped or not. So we can display that and configure. Means based on swiped, we have to display the message. So that means what we will do is here, we will put a simple logic there. So logic is nothing but here we will put the logic here. So that means we are configuring the logic. And the logic is nothing but, so condition. So the condition is nothing but this dot state dot swiped. If it is true, that means if it is set to true, if the condition is true, that means this is the condition. So we are configuring this condition. That means if the condition is true, then it should say unlocked message should come. Otherwise it should display some locked message should come. It should display, so that means colon. So it should display some message locked. This message should display. So that means based on the swiped state. So that means if it is true, so if it is false, if it is true, then unlocked. If it is false, then so locked. It has to display that state here. Configure the state. That means this dot state, so swiped. So depending on the condition, you can write the condition here. So initially I need to keep empty. When swiped, it has to display that. Currently you can see it is showing both locked, unlocked. So actually it is saying locked. So because swipe right to unlock. So and I will this is the general text. I will keep it separate. Then you see this is locked. Okay. Now when I swipe, so current state is locked, right? When I swipe right, it should be unlocked. That means you observe here. That means this is the message. Swipe right. I will remove this to make it more friendly. Swipe right. Currently it is locked. Now when I swipe here, so it says unlocked. You can see that it is unlocked. On with my touch, I am swiping that, and it is showing it is unlocked. It is unlocked. So that means by default it is there locked. It is there locked. And this is touch. When touch starts, it is locked. And I will move right side and release. It says unlocked. That means when you finish that, then it is displaying that it is unlocked. Of course, on unlock we can define certain functionalities. That means what we can do is, suppose we can write the condition. We are just displaying a message. When it is ended, so it is unlocked. That means currently it is locked. When it is unlocked, then swiped is set to true. After that, we can just keep here so location. So or simply I will keep here document dot write a message. I'm saying that. So phone unlocked. This is the option I need to define. Unlocked I need to define. And you can use the various icons and configure the various icons here. Suppose font awesomes and all these icons, you can put them and you can display some options there. Suppose you have the library here. We don't have the font awesome library. Let it be. Just general text is enough. Now observe here. What happens now is when I press there and I drag right side and release it, then it says phone unlocked. That means it will show the message it is unlocked. That means we are identifying the swipe and we are handling. But remember, you will not feel like it is a swiped. You will not feel like it is swiped, because actually if I have to show that like swiped, that means I need some button. That button should move from left to right, some directions, left to right, and after that it should display that it is unlocked. That looks great. Initially this is working fine, no problem. That means it is there. But only the point is when you are moving, you are unable to see that. When you are moving, you are unable to see that it is moving or not. That means it is sliding or not. You can achieve that. So with the logics, we can do that. That means on touch move, we can handle the positions, we can define and created a sample screen for you, just a sample screen in CSS. So this is app.js. In the app.js, suppose I am keeping here some heading. Yeah, this is just a presentation. Currently, we just have a presentation. Means I am using a little bit of CSS. And with the CSS, so we are adding, this is the CSS I used, and I designed a simple screen. CSS your wish, you can design any layout. I created one simple layout, and here I am displaying some option like heading. So suppose here we defined as some heading, so some Android phone, something like this, and here I keep align to center. Actually, FA is font awesome, right? You have font awesome, and this font awesome is a library, font awesome library, and in the font awesome library we have some text. We designed a simple screen here. Let me give that screen also. Yeah, just I designed a screen first for your understanding sake. Let's copy that. So this is the screen I have designed. Let me run that. This is the screen designed. That is the screen design. So that is the screen design. Now, this is just like a mobile screen environment. I designed that. At the bottom here, this is the div. This is the button we are having. And this button is just having an arrow circle. Button is having an arrow circle. And at the bottom, so wherever that option is configured, so class at the bottom, let's check this. See, here I want some text at the bottom where the arrow is present. I want some text to define there. Some text to define at the bottom there. In the CSS, so this is the button. I will not use for the button actually. So button is defined in this. Okay. So background color as background color, some gray. So that is the background color gray and color white. And that is the background here. And we have this span. In the span, here we will apply style. So here we will define style. Style is equal to just some effects I'm adding. So this is a background color. Background color, so we will define as green. So background color as green, fine. And let's put the color as white. Green and white, that is the combination of colors we are configuring. And that is the style object defined there. So color white, okay. That is the style object defined at the bottom. You see. Now at the bottom, I have this arrow. At the bottom, I am having this arrow. What we want is when user slides, that means I will give some text there. So background color we defined for that. So, and just color white is enough. Okay, that is fine. Now when user moves that arrow, that means here we will put some text also. Let's add some span and put the text here. Slide to unlock. Unlock. So that is, we are writing some text, slide to unlock. That's fine. Now the point is we need to write a touch event here. Touch event is nothing but when user so swipes it. So when user swipes that automatically, so it should show unlocked. It is unlocked. So we can get some content and display some content there and show content also. But initially we need to just understand the touch event, how to manage that. So we have to write event for this button now. We need to configure the event for the button so that user can slide on that button. So then technically, see, this entire design is CSS and HTML. So CSS, HTML design, however you want, you can design. It's your wish, right? So I just created a small box like, and I created at the bottom a button there. So our intention is to make the button swipeable. So that when user swipes the button and I need to get that some message and display. Then how do we configure the event? How do we define the event? Actually, we need to specify a simple option like, let's go here and create the constructor. Because on swipe, just we need to navigate to specific location. You can maintain the values in a state or directly we can handle it. So we will directly try to handle this. So what we will do is on, we have to write on touch move, on touch move. So, or you can define on touch end. First we are writing touch end. That end means touch is finished. On touch end, then here, so we will call a method. So we will call a method and configure here. We are writing touch end method, touch end method. When the touch ends, then I need to so unlock that and display some message. Then usually what we can do is here temporarily, I am simply writing document.write. So I just keep a heading. So that is a phone unlocked. This is the message. Later with some additional libraries, I will show you a complete scenario. Means how we can make the button sliding and how we can display content inside that phone box. So for success, how to render a message. If not success, how we can render another message that we are going to run. For this, we need to understand another concept, conditional rendering, how to do that. First, let's check this. Touch end should fire up this. That means you see now here, that means the touch end should handle that. Touch end should handle that functionality. And it should write the functionality and configure the functionality. That is, so this is touch end to be called there. So this dot touch end should be pointed here. Now this is the design. And when I click on that button and I move it and I release it, then it says phone unlocked. That means it will display phone unlocked. That means it is going to handle the functionality. So that means I touch there and slide it and release it. It is unlocked. That means now it is working with the touch, not with the mouse. With the touch, we can handle that. But remember one point here. So here the concept is on touch moving. When touch is moving, you can make this. We can make this. So we can make this move. We can make this move dynamically. That means this can move dynamically. This can move dynamically. This bar can move dynamically. This bar can move dynamically. So that means we can make it move left, move right, top, bottom, because so it should display like moving. That means this span can move along x-axis, y-axis. It can configure and define that. So just like yesterday we discussed how we can access the attributes. In the previous session we discussed how do we access the attributes. So in the touch move example, the last session example, we can make that move happening. So we can make that move happening. So let's see. So this is the last example. And in this touch event, when user is moving, so when ball is moving, so we have used a touch move option. And on touch move, we are collecting the X positions and we are using the X position and applying the X position for that. So we are changing the position, X position, right? So we can configure that. We can configure that. That means positions we can define and move it. That means we need this slider to move like. For example, see what I'm doing now. So here I will put this entire button in a separate container. That means I will put that entire button in a separate container. So that means this button, so which is right arrow button, I will put this button in a container. That means that in a container. So in a container, like here we are defining a span. So in the span, and we are adding another. Okay. Now this span have to use that sliding. We have to apply the sliding for that span area. In the presentation, no problem here. Now when user slides that, so button, when user slides the button, I need to apply effect. That means here we need to use another option. So on touch move, on touch move. When touch moves, I need to get the position. So then I need to define the position. So we need to apply the position and configure. So we need a constructor here. And in the constructor, so we need this dot state. This dot state. State should use a style object. So style object. And this style object is an object. So the style object contains the options like position. It contains the option like position. So position. So it contains the option like position. Position, we are defining the position as some absolute position. Absolute position. So we have the positions fixed, absolute positions. And we have the option. So x-axis position. That means so left, right positions we can manage. That means we need to move right or move left. That means here we are using. So we are using simply the margin. So that means margin left. Margin left. So how many pixels? So margin left. So margin left. How many pixels? We need to configure that. So margin left, or just like yesterday we given. So the left position we need to define. So left position I defined as suppose 0. That means currently position is 0. It is not configured. We can apply this position same. We can apply the position just like in our previous example. Left position gets from the client x-axis and uses the client x-axis. Client x-axis position we are configuring. So you can use x and y axis position. Currently I'm just using only x-axis position, left x-axis position. And absolute, so that it cannot move. If you want to move, then use it as fixed. You have relative position, fixed position, or this. Default same, so we will apply that so with a specific pixels. That means by default style object so is having a value. We will configure the value. So that means default value we can put it as some 0 pixel like this. We can change the value. Let's keep it empty. Okay. So we have style object position. We will register this method. We have to write another method that is a touch move method we are configuring, and it uses an event argument, and we will use these two now. So this dot touch move is equal to, so we need to define this dot touch move dot bind to this on touch move. So we need to get that this dot set state, and we need to get style object. So the style object uses position. So position, so we define this as a fixed position, and we have left. So left defined as e dot touches, right? E dot touches of 0 dot client x. We are accessing that and display. And this style object need to be applied. This style object need to be applied at that particular option. On touch move, we will call this dot touch move. So touch move, we will use touch move. And that style object need to be applied to this span. That means the span have to use style coming from the style object. So that means this dot state dot style object, it will get that value. This is actually the position for moving that button and configuring the button. So this is a combination of both options that we are defining. Now the position is fixed, then it will be removed out of the current location. Suppose I say position as absolute position, means default position. So, and here default position is absolute, and the default position is configured as absolute. So, and when you move that, so when you touch and move that, then it will display phone unlock. So that means, so absolute position, you can give absolute position, we can give relative position, and when I move this, then it will say unlocked. That means we have to just touch that and we need to move that. Now you can see that actually a little click and just move aside, then it is done. Click aside, then it is done. We can configure so the move up to the end, and we can make that release at the end and display some other content there. For that, we need to use combination of conditional rendering. How we can render the content conditionally. We need to know about the conditional rendering. Then on complete what to display, before complete what to display, we can manage two types of contents. That we can achieve this complete example after understanding the conditional rendering now, how we can use conditional rendering. So I don't want to display like this new screen. What I want to display is just, I want to get the content and display inside this area itself. That means inside the box itself, we need to display the result and configure the result. So then how do we achieve that? That means this example is not yet completed. We just understood how we can configure the slide. Now we need to get the content. If unlock successful, need to get the content and display in that area. So then how we can manage that and how we can configure that. So this is generally called as, so with that we can implement this complete functionality. That is generally called as, we call that mechanism as conditional rendering. In React.js, so we call this as conditional rendering. Once we learn a conditional rendering, we can implement this example as a phone unlock example. Complete example I will show with the combination of these two. Generally, so what is conditional rendering in React.js, especially React? So how do we handle this conditional rendering? So conditional rendering is nothing but generally a component is going to so a component can render specified content in UI, content in UI. So it is defined by using render method. That generally we know. But a component, so important is, so in various situations, a component must able to render different types of contents. In various situations, a component must able to render different types of contents. So that means you can design component. So with the conditional rendering, you can design component with the conditional rendering so that it can render content according to situation, according to state and situation. This is important. It can render the content according to the state and situation. So for that, what we need, nothing special. Actually, it requires the traditional JavaScript operators. So that means, so we have to use the traditional JavaScript operators. So JavaScript operator like if. So we can use if. So we can use switch, if and switch like operators. If and switch. We can use JavaScript operators like if and switch. Or we can also use the traditional conditional operator. So that means switch, or you also have you can simply say that if and switch, and another conditional operator, we have ternary operator, ternary, etc. You can use these operators. By using these operators, so we can configure the elements which can update the UI according to the situation. That means, so it requires the traditional JavaScript operators. You can use if, you can use switch, you can use the ternary operators to render. That means, as according to our example, so when user successfully unlocks, I need to get some other content and display here. That means we need to get other content. That means the appearance should change according to the state and situation. So currently you are using only one component, but the appearance comes from different locations. How you usually manage this? How we can usually configure this? There are several approaches now. There are several approaches. So one approach is, so you can create components and render the components according to the situation. You can create the components and render the components according to the situation and display those components inside the page. So for that you need to use the attributes and the conditional statements. Let's see one simple example how we can manage, how we can design. So one small example how to handle that. We will see one example. Let's see. So this example we will keep for our later use. So this example we will keep for our later use because it is not yet completed. After conditional rendering, we will finish up this example with a complete functionality. So I will design that and I will show you one more time how to handle that. Initially, let me clean this now. So, and let's put a simple option as, yeah, conditional rendering. So let's create a class. Let's create a class. And or first in the main content, let's create a main content. And here it will return directly some login screen. So let's keep a heading. So user login. We are creating a simple login screen. And in that we have a data list, data term, username, and a data definition. So input type is equal to text. Okay, so the text. Fine. Another is data term. So password, and the data definition, input type is equal to password. Okay, that is so basically right. And we have a button. So and the button is login. So just login button is defined. Now how we can get the content and display the content here, right? Now usually, so how we manage the conditional rendering here. One simple example. First point is this main content is rendered in the page. Okay, fine. Let's run this, and you can see a login screen comes here. And for the button, I will remove this style. I'll just keep the button in a normal state, right? That's the button. Okay. Now when user enters the username and password and click on login, I need to handle two status. One is when user clicks login, I need to verify username and password. And if username and password as per the requirement, I need to show a success screen. I need to render a success screen and display that screen. If error, then it has to display some other screen. That means now we have two operations here. If success, it will go to some other location. And if fail, it will go to some other location. That means actually not displaying the message directly. What we are doing now is here, we are creating two functional components here. So one function. So this is on success. So this is on success. On success is a function. So this is like suppose login success. So this is a function here. Okay. And I'm creating another function that is login failure, login failure, login success. These two options are defined. These are the functional components. So we are configuring the functional components. So, and we are defining the functional components. Okay. Now it is having some props to use. So props, so we are configuring them. Initially, generally this have to return a simple message. That means it should return a simple message. So just I will keep a heading. So we will keep that as login success. This message need to display. And this has another content return. So return, and here we define as a login failed. Okay, login failed. This message have to define. Okay. We will use another approach also. We will see how we can manage that. This is login success and login failed. Now, based on the attributes, we need to configure that. That means if user is entering the username and password, based on that, we need to send some message. If login success, this should render when success. This should render when fail. Now, usually we need to manage that on the login button click. On the button click, we need to verify and we need to return that content and display the content. So usually where to display the content and how do we display the content, that also depends on the situation. So let's see. So currently this is our main component, which is having a login screen. And here we will write the logic. The logic here we will define. So technically a simple condition, we will create a constant. So a constant. So the constant is status. So that means we are configuring a status. So that means an object or a simple status we will define. The status contains true or false. It contains true or false and it will display true or false. So let's create a simple state. So let's create a simple state. That means using the constructor. So props, and we are using super props, and this dot state is equal to, we will define here status. And this status, so this is a login, so status. or simply message msg message. Message is currently empty. Message is currently empty. It can have any type of value. It can use any type of value. So status message. Status message is by default false, something Boolean value. Okay. Now on button click, we need to manage the functionality, login button click. So we will write here login click handler. Login click handler is defined. Now this login click handler need to be configured. So login click is equal to this dot login click dot bind, and it should bind to this. We are configuring it. Right. Now the point is when user selects the login button, I need to verify the username and password are matching according to the content or not. And I need to configure and display the content. So there are different ways of managing. Which we will see that. So on click of this, we have to access. So on click is equal to this dot login click, that will fire up. On click, we need to verify the username and password. So here we are verifying the username and password with a conditional option. If e dot target, so here e dot target, here we need to get the reference of that particular value. That means the text box value, the value for this particular text box and value for the password. Currently, we haven't defined any reference. If we haven't defined any reference, how do we collect the value from this text box and password? And for that, in the last session, we discussed about the form approach. That means how do we collect the value from the controls and use the value from the controls. So first, if I want to access the value from the text box and or the value from the password and verify, usually, so we don't have any references created for them, but we need to access them and use them here. Now, how do we access? In the last session, we discussed how do we access this first text box? Can you tell the hierarchy? Remember that? How to access the first text box? What is the hierarchy? We learned about accessing the first text box. So, and the control values, right? On submit, we are managing now, right? On submit, we are managing, right? Right. On submit, we are configuring it, right? That means, can we write a submit button? And on submit button, we can collect the values. Will it be easier? E dot target of 0, what it will return? Because currently in our component, there is no form now. We haven't designed any form, right? So we need to access the value from text box and value from the password. So if we need to access the value from the text box and password, so what is the approach, what we have to do? Right? I hope you remember that. Submit event, we learned now, submit event. No one? One element you can access that. If you want to access multiple elements, then you remember. So we don't use this login click and all. You know that approach. We don't write here login click and all because we want to collect the values. Then which one is better now? So you know that we have to enclose this inside a form. You remember that? We need to enclose that in a form. And from the form, we need to access these values. The form, we need to access the values. That means you already learned that form uses on submit, right? Form uses on submit. I hope you remember this approach, right? Yes. So on submit, what we have to do? So on submit, we need to define. So we need to define this dot login click. The login click will fire up on submit. Now we can collect the values here. We can collect the values and use the values. So that means here we need to define if we are configuring the condition here. If e dot target, right? If e dot target of 0, so 0 dot value, that means this is collecting the username, first one inside the form. It is accessing that, the first value, right? It is accessing the first value, and is equal to. We are verifying with some term John, and we are defining another condition. E dot target of 1 dot value is matching with the admin. If the condition is matching, that means if the username. So if the username and password both are matching. So this is the option we have defined. So through this, we can access the username and password they have entered. On login click, we can get that. Condition we will write later. Condition we will configure later. So, but you know this will get the value of the text box. So suppose temporarily I will put an alert. This will get the value of the text box and configure it. Already we learned that. So you know this. That means here, whatever the value you entered there and click on login, it gets that value. Now we are verifying that value. So we are verifying the value and accessing the value. Now, if the value is matching, previously what we done, if it is matching, then we are rendering, so we are navigating, or we are configuring some content like document.write. We can say login success, and else, so we define, document.write. So login failed. So, or simply you say invalid, so invalid username or password. This message it needs to display. This is what we were doing earlier. That means now you can see here. So when I enter the username is John and password is something wrong, and login, invalid username and password. And if username is John and password is admin, correctly entered, then login success. This is not conditional rendering. This is just rendering some DOM content. This is just rendering the DOM content. Now what we need to do is, if user clicks the button, so if user clicks login is success, that means we need to get the login status. And we need to keep the result. At one place and get the result and display that. That means the rendering should be defined there. That means in the same page I need to display that. That is what actually conditional rendering. In the same page I need to display. Login success or login failed. I need to display. This approach we need to follow. That means we don't want to do this. So we want to display. Some content there. Then what we can do is actually, so we can configure some content and display some content. That means we can design a container, and we can configure a container here and render that container. That means see here. So we have two options now. One is login success and login failure. These two components are there. The components may contain some complex design. So login success is one component. Login failure is another component. We need to render the components here. Then what we are doing is, so we have to get the components and display the components. So this login click have to configure a component and display. Where you want to display that? That means I want to display the component just below the form. I want to display. See what I'm doing now. I'm creating, so inside this I'm creating, so constant, I'm creating a constant, and in the constant I'm configuring a simple value. So let's put a constant or LED, some child content. So we are defining child content. Now this child content we are defining here. So child content is equal to, we are trying to put here, so that component result there. So that is login success. So login success, that component result we are trying to put here. Child content contains that login success. Otherwise, the child content contains login fail. That means it contains login failure. This is the basic approach. This is conditional. And I need to display so that message there. I need to display that message there. And where you want to display this child content, whatever the child content is there, the child content must be rendered. That means we need to access the child content and render the child content. So, but actually it should return the child content here. That means outside the form we will keep a div. And here we are configuring the child content. That means here I'm just using a binding expression. I'm using child content here. That means child content contains the result, and this result is nothing but it is the result rendered by a component. The result rendered by a component we are storing in a reference. And we are accessing that, and we are using that here. Now here some problems are there. That means some approach problems are there. We are still not using this status message. I will tell you. Here still some problems are there. So initially, see, when you are configuring that, one problem is generally, you see in the console, you will observe that in the main content, so child content is not defined. Reasonable. Why? Because you have declared by using let, and it is not accessible outside that scope. So that means I declared var is a function scope, and you can see that here. So child content is not defined. So even you defined var or let, that child content is not defined. Why child content is not defined? Because child content is declared inside the function. It is accessible only inside this function. Because even var or let or constant, they are function scope. Can you tell me how to declare a global variable inside a function? What do you say? Because we need to access outside the function. How do we declare a global variable inside a function? Any idea in JavaScript? You have learned anything about that in JavaScript? How to declare a global variable? See, there are several techniques. I will show you one by one. This is one technique. There are other techniques also. We will learn all techniques and we will implement the easiest one. So we will implement the easiest one. Okay. Now tell me how we can declare a global variable inside function. Any idea? Where is function scope now? Where is function scope? It is not accessible outside the function. It is in the login now. It is not accessible outside. JavaScript here, your JavaScript, very basic thing, huh? Don't know. LET is again block scope, right? LET is again block scope now. Where is function scope? I'm saying that it should be accessible outside the function. I hope you have learned. We can declare with the window object. You learned, huh? You know this, no? Yeah, you should remember that all these, right? Because all these are DOM manipulations, right? That means global variable inside the function, global variable, but still it is not satisfying. Why? Because you configured a global variable, inside that you are rendering some component and displaying that. So here, when you are configuring this inside the content, you can see here. So still the child content is not defined. That means the child content is not defined, which you are trying to use in the main content. So that means the reference for the child content is not defined. That means here you can see, so the child content is not defined. Why? Because even you define window, actually it is trying to render this information. It is trying to render this information before I click the button. Before I click the button, it is trying to render that information. I hope you understood the situation. That is the reason it is showing a problem here. That means this child content must be displayed only when so login button is clicked. So on login success, on login failure, this child content should be rendered and displayed there. That means rendering the child content or not, depending on a situation. So that means login success or not. Understood the point? Why it is showing error here? Because it is trying to render this. It is trying to render this before the button is clicked. Understood? It is trying to render that before the button is clicked. Before the button is clicked. So then what we can do is, so we can use the status. By default, status message is false. Status message is false. So we will access that status message here. We will write a ternary operation here. We will write a ternary operation here. So that means we will put a ternary operator here. So this dot state dot status message. So that is true or false. If this dot status message so is equal to true. So then is equal to true. Then question mark. That means it is true. Then it should display it should display that content. So it should display the content, child content. It should display the child content. Otherwise, so it should keep it empty. If it is true, then it should display the child content, and otherwise it should be empty. I hope you understood the situation. That means we are not going to render it immediately. We are not going to render it immediately. That means we are going to verify the status message is true or not. If it is true, it will render the child content. And currently, when you configure that, that is looking okay. So, but child content is not yet derived. So we will do that. So when this child content must be displayed when the status message is true. When the status message is true. When the status message is true, then what you can do is we can display the child content and render it. So depending on the status message, we can render that information. Or instead of creating any constant, there is another technique. So that means another technique is, instead of doing this, suppose this is having, that means we are not rendering the content. Clean this up. Means various techniques I am telling you, inside this, which one is better, we have to decide, right? Second technique is directly inside this, we will declare another one, content is empty. Content is empty. In the state, we are defining content as empty. So here we are writing, if it is true, this dot set state, in the set state, we have content. So, and we have content, and the content is accessing. So accessing login success content and display. That is login success and displaying. Initially content is empty and we are displaying login success and defining. Else what should happen? This dot set state, and it should use the content. It should use the content, and it should use the content, and it should render the login failure and render it. It should render this. This is set state. Remember, this state object is rendering a component actually. It is rendering a component. It is rendering a component. And that we are defining here. That means this dot state dot content. We are rendering that state content here. That means we are configuring that and displaying here. Now, usually what happens when I enter the username, and I entered some wrong password and the login click, it says login failed. After login failed, it is displaying again the same message because usually what happens is, so we are using submit event. On submit, after submitting, it will load the same page. in the next level, we will send it to the another page and display. That's not a problem. So that means we will collect that information and display that. So suppose I am entering John and password is correct, admin, and click login. At the bottom, you can see login success, and again refresh. Again refresh, that is okay. Why? Because after submit, because you are using submit event now. Generally, submit event means what happens? Submit event is going to submit the form. That means after submitting your details, it will reload because you are writing on submit event. But later, what we can do is we can change that on button click without submit click. For that, we need to learn the form concept. I will show you that point also. Now, what is the intention here? We have two different components, a success component, a failure component. And we are conditionally rendering those components by accessing the data and referring. You can put in variables, but variables are very risky because declaring variables, global variables, accessing the variables and configuring them. Better you can configure a state. Through the state, we can render that information and display. Now, very important is after showing login success, we can keep the user. So display with the same message, or so we can remove the message also. Or we can redirect after login success. Suppose we are redirecting, then location.href. Currently I'm using http:// some www some amazon.in. I need to redirect to this location after showing login success. Then it will be reasonable now. You say, so John, and you say admin. So some wrong password, it says login failed, and it will display again. You entered some John correctly and password is admin correctly. Then it says login success, and it will redirect you to that location. So for that location redirection, we need to define this location href. But location redirection will work when you write button click, not submit, because submit is going to load the same page. So we don't want to load the same page. We can perform redirections. That we will see how do we handle with the buttons combination without form, how we can manage with the button. This is only just to understand that we can write redirection. So we can configure the redirection. If login success, we don't write this now. If login success, we don't want to display this message at all. Just what we want to do is we want to perform a redirection directly. So that you can directly write. But here our intention is how we can render two different contents according to the situation and the state. That means we can design two components and we can render those components according to the situation. This is very much required. For this you can use an if, you can use an switch, we can use a ternary operator to render various contexts. Now, if you know this, now we can implement this functionality in our sliding event. We will create a simple phone slider, means phone unlock. In unlock state, it will display one content, and in lock state, it will display another content. Let's design that. For that, we need to first understand how we can manage conditional rendering. Then we can implement that example. So we will design one complete example of phone unlock and lock mechanism with React.js and using conditional rendering. So two events will be covered, two concepts will be covered there, touch events and at the same time, conditional rendering. So once we are good with conditional rendering, now we can go into the concept of working with forms and routing like concepts. These are very big concepts in React. How do we work with them? That we'll see in next session. This is one example we designed. In this, one more work is there, a simple option. Let's run this index page. Right. Yeah. So not from tomorrow onwards, no, yesterday onwards, huh? Yeah, from yesterday onwards. Right, fine. Yeah, fine. Once we will check that, because we actually started the offline session also, and in this room we have a problem. That's the reason, right? A slight echo may be there. Adjust for just one day. I will change the location so that you will not get any echo. Okay, now. So, is it having so much disturbance or is it okay? Is my voice okay now? Is it having too much echo or it's fine? Just adjust for one day. I will check that up. Right. Yeah. Because we started offline sessions, we have to take session from the classroom itself. That is the problem with the echo. Okay. I will check once. Tomorrow we can change the location and I will check once. Huh? Right. So yesterday we discussed this. Yes, offline classes started already. We are having offline classes also. So that is the reason we need to send. We need to be here in the offline classroom. That is creating a little bit echo. I will check with another room tomorrow. Okay. Fine. Yesterday, we designed this example to understand how do we deal with the conditional rendering. In a conditional rendering, we learned how to configure two different views, how we can configure two different views. And this is on edit. Only one extra work we have to achieve. On editor, we need to get the previous values and display. That means when I click edit, these existing values must be displayed in the text boxes. So let's go to the logic, and in the logic edit click, when you selected edit, on edit click here, we have an object that is a new product. New product object will get name from this dot state dot product dot name, and price will get this dot state dot product dot price. So that means whatever data is present in current state, the same data will be used in edit mode, but not directly. So it will be used in a new product. If I directly use it, is read only. That is the reason we need to create another reference. In that reference, we need to store that and use it. That will make a little bit more better. You see now, I click on edit, and these details will open in edit mode. Now you can make changes into that, and you click on save, then it is saved. It is saved. So you click edit, and it will open in the edit mode. You make changes in this, some mobile and some price, and you click save, those are updated. So that means when the first load happens, so these details you can edit, and it will keep those details there, and we can make the changes into them, and we can save those changes. This is a simple example of how we can handle the data while working with conditional rendering, how we manage the data, how to configure and manage the data. This is one example. Later, in the next level, we will design a grid-like. For that, we need to learn about services also. I will tell you now. We will discuss about services, and we will create a JSON data, get the JSON data and display in a tabular form so that the user can view the data and make changes into the data. We will learn that approach with data binding in JSON concept. I will show you a small service example. You can easily handle that. But in conditional rendering, some more important points we need to understand. First, we learned how to handle the data, how we can get the data and how do we handle the data, how to configure the state, get the values from the state and use the values. So this is one technique of conditional rendering. I will copy this example and I will give this example to you. In the note, I'm giving that example. Okay. Yeah. So this is the basic example, right? This is an example of conditional rendering. I'll just give as editable table. This is editable table. Okay, table row. We can add a complete table which can be editable. So we will see that in the next levels. First, let's finish this conditional rendering. This is one point. Okay. Now in conditional rendering, you can use all the conditional statements. So you can, if there are multiple conditions, so handling multiple conditions. So if there are many conditions to handle, so you can use if with the else if and else block, or you can use the switch. You can use the switch case and default blocks, or you can also use ternary operator. You can use ternary operator. Ternary is question mark colon. Now, I think majority of you know that ternary operator can also have multiple conditions. So generally, we need to render multiple data. Then we can use these operators and you can configure and define. This depending on the situation. We can manage that and we can handle that well. Actually, so if you are dealing with multiple views, in the next level, we will design multiple components also. First, how we can use this and what are the problems in this? How do we configure this? Handling multiple conditions in conditional rendering. How you can manage them. Let's see one simple example. That means how to handle multiple conditions and configure them. Usually, you can define in this way. Let's create one simple example. So let's create a simple example. I will remove this. Yeah, and design a simple example for understanding this conditional rendering, right? Okay, now first step, I'm configuring a class, some product component, just and it extends, so React component, okay, and let's define some render and some content to return. Decision making, how we can handle decision making and how you can configure decision making. You can use if and else for multiple. That is a simple approach. Already we know that, no need to much discuss about that. Actually, we have a constructor, and in this constructor we have the properties this dot state, and we configured the view name. So view name is currently empty. View name is empty. Now we are rendering different contents here. So suppose, so we are writing a condition. So if this dot state dot view name is equal to, it is equal to, suppose basic, it is equal to basic, then we are going to return, so a simple div, and here we will keep a heading, right? Some basic details. Just I'm configuring in this. Now I'm adding another condition, else if, and another condition is this dot state dot view name is equal to, suppose preview, and if the condition is this preview, so then it should return. So it should, I'm just giving a heading. We can add multiple conditions for displaying different type of content. Now, if it is not matching with basic and preview, so then else we are configuring to return. So we are configuring to return some another div. We are configuring to return another div, and here I will say that summary. These are the options defined. Now, according to the state, what the state is, it has to get that information and display. That means we are configuring multiple conditions here. So let's save this. Usually you see summary. I just created headings. Later we can some buttons and configure those buttons and user interfaces we will create. Initially you can see this is summary. Empty means it is matching with this else, and it is empty. And this is summary, that is summary. Suppose I make this as basic. If it is matching with basic, it should get basic details and show. And if it is matching with preview, it needs to get the preview and display. And if it is not matching with basic and preview, then it is going to render that summary. Now this is the approach how we configure multi-level. That means multi-level conditions. How do we define the multi-level conditions? In conditional rendering, how you configure. So one important point is there, I will tell you. See, so this is an example. For rendering with if, else if, and else condition, and else. How we can render by using this? This is a basic example for that, and this is a basic example here. Okay. Now we are configuring. Here we are configuring. So the multiple conditions with else. One regular question in interview they ask here, and you need to understand that how to render empty if condition is not value is not matching. So if value is not among specified conditions, specified conditions. How to render nothing, actually render nothing empty. How to render nothing if value is not among specified conditions. Actually, this is important because sometimes when we ask this question, 100 to 100% majority of people give an answer that, sir, if the conditions are not matching, in the else you can keep an empty div. You put an empty div. Am I right? So that means if I don't want to render anything, then what to do? If I don't want to render anything, empty div, or I can just put an empty empty one like this. Am I right? I can put an empty one like this. Because if the condition is not matching, I don't want to render anything. I will keep empty like this. When I keep empty like this, let's run this and see now. So here I will write as basic. And you can see initially basic details rendered. Observe carefully in the inspect. When we are inspecting in the elements here, you can see, in the elements category, you can observe that. So that is the elements category defined. In the elements category, you can see basic details heading is defined in a div. It is defined in that particular div. Now I will go here and I will change this. I will change this to empty. That means it is not matching with any condition. If it is not matching with any condition, you can see inside the div in the container fluid, it is empty. Nothing is configured. Nothing is configured. Now that is good. You cannot keep a div here. You cannot keep a div here. That means if you put a div, that div will be rendered. You cannot keep an empty div. But this is also not recommended. So why? Because so this is indicating that there might be some content coming later here. This indicates that it is a container and there might be some content coming later. In testing based environment, when you are working with this, then it is treated as incomplete implementation. It is treated as incomplete implementation. Why incomplete implementation? Because you designed a container and you kept it empty. So that means what is your intention of designing a container if it has to render nothing? If it has to render nothing, why you created a container there? To keep some content only. Container means to keep some content. So in testing, this part will always have an issue. It will say that why this container is empty, why you are using an empty container. So to avoid this issue, so better always you return null. This is the correct way of configuring empty. That means null. So this is the right way of configuring. That means if any condition is not matching, then always return null. Don't try to render an empty string. Don't try to render an empty div or empty string. So always you configure by using a simple null. So don't use an empty div. It will render a div. Don't even use this empty container. This indicates our development team that you reserved here a place for some content to come in, but we are not expecting anything to come in. Then better always keep it to null. So this is very important. That means here in the output, obviously, you will not see anything there, same like previous. But professionally, it is the correct way to configure. Instead of keeping an empty, it is the right way to configure and define that. So that is null. And whenever any value is matching, it will display the value. That means if it is matching with preview, then it gets the preview and display. It will get the preview and display. And if it is not matching, then it will keep it empty. It will be hidden, is not displayed. It will not use anything. So don't use empty containers. Always use a null. How to render nothing if value is not among the specified conditions? So here answer is always. So you have to configure. So you have to configure the UI, the render method to return. Configure the render method to return. So return null. You have to configure the render method to return null. If condition is not matching. So this is a very important point, especially when you are using conditional rendering, when you are configuring conditional rendering. Now you can use a simple if and else statement. But if there are many conditions, using a simple if and else also very complicated. Why? Because it has to check for every condition and evaluate the value. You can define multiple conditions. And configure multiple conditions. So you can define the multiple conditions by using ternary operator. Else if, you can also use a ternary operator. So that means multiple conditions using ternary operator. So this is the example for if. Okay, how we can handle the multiple conditions using using ternary operator. Using a ternary operator also, we can handle multiple conditions. So you can handle multiple conditions. For example, I return something like this here. Suppose I return if. So the condition one. The condition one. If the condition one is true, what should happen? Else if condition two. And similarly else if condition three. And the statements on condition 1, 2, and 3. So condition 1, condition 2, and condition 3. And we need to define else. The statements to execute when condition is not matching. Can you tell me how I can represent this using a ternary operator? Can you try? How we can represent this with a ternary operator? How you can configure with a ternary operator? Any idea? Will ternary operator allow multiple conditions? Will ternary operator allow multiple conditions? What do you say? If a ternary operator allows multiple conditions, can you write the syntax and send me? So the left side, if condition is there, that condition, how we can write in ternary operator? how you can write ternary operator. Any idea? Right. Right. If you put a colon, that is condition on false now. If you put a colon, that is condition on false, right? Directly you put a colon, that is condition on false, right? Yeah. I think you never tried that. Am I right? You never tried multiple condition in ternary operator, right? Yeah. Actually, so generally how we write this entire expression here, actually we configure first condition one. Condition one. Yeah, good. So we have to define condition one. Now, we have to define condition one. After configuring the condition one, then we have to define what's true statement. Understood? We need to configure the true statement. So you need to configure the true statement. After that colon, and you can define condition two. You can define condition two. So condition two, and condition two you can define on this true statement. On this true statement, you can configure on this true statement. And colon, you can configure here. Again, you can define condition three. You can define, this is multi-level conditions, right? Multi-level conditions. You can define condition three. On true statement, you can define true statement. You can configure in this way. We can define in this way. After that, so we need to keep the colon. And here we define statement if false. That means false statement. You need to configure. And you need to end this inner condition. You need to end this outer condition. Understood? Inner and outer condition. This is how we can configure. We can configure multiple conditions. It is possible. So this is how we need to define. That means on true, what should happen? If not true, then another condition. And that condition true, what should happen? If this condition also not true, another condition. And on true, what should happen? If all conditions are not matching, then this false statement will work. Understood? If all conditions are not matching, then the false statement will work. The false statement will work. That means whatever the content you want to render. You can render the contents using a multi-level if, or you can configure by using this, right? So these are general options, how we can manage and define the option. That means functionality, what you want to render, right? That is the approach of configuring the conditions. That means actually what we do, we need to define here. So the conditions, we need to configure the condition here. So the render method, this render method have to render the content based on the view name. That means here we generally use, the condition to render. And multiple conditions you are configuring. So usually what we do is the multiple conditions we can define. Suppose I want to design a div. And in the div, we are configuring the condition. So we need to define the condition. The condition is nothing but, so here we define this dot state dot view name is equal to, suppose we have like details. Details is the view name. If the view name is details, then we need to display the details. And generally what we do is we put a question mark. We put a question mark and we define a content to render there. We can keep a heading here to configure. We can keep a heading here to configure and render that heading there. That means we can say that details. And we put a colon. Here. We put a colon. That means if it is false, then what should happen? If it is false, then we need to check another condition. So that means this dot state dot view name. View name is equal to, so the view name is equal to, suppose like preview. View name is equal to preview. Then what should happen? Then it should display a heading. So preview. It should display the preview. If not, what should happen? If this is also false, then it should display some heading. So say summary. This is how we need to manage the ternary operator. I hope everyone understood. Clear? That means there can be multiple. You can configure in a multiple way. You can define in a multiple way. So using the ternary operator, you can configure that, and using a general else if also you can define this. So this is the approach how you can manage. Just syntactically how it renders the content that I am displaying here, means how it is going to render the content and display. It is empty. For example, I say details. That means if the condition is matching with the details, and it should get the details and display the details and show the details. So this is the approach we need to do, and that just basic syntactically I will give here. I will show you in a complete working example also. We will design one working example and we will implement these type of options. Now there is another approach. Another approach is we can use switch cases. We can configure the switch and we can define by using the switch. We can configure and define by using the switch. So generally how we can manage the switch. So here we can render. So using a switch, into the switch we can pass this dot state dot. So that view name. So view name is equal to, is it matching? That view name we will pass, yes. If the view is passed into it, now you know that it can contain case. That means the case. And the case one, that means if the case is matching with the details, you know what it has to do. It should return, and it should return that, so heading. So that is like details view. It should say details view. And very important. So this is what it should render. Now, here the key point is, do I need a break to define? Do I need a break to define for case? Do I need a break to define to case for the case? Do I need to define a break for the case? Actually, return itself is a jump statement, so you don't need a break. Am I right? Right, it will directly execute that and it will return it. So you need case here. If case is preview, then it should return the heading preview. So preview, it should return the preview and configure that. Return the preview and configure. So, and if it is default, then better always return null. If it is default, then return null. So return null. That is how we need to manage the condition, how we need to define and configure the conditions. This is a switch. If there are many conditions, then instead of using else if, you can use the switch. You can configure the switch and we can access and use it. So depending on which view we are configuring, it will get that and it will display. So that means it is details, then it will say details view. And if it is a preview, so it is preview and it should get that preview and display. And if it is nothing, then it will get the default and display. Default and display. Default is empty. That means when I inspect here, you can see in the elements, the default div is empty. It's not going to render anything there. It is returning empty. So that is how you configure the conditional rendering. That means how we can define the conditional rendering. So usually, so when you are working with multiple components and we need to render the component and manage the components. So we need to use this approach. Returning not directly the view, we can design the components and render the components and bring them. Later we can even handle the data coming from the components and manage the components. For example, let's see how we can handle this. One simple example I will show you how we can manage this switch and render different types of contents and display. Let's take one example for that. Initially, I will keep here a view name as a state. Let's create some components now. Generally, we need this kind of approach, especially when you are creating navigations. When in single page application environment, on a single screen, user must be able to access multiple components and display them. So user should stay and bring them and access them. Later in routing, we will learn how to manage that kind of screen. Here, what we are doing now is, suppose I am creating a functional component. We are creating a functional component. In a functional component, so we are saying details. So we are creating details component. This detail component should return. So should return a div. Okay. And it should return the details of any specific product. That means we need to create a screen. Just for more convenient understanding sake here, suppose a shopping cart is there. It will contain several tabs of data. We need to display that. So first I will create here basic info. Okay. And here I'm adding a heading. And basic info. And here we will put a div and we will say class name is equal to card. And so this is a div and the class name is equal to card header. And we designed here some JBL speaker. Okay. And that is the name. And we will keep a paragraph here. So, and it will put here price. So some price. Okay, some price. We configured some price there and defined. So this is basic info. This is basic info component. It contains the basic details. Okay, let's create another function. This is preview. In the preview, what we are doing is, so in the preview, we are returning. So preview returns the div. And here I'm adding the heading preview. And the same card header. So here what I will do is just I will keep card body directly, and in this we will just keep an image. IMG SRC is equal to JBL speaker.jpg. So an image. So width and height is defined here. Width and height is defined here. Okay. This is we are configuring how to define the preview. And one more function we are configuring function. So summary, or you say description. Description will return the same div. And here we say description, the product description. And in the card header, I will say I'll keep a heading features. So features, and I will add some features here. So that means an unordered list. So list item, some feature 1 and feature 2, like this we are defining. What are the features of that? So feature 3, all these we configured. So 3 and 2 like this. Now these are all the views we have: basic info, preview, and description. Now the view name. So view name is basic info. Basic info is the view name. It should render according to that. That means we are using the switch this dot state dot view name, and we are defining. So the case, if it is basic info, then it should return. It should return the component basic info. It should return that basic info component. And if the case is preview, then it should return the preview component. It should return the preview component. Then if the case is summary, or say description, if the case is description, then it should return description component. It should return that component. And if it is default, it should return null. That's how we are configuring. That means based on the view name, we are displaying and configuring that and showing. And you can see here, it has to get that and display the basic info JBL speaker. Okay, I'm changing this now, the view name. I changed this here, the view name, to preview, and automatically it gets the preview and display. I think the name of the photo is speaker.jpg, and it will get that and display. And if it is description, so description, it should get the description and display. Now I need to create a toolbar that can switch between them. I want to create a toolbar which can switch between them. That means we need to add a toolbar component now. We need to add a toolbar component that can access the details and switch the details and display the details according to situation. That means all these are displayed in the product component according to the condition it is accessing and using them. Condition it is accessing and displaying them. But actually these should change. These should change according to which button you have clicked. That means we need to render a toolbar and display that accordingly. Means what we need to do is this switch condition is working fine, no problem. That means this switch is working fine, no problem. But I want to manage this on a specific button. So I need to manage this on a specific button. That means actually I will cut this now. I will design a simple div here. And in the div, I'm creating a nav. So I'm creating a nav. So that means I'm creating a simple navigation bar. You can design navigation bars later. And or simply I will create here a basic div, and I will give the class name as a BTN. So class name as a BTN toolbar. I'm creating a BTN toolbar, and we will put here a class name as BTN group. And here we have a button. So here we have a button. So we defined a button, and that is the button we are accessing there, right? And this button is having option like basic info. Basic info is the button, and the class is equal to BTN and the BTN some primary. So that is the basic info. Okay, now I will add one more button here. So I will add one more button here. So the switch case I copied, I will keep it here. We will use later. I will copy that now, another button here. So this button is like preview. So this is like preview. And here I defined as info. And this is like details, description, and or features. Then I will change this to some danger. Okay. And you can see that the output, so it should render that and display the content. And depending on the situation, this product component should be rendered. So the product component should be rendered there. Button tool class names are class name everywhere, class name. Okay, class name. And this button toolbar is going to display there somewhere else where the class names have problem. So missing to returning null. all those components. We are not accessing anything here initially. In the product component. So we are not returning anything in the product component. Render and return. We missed a return. Okay, fine. Now let's add this. Now this is the design. So we have the design. These are the buttons. Now I need to add a simple approach here. I will keep a heading there. I will keep a heading here. So view as a product details, and this is the product details. Now when I select basic info, the basic info must be displayed here. Preview must be displayed. Description must be displayed. These details need to be accessed and displayed. Actually, we can write conditions and display that here. That means which component you want to render and the component reference and where you want to render. Under this toolbar, I will just create a div. And here I want to render the result. Which one they have selected, I want to render the result, whether it is basic or preview and all. That means these buttons need a click event. Two situations are there. You can write all the three buttons with the same function. Or you can write separate functions. If you write separate functions, that means these three buttons requires three functions, but all three buttons should use only one function. That approach already we learned how we can manage only one for all of them. That means, for example, this button have a name. This button have a name called basic info, and this button have a name called this is preview, and this button have a name called description. All these three buttons must use a same function. That means I will write a method select view, or I will say view changed. This view changed will collect the name of the button they have clicked, and this should fire up on the button click. That means view changed, it will collect. I will put an alert temporarily. e dot target dot name. We are accessing the target name. This view changed should fire up for every button. That means I have to configure here. So on click is equal to this dot view changed. So all are pointing towards the same function. I need to register that in the constructor. So this dot, so view changed is equal to this dot view changed dot bind to this. Okay. Now usually what happens is when I click on basic info, it gets that basic info, and I click on preview, it gets preview, and I click on description, it gets description. That's good. Now if you can handle all the three buttons with a single change, then what we can do is here we can configure the switch. Into the switch we can pass e dot target dot name. We can access target dot name, and here we can define a component. Actually what we can do now is, along with the view name, here I will write another as container. Container is currently empty, so state container is currently empty. Okay, nothing is there. Now we write the case. If the case is basic info, this dot set state, and we need to configure the container. So container must be, it should access the basic info and display. That means it should access the basic info and display. That container must be assigned with that basic info. We can even render with different content also, I will tell you. So this is the option. Then you set a break here, because we are not returning here. We are directly defining a container to be rendered there. So if the target is basic info, it gets that basic info and display there. That means on click, it should manage the basic info and display. So you can see currently that basic info where to render at the bottom. I need to get that and show. That means that basic container should be rendered here. So it should render the container here. So this dot state dot container. So we are accessing the container here. And important is when basic info is clicked, that container will come and display. And the same approach we can define for preview and description. That means if the case, I will copy that. So I will copy that. And if the case is preview, then it should get the preview component and render there. And if the case is anything like description, so description, it should get the description and display there. And if it is anything else passed, because we don't have any other button, default is not defined, and I click preview, it should get the preview description and it get the basic info. That means we can access the details that we want according to the situation, and we can display that here. That means conditionally we are rendering some content and displaying the content. Conditionally we are accessing and displaying the content. So this is conditional rendering. So conditional rendering, which component you want to render according to the situation. You can use conditions if, you can use switch, you can use ternary operator, you can configure anything. You can even click previous and next buttons, and you can also give a pagination like techniques, which you will see in other example. So this is the basic approach of how we can use conditional rendering. That means various types of conditions to configure for conditional rendering. This is a general example. You can create a proper navigation bar and tabs to configure that and display. Right? Now, once we know how to handle conditional rendering, now the next important is we need to understand how we can work with higher level components and a components hierarchy, nested components hierarchy, how to manage them. We will create some examples, so some live examples to understand those situations that we'll see in our conditional rendering. Now, after understanding the concept of working with components, how do we deal with the components, rendering components, properties, states, events, event binding, and all this, you need to now understand how do we deal with the services, routing, interacting with the application data and all. So till now we learned all about the concept of components in React, how to create, configure, how to manage the components, event binding and all. Now after understanding components, one more last point about the components we need to discuss is the component lifecycle. We need to understand the component lifecycle. The component lifecycle. So this is very important. After understanding component lifecycle, we will learn how routing works, how we can communicate with services, interacting with the services. That means APIs, backend databases, and all these communication, how the work works. So all these days we learned about the component-based environment, how to create, configure the components. Now you should know that every component, every component has various phases. Every component has various phases. So you should know that every component comprises of various phases. That means the component in React.js, the component in React is responsible for managing various interactions. The component in React is responsible for managing various interactions in an order implicitly. That means actually you are creating a component, you are loading the component, and you are rendering the component, and user is interacting with the component. So actually working with the component, when you are working with the component, internally all these interactions are managed in a specific order. All these interactions are managed in a specific order. That means actually application have a cycle and the component have a cycle. Application cycle we will learn towards the end. That means at the end of React, we will learn how React application cycle works. By that time, you will be able to practically see that also. Component cycle is very important because actually component comprises of various life cycle methods that are executed to handle various interactions. You have to override the lifecycle methods to improve the performance. That means even you don't write the lifecycle methods, every React component have a lifecycle. Internally they are working. We have to write them to improve the performance. To improve the performance of application, we need to write them. We need to handle them. Why? I will tell you different situations we will discuss about that. Practically also I will show you with example. Actually, first I will show you some situations in real world development process, actually how the interactions and options need to manage. For example, so we have a database. This we will practically implement and see also. We have database. And database, we design in some data like MongoDB, MySQL. So MySQL, some database, Oracle SQL Server, something. Now, server side, we will configure. So Node.js or JSP or PHP or ASP.NET, all these like server side. We configure this server side, and we create actually an API. We create an API. This complete approach I will show you. How end-to-end communication works, I will tell you. And this need to be consumed from the client application. So that means from the client. So from the client, that is the user, right? So here we have a React application working. We have a React application working. And this API is responsible for handling communication with the database, get the data from the database, and it provide that to the user. It will provide to the user. That means it should handle the communication, request and response. Now, when you are creating such complex scenarios, and managing the scenario, from the React application, request. After making the request, so that request go to the API. API will communicate with the database, get the data from the database, and return the data. Now, in this type of approach, you need a lot of interactions to manage. For example, so sometimes we are handling continuous operations. When you are handling continuous operations, from the React application, we need to connect with the API. That means we generally have a connect. So we connect with the APIs. And after connecting with the API, so we fetch the data from API, fetch the data from the API. After fetching the data from API, if I need to regularly use the data, I can keep it in the memory. If I finish using the data, I don't want to use it anymore. I need to remove it from the memory. I need to dispose the connection. I need to remove it from the memory. If I need continuous operations on the data, I need to keep it in the memory. Now, if you are not removing explicitly, this connection and data are continuously present in memory. If they are continuously present in the memory of React application, so this will have security issues like it can have like memory leaks. So it occupies more space and it affects the performance. So when we finish using the data or working with the connections of the APIs and services, then we have to make sure that the connection is destroyed, the data is removed, the connection is destroyed. All this we need to manage. Explicitly. If you miss that, so React is unable to handle them by itself, then these type of issues will come. Security issues, so size and performance issues, these all will have the problem in application development. To avoid all these, we need to handle the lifecycle. We need to configure the lifecycle methods. So you have to override the lifecycle methods to improve the performance of application. So you can prevent memory leaks. So you can prevent security issues. So security, or you can simply say that cross-page posting. What is that cross-page posting? I will tell you. So you can improve the load time, and performance. So these kind of options that you can manage by handling these lifecycle components. And so many other points are there. We will see now how we can manage. That means every component that we design, it comprises of several phases. So these phases are important to configure. These phases are especially very important to configure. So if you are not handling them, so it will affect the performance of application. Security issues will come. Let's see what are those, and how we can manage them. Actually, entire component lifecycle is categorized into, the component lifecycle is categorized into 3 groups actually, and that means we have 3 phases. Entire component lifecycle is categorized into 3 phases. It is categorized into 3 phases. So what are those 3 phases and how these 3 phases work? We will see that. So the component lifecycle, so we will see one small diagram how we can manage that and how we can handle that. Actually, the 3 phases of component cycle, let's create a simple diagram for that. So component life, this is professionally the React application cycle. Actually, so the phases, 3 phases. One is mounting phase. Component comprises of a mounting phase, and a component comprises of an updating phase. It comprises of updating phase, and it comprises of an unmounting phase. So every React component cycle, every React component comprises of three phases actually. React component comprises of three phases: the mounting and the updating and unmounting. Actually, mounting is responsible for initializing, loading the contents that are required for a component. So detailing we will discuss also. It is responsible for loading. It is responsible for loading and configuring everything. What it contains, I will tell you detailing those methods. Updating is nothing but, so after loading, updating is responsible for identifying the changes happening and tracking the changes. So we generally call this as change detection. So identifying the changes, updating the changes, and reverting back the changes and to store in the memory. All this is done by using updating. And after you finish using the component, so cleaning up the component from the memory, destroying all the objects used by the component, all such things happen in unmounting phase. Unmounting phase. That means actually you can configure in three ways. So that means first a simple part I will show here. That means a cycle, how it actually happens. A cycle, how actually it happens. So you will have a mounting. So this is the first phase. That means actually when component is requested, so the component is requested. So component requested. When component is requested, so first it will go into, so when component is requested, it will go into this mounting phase. That means first the mounting happens. After mounting is completed, what happens in mounting, I will tell you, detailing we will discuss about that. After the mounting, so after the mounting is finished, then comes the phase updating. After mounting, then the updating phase will come. So updating phase will come. So this is updating phase, that is updating phase. So after mounting, the updating phase will come. Now after updating, so this is the cycle here. Yeah. After updating, then the unmounting phase will come. That means we have another phase called unmounting. Mounting. What happens in these phases we will discuss, right? So after this unmounting phase will happen. This is unmounting, right? That is unmounting. Now after unmounting, it again mounts. After unmounting, it again mounts the component. Into that. This is actually how it manages the approach. So first component is requested, then the mounting phase will happen. After mounting, updating. After updating, unmounting. And after update, unmounting, again the component is requested, then it mounts. So this is the basic phase. This is the basic cycle. That's how it happens. Now, generally, if you are not writing these phases, then some operations will continue. They ignore the specific operations. Due to that, so many issues will come. For example, I'm explaining here the same concept with that example I told you. That means we are requesting data. So that means here I'm giving an example for the same thing I told you. We are requesting the data. On mounting, what happens is it loads data. From an API or some other location. It loads data. After loading, in updating, so it identifies changes and updates. So it identifies the changes and updates in updating phase. After updating, so this will disconnect. So that means it will disconnect and destroy memory allocated for that. Disconnect and destroy the memory allocated for that component. This is a general approach, how we generally manage in our real world projects. This practically I will show you how we can manage and how we can handle that. We will practically see that. So this is the basic first flow, means how it is going to manage the activities. That is the basic flow. So I will copy that here. Yeah. So this is the basic flow. So that is the basic flow, how actually it works. Now we need to understand the diagram, some problem. I will take a screenshot and keep it later. Right. That is the basic approach, how actually it happens. Now the key point here, so the important point here is, in this approach, if this unmount is missing, then it is unable to destroy. And it will automatically perform a functionality. It is unable to destroy and it is automatically performing the functionality. That means again loads the data. So that means you may ask a question like, what happens if I don't write these methods? If you don't write these methods, then the problem what you will face is it ignores this particular stage and it continues to the next stage. That will create an issue. First, I will show you a simple basic example here. Let's take a simple basic example to understand this approach. A basic example to understand the approach. So means why these are very much required. why they are very much required. So what is the importance? Let's see one simple point here. Yeah. So I'm creating a component here. So just a class, so product component extends react dot component. Okay, so here we are configuring. So here we are configuring some methods. We are defining some methods and executing the methods. So configuring and define the methods. We will keep render. So and it should return. So some presentation. So here we keep a div and just keep a button. So button as fetch data. Fetch data. I will not create any data binding here. Later in example, I will show you how to handle the data binding, how we can handle the data binding. So initially, first I just kept here fetch data. Okay. Now here we are creating a method. Get data is a method. So we are configuring get data method. We are defining get data method. Okay. This get data method have to keep an alert. So it should keep an alert. And here we have to define. So fetching data fetched from server. This message I'm showing. Data fetched from the server. This message I'm showing. Now what should happen is on button click, it has to execute this. On button click, it should execute that. So then what we will do here is we will say fetch click, fetch button click. So or fetch click, we are creating a function. On fetch click, so we are configuring. So here we are defining. On fetch click, I will write a method. So I will call that method. I will use a JavaScript function called set interval. I will call a JavaScript function set interval. You know, set interval, set timeout functions are there. Set interval, so is expecting a function to execute. And we need to define the interval, how much interval. So I will use a set interval. Set interval is the method. This set interval method is expecting get data function, this dot get data. So every 5 seconds, it should execute. That means every 5 seconds, it need to fetch the data and display. So that means, so this alert will fire up. Every 5 seconds. That means every 5 seconds, it will fetch the data. So, but what happens is fetching and displaying the data. We will later write logic for this. Now, this will continue. Now, important is for every 5 seconds, it will do that. But once I finished fetching the data, I don't want it to continue. That means actually for every 5 seconds it is fetching the data. I want to disconnect also at a certain stage. That means at a certain stage, I don't want it to continue anymore. Then usually what we are doing now here, so we are configuring the method. So on click is equal to, it should access. So this dot fetch click will be accessed. When fetch click is accessed, that means every 5 seconds this data will come and it will display the alert. Set interval is configuring that and managing that. That function will execute means that alert will execute, it will get the data and display the data. So let's run this and see initially. So I'm creating, I'm showing you what happens if the lifecycle methods are not defined. So component life cycles are not configured. I click on fetch data. When I click on fetch data, usually what should happen? It should get that alert and display the alert at every 5 seconds. That means every 5 seconds, it needs to get and display. Here you can see in the inspect. So here we have an error here. So it is calling an error. So that is a get data of undefined. So some get data method, right? Yeah. So you can see that. So what happening is, observe carefully. Actually, every 5 seconds that method is executing. Observe carefully. Every 5 seconds that method is executing, and it is showing an alert, and it is not displaying alert here. It is executing this method. So it is executing the method called get data. It is configuring that get data. Initially, what happens now is whenever you configure the phase. So this is general property, and we are configuring the property and displaying the property here. Our intention is to fetch the data and display the data. Interval have to get every 5 seconds and display. Now, generally, internally, all these actions are performed. But when you are configuring these actions internally, when you are defining these actions internally, so some of the functions are not recognized, because in the component cycle, what happens is after loading the component, after updating the component, the memory of the component is destroyed. The memory allocated for the component is destroyed. If the memory allocated for the component is destroyed, it is destroyed, then usually the approach, general approach, what happens is next time again it mounts, it is unable to find the data that previously used. So it is unable to catch the data and find the data that it has previously used. Now we need to follow a process. We need to configure the process in order to handle the interaction correctly. That means when to load the data, when to update the data, and when to disconnect it from the server. We need to configure these phases. Currently, we are not configuring the phases. We are just defining the methods and specifying the methods. We are just defining and specifying the methods. When we are trying to handle the interaction with the component cycle methods, then we can correctly define the actions to perform at different stages. That means in the first stage, the component request should happen. Okay, that means it should load. How to load? I will tell you. We will see that. Second stage, update should happen. Okay, third stage, it should disconnect. That means we will write these now in a correct way. This is not the correct way of writing. Why? Because we need to configure the correct way for adding the components into memory, updating the components, and destroying. Let's create a cycle for this. Then we can easily handle it. Let's see how we can configure that. So what is the first phase? What is the first phase that happens? So in the component. So let me give a point first so that we can see that example working now. So every component comprises of three phases. And one is mounting phase. Another one is updating phase. And another one is unmounting phase. What are the activities? What are the functions that usually happen in every phase? So what are the functionalities that are handled in every phase? Let's see. What are the functionalities handled in every phase? The first phase is actually mounting phase. So that means, let's see the mounting phase. This mounting phase will fire up. When a component is initialized. This mounting phase will fire up. So what are the methods? What is the sequence? How it will handle the functionalities in this phase? First, what happens is when the component is initialized, first it will get the default properties. It will get the default properties. After getting the default properties, then it will get the initial state. What is the initial state configured for the component? What are the default properties defined? It will get the initial state and property. After that, the component, I will show you those methods also. After that, the component will mount. So after component mount, it will execute the render method. And after render, then it will confirm that component has finished mounting. Then component did mount. This method will fire. These are the options that happens in the first phase. In the first phase, which is the mounting phase. So the component properties, initial state, component will mount and render. So did mount. I will show you these phases here. Means how the phases will work here. Let's take a look here. First point here. You created a class. You configured a class. Some product component. Product component is the class that extends React component. So React component. So I will show in a diagram form in the component here. Now in this, what happens is you are calling a constructor. In the props, we are defining the props, and a super class constructor is called here. So super uses those props, and after that, here we are configuring a state. And here we are defining the state related some properties. After configuring the state related properties, then the render method comes, and it will return. So the render comes and it will return some DOM. This is the basic hierarchy actually happens. That means what happens in the first phase. So this is mounting phase. This is in the mounting phase. In the mounting phase, what are the activities performed? So what are the activities performed? Observe carefully. The activities performed in the mounting phase, the properties from the base. That means the base class provides some properties. Here, the properties from the base. So the properties we have, the properties which are called default properties. The default properties which are available in the component base class, that is React component base class, those properties are accessed and configured. These are the default properties. And after that, it will configure the default state. That means it is configuring the default state. What is the default state need to be, and it defines the default state. And remember, so here it is important that you need to know that in the mounting phase, so you cannot set state. You cannot set state. You can only configure. So you can only configure the state. Setting the state cannot be defined in the mounting phase. In the mounting phase, the setting state cannot be done. Only configuring of the state and configuring the properties can be done in this phase. So default properties and default state. After that, then component mount function will fire up. After these two, component mount function will fire up. That means component will mount. Component will mount method will fire up. So after configuring the default properties and the state, then component will mount. So component, so will mount function will be called. Component will mount. So will mount function will be called. This component will mount function so is responsible for, this component will mount is responsible for identifying, it is responsible for identifying, is there any content to render? Is there any content to render? After identifying, is there any content to render? So it is defined with the content to render. What it is going to do now is it is going to return this. It is going to return this result. It is going to return this result. It is going to return this result. So that means it identifies, is there a render configured or not? If rendered configured, in the render, it need to mention what to return. What to return is defined, and this is managed in component did mount. That means after return is finished, that means return will return some markup. It will return the markup. The return will return the markup. Once the markup is returned, so once the markup is returned, then it confirms that. Then it confirms that component did mount. So that means it confirms that component did mount. Component did mount. Actually, in the background, what happens is when the component did mount, so the DOM content is loaded. The DOM content is loaded, and the page is ready to handle the interactions. The DOM content is loaded, and it is ready to handle the interactions. That means in the mounting phase, what happens is it identifies the properties, it identifies the states. It will load the properties and the state. It will load the properties and the state. It will load the properties and state. And it will identify the render method. Is there anything to render? And render is configured to return a markup. It will return that markup and sends a confirmation that DOM content is loaded and it is ready. Because usually render contains the markup to be rendered and the markup to be returned. So this happens in the mounting phase. This happens in the mounting phase. That means, so you are configuring all these activities in the mounting phase. So this is the mounting phase of your application. That is the mounting phase of the application. So these are the activities performed in the mounting phase. Oh, some problem in the screen. Let's take a screenshot here. Yeah. Okay, some problem in the images. I will keep these images for the later user. Later I will upload that image here. Mount. Okay, fine. Later I will upload those images. Fine. So this is the basic mounting phase. That means what happens in the mounting phase and what are the activities performed in the mounting phase. That means now DOM content is ready. Now the DOM content is ready. Actually, DOM content is loaded. That means this actually not the real DOM. So better I will give here. This is not the actual DOM, and this is actually the virtual DOM. It is actually the virtual DOM. So it is not the real DOM. That is the actual virtual DOM. Because when you do any modifications, these modifications are first updated into the virtual DOM. Then it is reverted back to the original. So that means, so we have configured. So mounting. Okay. So we have configured the options that are performed in the mounting phase. So first step, it will identify the properties and state. Second step, it will load the component and configure the component. Right? These are the options happens in the first phase. So that is the mounting phase. Then next important is, so we have updating phase. So that means updating phase usually happens when a component has a state changed. That means when a component has state changed, then this will fire up. Updating phase will fire up. So in the updating phase, it have some methods to handle. What are the methods here? It will use should component update. It will use component will update, and it will again execute the render method, and it will send a confirmation component did update. These are the methods that fire up in the update phase. These are the methods that update in the update phase. These are the methods that fire up. That means it actually this is technically configured as change detection. Technically we call this as change detection. And when finally the contents are initialized and rendered is generally when you are bringing the component and loading the component and presenting the component. Actually this part, component mount and render, this part is called as technically, where is this rendering and this part? Yeah, rendering and returning is called as, this part is called as content projection. This is available in all the web technologies. These terms are very much common. Content projection and change detection. These are the important terms regularly used in interviews also. What is a content projection and what is change detections? These are available across all the frameworks and cycles, all the frameworks and libraries that you use generally in web applications, where we have to load the content, identify the changes in the content. They contain these two types of activities like change detection and content projection. Change detection is identifying the changes happened in the data, and content projection is rendering the result and returning the output. That is what actually content projection. So now what happens in the change detection actually? Generally, let's take here a diagram for change detection. So that means I'm configuring a diagram for change detection. Then let's create here another option for change, means second phase, that is updating phase. So updating phase. In the updating phase, class and everything will be same. What are the activities performed here? In the updating phase, actually you will have suppose a button. So we will have a button on click. On click is equal to update details. Update details is a option fires up, or simply update. I will define that here. So let's keep this dot update. This will fire up. So update button click. So this is the action performed. Now usually here we have an update method. This update method is going to execute the functionality, and this dot set state, and it will set the state values. It will configure the state values. It is defining the state values. Not only that, after defining the state values, so we can display those contents here. This dot state dot some property, whatever the property is there, we are binding that and we are updating that here. We are updating that here, rendering that here. That means now in this case, there are three activities. First option is in the updating phase. What happens is in the updating phase, three activities are performed. What are the three activities? One is property binding, or set state. You can say set state, and another event binding. So property binding, set state, event binding. So and finally, whatever the result is there, it is rendered and displayed there. All these three activities are managed in the updating phase. All these three activities are managed in the updating phase. That means you can see that. So this is property or event state binding. This is where it happens everything. And this is the event binding, where it will identify the changes happened. That means when to update that state, it will configure and display the state. And after update is completed, this result will be binded into this location. So that result will be binded into that location. So this is another phase. That means did update. So that means when the component should update, component should update is decided by event. When the component should update is decided by that event. That means on click, it should update. Okay. Next stage is component will update. If the method is fine and the properties are properly configured. If there is a problem in the properties that you configured and the value that is coming, will update will not happen. If it is updated, then it will render that updated result into that particular location, and it will render into that particular location and keeps the updated data into the reference. That is component did update. Did update contains the information about the final value what is present after update. So that means should update. So this comprises of value before update, and did update. This comprises of value after update. These are the activities performed. in the updating phase. So in the mounting phase, so properties and states are initialized, and component will mount, and it will render the result, and it will confirm the mounting. That means virtual DOM is loaded. If any change occurred, it will identify when to perform the changes, what changes need to be performed, and it will update the changes and renders the final result. And the last one is unmounting. In the unmounting phase, the component so will unmount. That means when a component is unmounting, that means when a component is unmounting, that means you can simply say that cleaning up, or you can say destroying the memory. So that means what happens here on unmount, it can destroy, it can clean up, it can configure the values. So for example, later, so when you are closing, then you can configure the set state, whatever the values you set, you can set to the initial state. You can clean up the values, you can delete the memory, you can configure. That I can show you with an example. We will see with an example how do we handle that, right? These are the options. This is updating. Okay. These are the three important phases of the component cycle. So the component comprises of these major options. but some are optional, not regularly used. Some methods are not regularly used. Some methods are regularly used. So the regularly used methods in mounting phase, the regularly used method will be component will mount, component will mount, component render, and component did mount. Component will mount also, so not regularly used. Component will mount also not regularly used. Component did mount is regularly used. And in the updating phase, in the update means render and component did mount, these two are regularly used. So and in updating phase also, render is regularly used and component did update is regularly used. Others are rarely used, not regularly used. And finally, an unmounting phase, component unmount will be used. So others are not regularly used. It depending on the situation, that's how we use. And some cycle related options methods are deprecated. Deprecated means in old versions they were there. In the new versions we are no longer using them. So we don't need to worry about that, because version by version some changes happen. When some changes happen in the early versions, we also have a method called get derived state from properties, from props. Get derived state from props. We have this in the early stage. So we also have options like get snapshot before update. So these we don't prefer these days much. We don't prefer this very much. So why? Because so in the latest versions we don't recommend that, because our latest version is 16.4 and higher version. We don't prefer these other options regularly. We don't prefer those options regularly. So that is the reason. So some are deprecated, we don't use them. Now we will see one simple example how this mounting, update and unmounting works. A simple example on components cycle and how it works, right? Then we can go into another concept, that is how we can work with routing in React, right? Then today, first I will just show you a basic point about generally how the lifecycle hooks are written. We will implement in future examples also. In various examples we will see. And yesterday I given you these points, and we discussed about the various phases of component cycle. Only three important phases are there. One is mounting, updating, and another one is unmounting. These are the three phases we discussed. I will just show you one simple example, and later we can deal with complex examples with APIs and data, right? How we can communicate and work with this cycle. We can use in several examples hereafter. Let's see one simple example. So how the component mounting and unmounting works. One simple example I'll give you here. Example for component mount and unmount. Generally, component mount indicates what actions to perform when the component is initialized, and unmount indicates so what should happen when it is unmount indicates what should happen when it is stopped. All such activities we can write. Let's see one simple example how we can configure that. So means how we write these functions. One example we will see. Here I am creating a component. So let's configure the component, product component, and let's add a constructor, and I will put this dot state and an object, so date object, so new date. Later I will show you with database how we can connect with APIs. We will see that. First we will understand the basic example. Now we need to access the date and display the date every second. Display the date every second until the component unmounts. Once the component unmounts, the date should stop. The date should stop. So usually, so we are here first rendering, and we are returning a simple div, and we will just create a button and say stop, or we will say unmount. Just I will give the word unmount. Now we will put a paragraph here, and there we will display the date. So this dot state dot date, we are displaying the date, and to local time string. So we will display date in a short form and configure. And this is displaying the date and configuring. So it is accessing and displaying the time there. It is displaying the time. I want the mount function to mount this. So every second, I want this to load every second. So we need to configure this every second. So we need to define every second, we need to configure and specify. So how we can manage that? So then generally by default component mount happened. By default component mount happened. And in the component mount, so what happened is, so let's go to the components. And here the product component, the date is mounted actually. The date is loaded, time is loaded and displayed here. After loading the mount, so it is waiting for other interactions to happen. Now what we will do is, we will make some interactions repeatedly in the mount. That means I want this time to update every second. After loading, the time should update every second. Then what we will do is, we will create a simple timer function. We will create a simple timer function. This timer function will set date, set state, and it will apply a new date. So date, so it will apply the new date. That means whenever the timer function is called, it will load the current date and store the current date. Now on component mount, when the component mount, I need this timer to execute. So we have to write a function. We have to write a function component did mount. Did mount is a lifecycle method. Component did mount is a lifecycle method. And remember, you have to write exactly with the same capitalization. These are the reserved methods. When component mounted, I need to use set interval, which is a JavaScript function. This set interval should return this dot timer, and it should execute every second. That means for every 1000 milliseconds, this timer will execute. The timer will execute means the timer is going to display new time. It is going to display new time. So every second on mount, it is going to display new time. So that means you can see that. So here it is mounting, and it has to display new time. Every time it has to display the new time. But it needs a handle also. It needs a handle. That means we need a handle to indicate, because here the timer function, we have to call the timer function, return the timer function every 1000 seconds. Then every 1000 milliseconds, the timer will be changing. It is ticking now. That means it is loading the timer on mount, and it is updating. You can see here the state is updated with the new time. State is updated with the new time. Every second the state is updated with the new time. It is configuring the new time. When I click unmount, I want to stop this timer. I want to stop the timer and remove from the memory. That means remove from the DOM. Remove from the DOM means it functionality will be stopped. On unmount, I need to stop it. Then if it is stopped, it is no longer executed anymore, right? Then how do we do that? Generally, this function is loaded into memory. Set interval function is loaded into memory. And in order to access that function outside, then you have to use a handle for that. I will create as a simple function, some property that is choose time, okay. Display time, I'll just use as display time. This display time handle will store this function in the memory. That means this dot display time is equal to, it is stored in that memory. That means now you can access this function. That means remember, on component mount, the memory is allocated for this display time. In the memory, this function is loaded. And on unmount, I need to clean this memory. That means I need to destroy the memory on unmount. That means we will write here component. We have to use component will unmount, that is the method. Component will unmount, that is the method. And this component will unmount should clear the interval. It should clear the interval. That means, so we are using clear interval, and it should clean up this dot display time from memory. So unmount is a lifecycle component which is used for cleaning up. Did mount is a lifecycle method used for initializing what you want at the starting stage. So that means when component is loaded, what you want, you can configure that. You can configure that in this. And unmount, you have to tell. But important is when it will unmount, you can tell when to unmount. That means once I finished using it, you can implicitly write or you can explicitly configure also. That means this component should clean up and it should unmount. When I click to this unmount button, that means unmount on click. So on click is equal to I'm accessing this dot component will unmount. We are explicitly calling the unmount method. Now generally unmount method can execute by itself in a sequential order. But not in every situation. Now when you want, you can manually call it and you can execute unmount. You don't need to wait until unmount, because generally component unmount will happen. When you close the application. The component unmount will happen, or when you move from one component to another. That we can learn in routing. When you move from one component to another, one component is finished and another component is coming. In that case, the component will automatically unmount. But if you want to manually unmount, you can define that. So I want to manually unmount, then on button click, I am calling that unmount function. So even if you don't call unmount, by default it will unmount. So when the component is changed, But here I am configuring this. And you need to register this unmount to bind with the button, because it is using some state values. We need to configure that. That means this dot component will unmount is equal to this dot component will unmount dot bind with this, because it is using some state values. We are configuring with the state value. So this is actually not required. But this is required when you want to manually terminate it. That means now see what happens here is, so it is running and the time is changing every second. That means the component is mounted, and it is loading every second. And I click on unmount. Automatically when I click on unmount, then it should stop. And you can see the timer stopped now. So why it is stopped? Because it unmounts. That means it cleans up the component from the memory. Once it cleans up the component from the memory, then whatever the memory allocated is gone. That means what happened? The memory allocated is gone. What does that mean? Memory allocated is gone means this clear interval will clean up from the memory. But still the state time value is displayed. That is the last displayed value. And again when the component mounts, then again it will display time. And again component mounts when you refresh the page. When you reload the application, when you reload the component, it will reload. Temporarily, suppose I'm using here another button. So and here on click. So we will put a function here. Suppose refresh. I'm just giving refresh option. And here we are writing a function. So refresh. And location dot reload. We are calling location reload method. And here we will call this dot refresh. We are calling that refresh. So usually what happens now, so this is the timer. And when I click on unmount, that means it is going to unmount that component. And once it unmounts the component, it stops. And again, when I refresh, then it mounts the component again, then it starts again. When I refresh, you see it mounts the component, it starts. So we can configure, suppose technically here, I am using state. So another property MSG, it is initially empty. Below this, I will put that MSG, this dot state dot MSG. We are displaying the message there. Okay. Now currently message is empty. And what we are doing is when did mount. So here I am defining this dot set state, and we are configuring MSG as component mounted. This message we are displaying. And unmount. So here I am using this dot set state. Here observe carefully. Important point is I am writing component unmounted. So and you say unmounted, cleaned up, something like this. Now here you can display that message and configure the message. And you see here the component mounted is not displayed there. Because state message is this empty. The state message is currently empty. You can see the state message is empty. And you can see, observe carefully when I refresh, When I refresh, what happens is, you can observe carefully, component mounted will message come and it will disappear immediately. You can carefully observe at MSG. when I run this, you can see that it says that component mounted and disappeared. That means component will not mount every time. Every second component is not mounting. Component mounts only once. When you request, the component mounts. When you request the component mounts. Every second, the component is not mounting. Component is mounting only once. In that memory, it is executing this timer second every second. So that means component will not mount every second. Component will mount only once, and at the time of loading. If I refresh, when I click refresh, observe carefully, and it component mounted again. To make it more clear for you, along with that, I will display. I will here component did mount. I will put an alert also. I will put an alert saying that component mounted. So component mounted. I will put an alert here. Then you can see that. So when component starts, it says component mounted. Okay, component mounted. After that, the timer starts executing. And when I click so unmount, then you see component unmounted and cleaned up. And it is stopped. That means now whatever the memory allocated for that, it is cleaned up. So again, when I refresh, if I refresh, so then it will again start, and it will again component mounted. Component is not mounted every second. If component is mounted every second, that alert should come every second. That alert is not coming every second. So it is displayed only once. That means it is mounting only once. For example, suppose you can also define, so this set state. So this set state is displaying this message, and it is showing some alert. You can put intervals, you can put timeout, and you can delay the time, so to display how much it has to execute. Those all in API requests, I will show you how you manage with the data also. We will discuss about it. So, but what is the intention of mainly writing this alert? Because to tell you that it executes, but it will not execute every second. So it is executing only once into that memory. It has loaded this function. That function is executing every second. Mount will happen only once. Unmount will happen only once. And at the time of unmount, it stops. For example, suppose if I am not calling that unmount, I will put an alert here. So component unmounted I am displaying. Usually, observe carefully, component is mounted. And I am trying to close this now, and it is closed. When I close it, component is unmounted. Automatically, the component is unmounted when I close it. Again, it will load, it will display. You cannot see the alert because browser closed means automatically the alerts will not be displayed anymore. But you can display this later when you keep the browser and you change from one component to another component. In the routing, I will show you, once you change from one component to another component, it can fire up and it says that one component finished, another component mounted. If you are using nested components, then one component can mount and unmount, and one component can display and hide these messages. So that means usually component mount will happen at the time of requesting the component. Unmount will happen once it finished using the component. So that is, and on unmount, I'm just using this technique here, just displaying a message and showing you. So component is mounted, and after mounting the component, it started execution. Component mounted, it's showing the time is continuing, and when I click, and immediately it will stop. And when I refresh, again it will mount, and again it will mount, and it will start. So every component on the request, it is going to mount it, and it is going to access it. So it depends on how you configured and how you defined the logic and handle the options. For example, one conditional approach also I will show you. Condition approach also I will show you how we can manage and how we can work. One conditional approach, we will see that. So let's see. First, I will keep this example for your practice sake, just, and this is the component mount and unmount example, just app.js. Okay. Later, we will use these in other API programs also. Situation wise, we will understand where exactly it can be handled also, right? This is one option. Let's create some multiple components and try this now. Let's close this all, means clean up this. Okay. Now here I'm just defining some components because already we learned conditional rendering. So we defined a function, and it is suppose success component. And this success component, let's create like a separate component. So that means class, so success component. So extends React component, and this will render and return. So it will just return, so login success. So this message it is going to return. Okay. Now this component, so have an option. That means a mounting option. We will configure that here. That means I defined a functionality configured here. So I will write here component did mount, component did mount, component did mount, and I will just keep an alert. So saying that component success component mounted. That is the message we are configuring, and we are defining another option like component. So will unmount component will unmount. So that is the option we define, and spelling is very important, right? Component and unmount. So I'm just keeping an alert, right? Success disposal. That is the option I'm configuring. Okay, this is the success component, and we are displaying this. We have component did mount and a component will unmount. So this is the option we are managing. Now, usually what happens now is I will put here a simple another component, error component. Copy that, and I will keep another here, error component. Let's keep this error component, and error component mounted, and error disposal. This is the options we are configuring, and suppose invalid password, something like this. And here we are configuring in the component. So render method. So in the render method, we are returning a div. Okay, let's keep a text box. So input type is equal to text. Okay, and in this we need to access the name and display the value. And I will just use the option to collect the value and handle the value. And I'm just defining a button. So submit is the button. And already we learned how to collect the values and how do we access the values and use the values. Actually, simple decision based also we can manage. So decision based also we can manage. I will tell you. So for this now we need, so on click, we need a submit click here. So submit click. So submit click, and we need to access the element and use the element. So values, whatever the values configured, we need to define. While user is typing, we need to verify, or so when submit clicked, we need to configure. That means on click is it. So this dot submit click. And here I need to access the E. So E is the event argument. And through the event argument, you can access the elements and you can configure the element related values. So generally, how we can access the element related values and display. Already we learned the form technique. That means if there are several elements and if you want to access the element on submit and use those values, then you can configure on submit form related values you can define. So here the conditional approach is nothing but, for example, like directly here I'm writing, I'm not using any value for the text box initially, just keep a switch here, a login and success, two options we will keep here. For example, first we are not writing any condition. Without writing the condition, first switch between them. Suppose switch between them means let's keep two buttons here. Means first I will show you two buttons general. First button is suppose success, okay, and another button is suppose error. Conditionally we will put again another option also I will show you. Now on success click, so we need to manage. So this is success click. So on the success click, and here error click. Two components need to change from one to another location and define, and we need to access and execute that component. That means the components need to be rendered and they need to display that. We are just using alerts for the components. We are using just alerts. Component did mount and all these are configured there. Now on success click, so we need to access. So we need to access this function. That means here on click is equal to this dot success click. So on click is equal to, so this dot error click. Okay, our intention is to bring the component and render them. So that means whatever the component related options are there to bring the component and render them. Success component and the error component. So what I will do is here I will create a constructor. So I will configure a constructor. This dot state is equal to MSG, and here it is empty. When success click. So this dot set state. And here, so in the MSG, I'm configuring the success component. I'm configuring success component into that. And on error click, so I'm defining this dot set state, and the message we are defining as error component. We are defining the error component. Success and error components are defined. Now, these are the options to manage on that state, right? On state, we need to access them. Let's create, so this dot success click is equal to this dot success click bind with this. And this dot error click is equal to this dot error click dot bind with this. And make sure that this message, set state message, so is rendered here somewhere. That means below the button. So I will keep a div and or a paragraph, and here we will put that this dot state.msg. The component so need to be rendered. That actually that's not a message, that's a component result. Component result should be rendered. Actually, these components are returning some message also, invalid passwords, invalid password, and they are returning so option like login success. That is the return value for the component. Here in this approach now, we have success and error options configured. Success and error options configured. And I click on success. Then you can see success component mounted. It shows the success component mounted. So you are configuring the success component mounted. Okay, that error is related to heading hierarchy. It's okay, no problem. We'll see that. Then done. Success, login success. This error is nothing but it is related to this hierarchy, means how you are presenting the heading hierarchy. That is related to that heading hierarchy, right? So it is related to the heading hierarchy. No problem. I click on error. And you can see that success disposed. This is important. You can observe that success disposed now because we are changing from one component to another component. When we are changing from one component to another component, now the previous component is now disposed. Success disposed. After that, error component mounted. Error component mounted. That means you can see that now error component loaded because you are changing from one component to another. You can write logic, text box, username, password, verify. I am just giving a simple button here. So, and I click OK. Now that is invalid password. Invalid password. That means in the component hierarchies, so we designed two components, success and error. And usually, automatically the component starts with a mount and component ends with unmount. Usually this unmount will fire up. So when you close the component, so generally when you close the browser, means application, the component will close. But you cannot see that alert displayed because browser is closed already. So best option to understand this is to change between the components. When you are changing from one component to another component, it is able to identify, and it is able to display. So that is the reason you see initially when I load, this is empty. When I load, this is empty. When I click success, then you can see that success component mounted. That is good. After success component mounted, the success component result will be displayed here. That means its result will be rendered. That means this is important in our component lifecycle. Yesterday we discussed that. Usually what happens is in the lifecycle methods. So after component mount happens, this render will fall. Component did mount. After that render will fire up. This render will fire up. That means rendering will happen. So after updating also render will happen. After updating also render will happen. We haven't written any update. We will write them in the later. Now important is this render is going to return this result. So that means once the mount happened, suppose I am writing like this, success I am writing. So component, that means the method, another method it is having, component will mount. Component did mount. So I will say here component will mount. Component will mount is the function. Component will mount and component did mount. So these are the options. Component will mount. I will keep an alert saying that. So you request success component requested. This message I am displaying. Success component requested. That means here when I click on success, you say success component requested. After requesting, then the component is mounted, success component mounted, then rendered. That is the lifecycle hierarchy. So that means first it is mounted. So that means first it will request this. That means will mount. After will mount, then did mount. After did mount, then render. Then after render, then it will unmount. Unmount is the last one will fire. This will happen everywhere. That means here we defined component will mount. And here we are defining alert. So here I said error component requested. It is going to do this. Error component requested. It is going to display, right? So here when we define this, and you can see now when I click success, first point is success component requested. Okay. After that success component mounted. Okay. After that rendered. When I click error component, then success component will dispose. After disposing, then error component, so error component requested, then success component is disposed, error component is mounted and done. When I click again success, then what will happen? Success component requested. After requesting the success component, error component disposed now because it should complete the did mount and then success component is mounted. So this is the basic approach and it is rendered. So these are the basic mount and unmount related options usually handled. Generally, we do this to handle various interactions. With regard to our APIs, services, connections, disposing the memory after using the connection, fetching the data, displaying the data. That I will show you with an API example also, how do we manage that. But these are the basic options we need to understand. Update and how the updates happen. For that, we need to create some UI so that user can make the changes in the values and update the values and handle them. We will see that. So this is another example for app.js. This is an example for handling the same concept. So this time we are using these options. So we are using these options like, so component will mount, component did mount, component will unmount. So these are the component related basic lifecycle methods. Updating we can see while working with data forms and managing with the data forms. This is the basic about lifecycle methods. So component lifecycle methods, the hierarchy of the methods. As a developer, you have to know when to use that method and what activities you need to configure in that method. What activities you need to configure in the method depending on the situation, we have to manage that, right? This is basic approach. Now, once we know how to handle this, now after understanding the component lifecycle hooks, now we need to know about another important is how we can handle the interaction with the APIs. That means React application interacting with the API services. So that means server-side APIs, handling the communication with the API, and how do we manage the interaction with the APIs, communicating and configuring interaction with the API. What is API and how React interacts with the API, gets the data and use the data, so that we can create interaction with the live data that is coming from the backend technologies. You can use any technology in the background. That means you can use, actually, we will see a MERN stack here. We will see a MERN stack. By using the MERN stack, we will see how to handle the interaction. Actually, MERN stack M is for MongoDB. That is the database. MongoDB is the database. It is the database. And we will see E, that is Express. Express is the middleware. Express is the middleware. So middleware. And we will see R, that is for React. React is for creating the front end. That means UI, user interface. And N, this is for Node.js. This is for server side interactions. That means we will see now how React is used with this combination. And if you know about the MERN stack, how React can handle interaction with API, present them, interact with them, all the interactions like reading records, inserting and all, then you can use this with various technologies in the background. Generally, so Java people can use Oracle, MySQL like databases in the backend, and .NET people can use SQL Server in the backend database, and they can use middlewares. So their whatever middlewares they are using, and they can use their server-side technology like PHP, JSP, or ASP.NET, and client side they can implement React. Client side they can implement React. If you know this approach, now you can handle this any kind of backend environment. Right now, for that we will see. I'm not teaching you any MongoDB or Node.js here. I will just show you basic commands: how to create database, how to create server-side integration, how to create API. And consuming API is the key part. We have to learn that in React. That means how to consume that API and present the API, interact with the API, create UI for managing them. So that we will see in our next session, right? So tomorrow we will discuss about how React works with the backend technologies with database integrations and all. Then we will create proper UIs to handle all the interactions that are generally used for real world development, right? That means in real world, majority React is used for creating a good interface for interacting with the data that is coming from the backend. And we manage the application interactions from there. That we will see in the next session. Services. So handling communication with the services, interacting with the APIs, creating, configuring APIs, and server-side integration, how works. So all these we need to understand. We will implement routing, Redux and all. So we will see how the materials are used with React in this environment. So what we are going to discuss now is how to communicate with an API, handle interaction with the APIs, configuring and communicating with the APIs. So yesterday I given you all these examples related to the component cycle. Now we will see how the React application interacts with API and handles the communication. For this, we need to create an environment. We need to create, we need to configure the library for interacting with server-side integrations and all. For that, we need a tool chain to manage all the interactions. Tool chain is a set of tools and libraries that you need for handling communication. So actually, in real world projects, the basic architecture I'm just showing you. A web architecture here we are discussing. Let's take the basic web architecture. Yes, this is the basic web architecture. Now here in the client side, this is the basic web application architecture. Now server side, we have a database server. So the database is maintained in Oracle, MySQL, MongoDB, SQL Server, or any database. Data is present in the database server, and we use a server-side technology. So JSP, PHP, ASP, Node.js to create the business logic with the help of middleware to handle communication with the data, get the data. And Express is a middleware which will create an API so that client side, our application can consume and handle the interaction. So client side, so we will use a React application. So here we use a React app. This client side React application is going to manage communication with the server side. Actually, so we are handling a simple approach called distributed computing. I will just give you a simple overview on that. That means now we are using React for building a distributed application. React for building a distributed application. So we are learning distributed computing architecture. And we have to implement this practically. We will see that. Distributed computing architecture is nothing but distributed computing. Actually, distributed computing allows two different applications, different applications running on two different machines, running on two different machines to share information, or the concept is, or two different applications running on two different process in the same machine can share information. This is distributed computing architecture. So distributed computing is two applications running on two different machines sharing information, or two applications running on same machine in two different process can share information. You are going to see this, how to handle this in React now. Actually, there are so many distributed computing technologies. There are various distributed computing technologies. There are various distributed computing technologies like Corba, like DCOM, like RMI, so like EJB, like web service, like remoting. All these comes under distributed computing architectures, distributed computing technologies. Corba, common object request broken architecture. DCOM, distribute component object model. RMI, remote method invocation. And EJB, enterprise Java beans. Web service, remoting. And web service is known to all technologies. All technologies use web service technologies. Actually, Corba is used in more than 15-16 languages. Corba is used in more than 15-16 languages. DCOM is used, including C, C++ also. DCOM is used in languages like VB, Visual Basic and all. RMI, remote method invocations, they are there in EJB Java, right? So web service is known to all technologies. So generally, web service have three specifications. Web services have three specifications, and we will see that. Generally, web service specifications. We have three specifications like SOAP, like REST, and like JSON. SOAP, service oriented architecture protocol. Actually, in SOAP, request, so service request will be request and response, both request and response will be in XML. Client sends an XML request, response will be in XML. REST request will be a simple query, and response will be in XML or optionally JSON. And in JSON, the request and response will be request, and the response will be in JSON. Service consumer, service provider, both are in this JSON. So majority of people who are using React with Java, with .NET, with PHP, Python, the main intention of is to consume the services, consume the APIs, consume the services. Earlier, we need to use a lot of JavaScript, jQuery, and now you can use React. You are a Java developer, .NET developer, PHP, Python developer. You create the services, configure the services in your technology in the backend. You can use Node.js, all these. And that you create and configure the APIs, and those can be consumed in your client-side application. So if React have to handle all these interactions, then generally React needs a tool chain. React depends on a tool chain. Tool chain is nothing but a set of tools used for handling this situation. So this is general distributed architecture. So what I showed you is general distributed architecture. So we will achieve this now. So let me give you a simple point like, so this is the distributed computing architectures, So this is the distributed computing architecture. This usually you learn when you are learning any server-side technologies and all, services and all. So distributed computing, the main point is extensibility, so maintainability, testability. And these are all the distributed computing architectures actually, CORBA, DCOM, RMI, EJB, web services remotely. CORBA is a common object request broken architecture introduced by OMG group, and it is used in more than 14 languages. So we don't need to much concentrate on this, just you should know that we have DCOM, we have RMI, EJB, web services. So now we are going to handle this in our application. For that, we need to create client side. So we need to create client side a React application, and on server database and a server side application. And the React application on client will communicate with the server application for accessing the data, requesting response. Every communication is managed here. So this is what we are going to achieve now. So we are going to manage this situation here now. So the interacting and configuring with the data, right? So for that, how to create a React application and how do we set up the entire environment, we will see. Actually, React requires a tool chain. In software technologies, tool chain is nothing but a set of libraries and tools that are required for building and maintaining the application. You need some set of tools. Now, generally, what are the tools required? React requires a tool chain. For configuring distributed computing architecture, and build distributed computing applications. Actually, majority all these days, whatever you see are distributed applications. For example, suppose you have Amazon. You can open Amazon on a browser. That is an Amazon web application. Amazon.in, you can open on a browser. For example, I will keep it a little more clear here. Suppose on the server, we have Amazon app. It has its own databases and everything will be common. So it will be common. It has everything common. Now, generally, client side, suppose you are using a computer, desktop or laptop. Here we have a browser. So on the browser, you are accessing Amazon. So www.amazon.in on the browser. So this is actually a web application. Now you have a mobile. And on this mobile, you are having an Amazon app. It is a Amazon, actually, technically speaking, it is an Amazon client app. This Amazon, Facebook, Swiggy, so WhatsApp, all these are client applications connected with the server application for sharing information. So these applications are called distributed applications. So now we will create an application client side and we will communicate with the server side. Generally, to create a client side application, so that means, so what are the requirements? Client side application is created by using usually it is created by using React create app. So it is done by using create React app. We configure the client side application with React app. So you know that it provides an environment. It provides a single page application in React. So this is providing a single page application environment. This provides a single page application environment client side. Application is created by using create React app. So already we done that. In the beginning I showed you. One more time I will show you. So client side application is created with this. It is a single page application specially designed in React. single page application designed in React. You can use Angular or React. So here we are using React. For that we need create React application. Now, once it is ready, client side it is ready. Now we need a lot of tools for handling server side integrations and other options. So generally, the tool chain required for React to handle this type of communication. So the tool chain, I will just give this as the tool chain. The tool chain used for React application. The tool chain used for React application. So React, you can say distributed application, because for React application, tool chain is different. React application, we don't need much tools. So for React application, so what is the tool chain required? That means what are the things you need for React application? What is option you need? Generally, for React application client side, you need a package manager like npm, You need a bundler. Like Webpack, or we call parcel. So we need a bundler. So Webpack or parcel, right? And it is used for bundling all the packages, a modular approach. And you need a compiler. So we use Babel as a compiler. This is the tool chain required for client side. For client side, React application requires a package manager, a Webpack or parcel bundlers, and obviously it requires a compiler. So that is for building client side. And for other interactions to handle server side rendering and applications handling. So what are used? So generally, the tool chain required for used for React distributed application environment. So we actually use like Next.js. Next.js is one of the popular and lightweight framework for static and server-side rendering applications built with React. So it includes the concepts of styling, routing, like other techniques. So that means you can use any server-side technology for a server-side environment. And you can use this Next.js to provide the communication with your server-side integrations in Node.js or any another, and handle communication with the client-side React application. So it is a special framework. So Next.js is actually a special framework. Next.js is a special framework. And this framework is used for static and rendered applications. In React, we need this. So I will show you how we can manage the application and configure that. Another one, you can use server render applications. You can use in the backend like Node.js. You can use like JSP. You can use like .NET. You can use like PHP. So PHP. So you can use the backend, right? And another option is usually we also use Gatsby. So it is for creating. Creating static websites with React. It is for creating static websites with React. So that means generally it is mostly used for presentation. So actually the main intention is it improves the load time. So with HTML, CSS, we can create, and it improves the load time. And you have other options. Generally, React applications and the React components used. Webpacks. This is for distributed application. And these are very much required. We will use few options and we will discuss about them. What is React Native? What is Redux? These also we will discuss. And another important is mostly for server-side interactions and options. So we have a toolkit, full stack toolkit, mostly used, called NX. NX is also one of the toolkit. It is the toolkit. So this is one of the toolkit for full stack development, actually. Full stack development. It is a toolkit for full stack development using React. So that means you can use the combination of React. So you can use Next.js, and you can use Express, and you can use MongoDB. So etc. different. So that is also another important option here. There is another server-side rendering framework used called Razel. So this is another server-side rendering framework. We use this server-side rendering framework. So it is most flexible than Next.js. It is more flexible than Next.js. These are regularly used. Some I given you. These are regularly used for handling and interacting. But you people, if you belong to the technologies like Java, .NET, PHP, Python, then server side, you have your own tool chains. You use Java, JSP, JDBC, and you create web services, configure with a database like Oracle or MySQL. .NET people have like ADO.NET, and they have options like framework, ASP.NET framework, MVC, and client side React will come. So it's not mandatory that you have to use these, because if you belong to other technologies, then those technologies have their own tool chains. So you can usually handle them. You can usually manage by the tool chains provided by those technologies. You don't need much effect. So with this, so this is the environment that you need. So actually for client side and for server side, we will see different approaches how we can handle and work with different technologies. That means generally people ask like how to do with Java or .NET or PHP, because remember API is same everywhere. Services are same, means consuming services are same. Creating them depends on the technology you are using. You create a technology based on the technology. It depends on that, right? Which technology you are using, depending on the technology, right? So it varies, but finally everything client side is same. Client side is same. So consuming is same. jQuery, JavaScript, and React, how we can use. There are various techniques like suppose JavaScript uses Ajax methods. JavaScript jQuery uses Ajax methods. So React can use the special library provided by W3. What WG fetch library is there to communicate with the APIs. That is the standard one. So I will show you. First point is we need client side application ready. Then we will create a server side application with the database to interact with the client side application. So let's create a client side application. All these days we were not creating a complete client side application. So if you remembered, so all these days we are not creating a client side application. We are integrating React into an existing HTML application. That means existing web application. Into existing web application, we are using React. In the existing web application, we are using React. That's what we are doing all these days. That is the approach we were following. That means we already have an HTML application. And in this application, we are using React. In this, we are using React. Now, how do we individually create a React application and handle it? And one more important, people use the frameworks like Ionic. They use like native script. So people also use the options like Cordova, Apache Cordova. These frameworks are mostly used for building. So cross-platform, mobile app. So with React, cross-platform mobile application with React. So these are all actually frameworks. So these are all frameworks to build cross-platform mobile application with React. We have Ionic, we have a native script, we have Cordova, etc. These are options. So that means if you want your application to reach broad range of devices, so then we can use these frameworks, Ionic, native script, and Cordova. Like, for example, you see, so we have like Ionic framework. So this is an framework. Ionic is a framework. And this Ionic framework is now available in React also now. We can use in React. That means it provides a mobile toolkit for building cross-platform native web and mobile applications. With your just JavaScript, you can manage. It is available with Angular and React also. So Ionic and React, right? These are the components that we can build, configure. Ready-made components are present. Ready-made components and options are present, right? So I will show you a simple overview first, how we build an distributed application. Then once the time permits us, I will show you how to use this mobile framework also. So, but that is not a part here. Mobile framework is not a part here, but I will show you one small example or overview of how we can, because you have to learn these frameworks again. You need to learn these frameworks to create that, right? So, but if you know them, then you can build cross-platform mobile applications. I will give an introduction how we do that. You can explore and you can handle it easily once you know all this, because they provide all the components for us for building applications and all. Right? So generally, people talk about only React materials. So when they talk about the components and all, they talk about only materials. But in real world projects, only just material is not enough. It's not enough. So it will not have the solution for everything that we need for our application. We need to depend on several third parties. We will see that. We will see one simple point. How do we handle this? So let's create first. We will see communication now. So what I will do now is I will create a client-side React application and a server-side application. And we will create an API server side and consume that in React. And now in React, we will learn the concepts to make the presentation more interactive with the data coming from API. Filtering, sorting, searching, and inserting, updating, deleting, all such operations, how they are done. Because in real world projects, the main purpose of using React is this. That means if you ask Java developers, .NET developer, PHP developer, why you use React? What is the purpose of React in your technology? Then only one answer he will give, that for consuming APIs. For consuming APIs and services, they are using React. They are using React. React and Angular like technologies they are using. So we will see this now. That means how we can configure and how we can define, right? So let's see how to create a simple React application and how the environment looks like. Of course, already we discussed at the point, so that we need a simple npx, if you remembered npx, for creating React application, and the environment we will see. Let's see first. So first what we are doing is creating infrastructure and all I told you, creating a client side React app, client side React application. So for that, so some basic points already I given you once in the introduction. If you remembered, in the introduction how to create a React application, I given you a small point here. Yeah, set up environment and create a React project. And we discussed two techniques. I told you how to create a React application individually, installing all the modules for React application. That means first we created an empty project. We used npm init, a package JSON is created. I hope you remembered all these points. And we installed React and we installed React DOM. And we are creating a React application. There is another option, and the workspace I explained what it comprises of, what are the files and folders explained. One more point I told you, this is basically required. So you need a compiler, debugger, and that's what I explained one more time. So one more time I defined the same concept actually. These already we discussed in the beginning. If you remembered, in the beginning itself, I explained all these points. Now we are going, so we are discussing the outline one more time. This in the introduction I given to you already, right? How to use React in existing application, also the process we learned. So what are the options to link files, CDNs and all. Now we will create a React application by using this npx, and we configure the React application. So let's see how we can manage that. So already we learned it, but just I'm giving an overview. So first step, what you need to do here is go to the project location. Let's go to the project location. That means I will create a new folder for us. Let's create a new folder here and name this as React full stack, something like this. React full stack. I am creating a folder here. Okay. In this React full stack, we will keep all the server side, client side application code, everything we will maintain here then. Right. So let's open this in the Visual Studio Code. And open this in the Visual Studio Code. Yeah, React full stack, open. Yeah. And in this now the terminal, and you make sure that already you have a Node.js 8 and higher version already, I told you. So we are using npx as a command, and create React app. So, and application name, suppose I given as some Amazon, that is the application name. Npx create React app and Amazon. So we are creating an React application here. So this npx is not available for the higher versions. Right? This is yeah, already there is a create React app. Globally, it is installed already. We created a React app. Yes, already we installed. So I will create here, because already we have that library. Once I will run fudgy create React app. Latest one version is there, so we have to use that. Yeah, this is the latest version of create React app. Okay. And from Amazon. Okay, now it is creating a React application. So already a few days back, once we started, I installed a create React app for you for that and showed you. That is an old version. Now we are updating to the new version, and then first step, you have to make sure that install. So you have to make sure that install Node.js 8 plus version. So any version Node.js 8 plus version, it's mandatory. You can run the command command, and the command is this. So first npm install, I will copy that command. Where is that? Npm install create React app. Npm install -g create React app. Okay, and after create a new React application. So we have to use run the command, and the command is npx create React app, and the app name is some Amazon. That is the app name I created. So you can see it is downloading all the library required for that, and it will set up an environment your client-side application. So it is installing all the library basically required for you. And after that, if you want any additional library, you can add it. All these days, what we practiced is using React in existing application. React in existing application. So now we are creating a simple complete client-side application here. Will take a little while. And the infrastructure already I told you, that's not new for us. The infrastructure already we discussed. And the basic infrastructure for when you create an React application. So in the beginning, you saw that here already. In the diagram I given you, this is the basic infrastructure. That means what are the files and folders created for us, how we can start with that, and what are the roles and responsibility of these files. So we discussed all these points. That means what is src folder, what are the files configured in it. These all things we learned. So now we can start this application, but at the same time, so server side, now what we need to do is we need to create the API. It is installing, let it install. So at the same time, server side, what we need is, so we need to create a database. We can create in MongoDB. So database we will create in MongoDB, or you can use MySQL, and server side Node.js. So, and you need a middleware, that is Express. Express is the middleware we are going to use here. Some more approaches also I will show you how we manage them. Initially, keep the database ready. We will create a database. So how to create and configure the database for your daily practice now to work with the example. You download and install MongoDB. I will show you how to communicate with the MongoDB. Node.js is already installed for you. You have to install MongoDB. I will show you how to create a simple database and tables in the MongoDB, and we will use them for communicating with the database. Okay. Right. Yeah. Application and using an existing application, the difference I already showed you a point. But so we can integrate React in existing HTML with the libraries from CDN, and we can use that. That is what kind of environment? That environment is called as web application environment. Understood? That environment is called as web application environment. Now currently we are going to deal with a complete React application. Client side and application is running. Client side and application is running. This application communicates with server side application. This environment is, what do you call? What do you call this environment? This environment is distributed application. Am I right? This is distributed application. For example, suppose you see, that means you have some options, like suppose. So I opened here. So I get Netflix. I opened here netflix.com. Netflix opened in this browser. Now, what do you call this? Is it a web application or a distributed application currently? Is it a web application or a distributed application? What do you say? So I'm accessing on the browser, and here I can watch that Netflix. So this is a web application environment. Am I right? It's a web application environment. Yes. Now in my computer, you can see I'm having, in my computer, I'm having a Netflix application. That means in my computer, I'm having a Netflix application, suppose. One second. So you can see here, yes, you can see you have a Netflix widget here on my desktop. You have a Netflix widget here, right? You can see this is Netflix. So I can't now. This is not what actually web application. It's not a web application. So it is an distributed application. This is a distributed application. And on the browser, it is a web application environment. That means you need to use React in existing web application, or you can build a complete React client-side application which is native to your desktop or which is native to your mobile. Understood? If it has to be native with mobile, then it should use additional frameworks like Ionic, like native script and all. You need to use them. And once you do that, now this is ready. That means all these days what we done in a web application, we use React. In a web application, we use React. But now, so we are going to create a complete client-side React application. And we will use that to work and communicate with the backend technologies. For that, in the backend, you need to download and install this MongoDB, because I will show you how to create a database on MongoDB. You can go to the MongoDB official website and download the MongoDB database, so that I can show you how to create a database and a table, and how to write a business logic in server-side technology to communicate with the database and create an API, which we are going to consume in our React application. We will see how we can manage that. So you need to download this MongoDB. So visit the MongoDB official and you download this. Yeah, so you download this MongoDB. So you can try free. You click on try free, and you will see you will have the MongoDB database. So the MongoDB database will be there. You can go to the tools. These are the tools, because Mongo is a complete. Yeah, you can just download the MongoDB community server. MongoDB community server. This is enough. You download this MongoDB community server for your operating system, whatever you have, and you install MongoDB. You download and install MongoDB. And once you download and install MongoDB on your computer, now we will learn how to create database and tables. Then we will create server-side logic using, we will create server-side logic using Node.js and Express. We create an API. We will create an API. Then we will consume in a React application. This is what we are going to try now. So our React application is created. So it is creating the React application and getting all the library for the React application. And once the React application is created and configured, it is done successfully. That means your React application is ready. So once the React application is ready, now how to start the React application already we learned. I will show you a small overview of working with this environment also, because previous environment was using React in existing web application. This is complete React application. So I will show you here also how we can process. That means where to configure the components, how to run the components, how to integrate, how to download and install libraries. This we will create a complete React native application. Now we will use this to communicate with the database in the background, right? This is the approach we are going to try. That we will see in our next session. We are working with the create. So our React application is ready. Now, client side, we will use this React application to interact with the backend API. So whatever components, rendering the components, logics, conditions, whatever we learned, we need to implement in this application now. So we need to learn how to establish communication between the client side and server side app. So our React application is ready. We created a separate React application. Now we need to make the API ready. So this is our React full stack. In the React full stack, we created a project called Amazon. And when you run this project, so the client side application is ready. Yeah, so that is in Amazon, right? CD Amazon and npm start. So we are starting the React application. So initially the file system of React application, what the library it uses, already we discussed in the introduction. So let's start this React application and make sure that the React application is perfectly running. So that, yeah, it's starting the development server and it is running on localhost 3000. So that is the port number. Okay, now React application is ready. So it is successfully launched and working fine. So keep it aside. So already how to work with React application we know. In this environment, I will show you the process again. So client side application is ready. Okay, good. So the client side application is running. Once it is ready, now let's create the server side interactions. After creating the application, to start the application, you know, to start your application, so we have to run the command. So that is npm start. Okay. Now server side, we need to create an API. So now we need to create server side API. For that, first we will create a new database in MongoDB. We will use a new database in MongoDB. Already, if you know MongoDB, that is very good. Otherwise, I will give you the basic commands through which you can create the database simply. So you don't need much complex options to understand. Simple commands are enough. I will just give you the list. If you're already aware of MongoDB, that's very good. So no issues. So, but because we need to see how to interact with the database, we need to first create a database. You can use your MySQL, Oracle, or MongoDB, anything. We will use this MongoDB to implement that Marna stack, right? Yeah. So for that, first you download and install MongoDB database server. MongoDB database server on your PC. So you download and install this MongoDB database server. Actually, you also have MongoDB Compass. You can download this MongoDB Compass. The advantage of this MongoDB Compass is it is responsible for providing a graphical interface. From that graphical interface, you can create database, you can create tables without writing commands. That will be very easy for you. But I will show you a simple command approach, how to handle it. So what you do is create a database now. So to download, just I will give you the link from where you can download. So MongoDB community, this is the location. Directly I will give you the link. So from this link you can download. Yeah, from this link you can download. You can get that MongoDB. Yeah, you can get that MongoDB database from this location. You can get it download. You can get it for your operating system, whatever you are using, right? And this is the latest version we have, 4.4. So you download this. So once you downloaded this MongoDB, now after downloading and installing MongoDB, so login, you have to connect to MongoDB client. You have to connect to the MongoDB client. Actually, to connect to MongoDB server using client. You have to connect to MongoDB server using client. Once you install successfully, how to connect? You need to open the command prompt. In the command prompt, you need to go to program files in that MongoDB, in that server, in that 4.4, whatever latest version we downloaded, and cd bin. You have to go to this path. You have to change to this path. This is the location actually where the MongoDB is installed. You have to go to that path and you have to type mongo.exe. So that is connecting with MongoDB client. You can see it connects with Mongo client. So here connection failed. It may happen. If you get the connection failed, that means MongoDB server not started. So make sure that MongoDB server started. So you can go to your Windows services. You can go to the Windows services.msc, and in the services, you make sure that MongoDB service is running. So scroll down, you will see you will have a MongoDB server. It is not running currently. Its status is not running. I will right click and start. The MongoDB server is okay, it is running now. Then you can start mongo.exe. It will connect to the Mongo server. So it is connected now. You will see it is connecting to MongoDB on this particular port number. So MongoDB is connected and it is running on that particular port number. Okay, so it is running now. MongoDB is working fine. I will not go in depth about MongoDB databases and all. I will just show you the commands, how to create database, how to create tables. That's it. And we will use this in React. We have to communicate with that data, pull the data and create an UI for presenting. So first, how to create, we will see that. Before connecting to MongoDB server, one more problem you may get sometimes. What you do is make sure that start MongoDB server. You can do that by using open services.msc, and here MongoDB server. So you have to right click and start. Make sure that it is started. After that, connect to MongoDB server from client. So for that you need to change to this path. You need to change to this path and run this command. So this is the path. You need to change to that particular path and run the command mongo.exe. Now once you are into this MongoDB location, right? It started. Now we need to create the database tables and all. So for that, you need to understand a small MongoDB terminology. Yeah. So MongoDB terminology. Yeah. The terminology is nothing but generally in RDBMS, and in MongoDB. What are the differences you will find is, in RDBMS you have database. In MongoDB also you will have database. And in MongoDB you will in RDBMS you will have table. Here we call it as collection. And in the RDBMS we have records or rows. Here we call them as documents. So table is called as collection, rows are called this, and field is field. We have the fields, so field is called field. And you have joins, so here we call them embedded documents. These are the basic things. So everything is similar. So just the terminology: database, collection, documents, field, embedded documents. Remember, MongoDB is JavaScript based. It is not SQL based. All the commands are JavaScript based. Querying and all, we do JavaScript based. No select, insert, update, delete like queries, like you do in SQL. Here everything JavaScript queries. So we will not go much into the concept of database, because our intention is just to create a database so that our React application can communicate. So first, after login and you are connected, how to create the database. So few commands I will show you. So we have to learn few MongoDB commands. Simple commands I'm giving you, just what is required for our practice here. So first, to view the list of existing database, we have to use the command show dbs. We need to use the command show dbs. Show dbs is used to display the list of databases that you already have. You can just run here show dbs. It will show the list of database. Okay, we have some databases: admin, config, demodb, local. Some databases are present. We will create our own database. So to create a new database, so you have to run the command use and database name. That means you can write like use, suppose shopping db. I will use the database name as shopping db. You can give anything. I'm just giving that shopping db. So let's go and create use shopping db. It is creating a database. So you can see, switch it to the database shopping db. A database is created, shopping db. Remember, the database will not be displayed in the list until or unless you have some tables inside it. Currently, database is empty. We don't have any tables inside it. That's the reason if you try to see, so it will not be in the list. So show dbs shopping DB is not in the list. So it will be in the list when you add some tables into it, right? So you create a database called shopping DB. Okay, database is ready. Now after creating database, next you need to create a new table. Create a new table. Here table is called collection. To create a new table in database. To create a new table in database, you have to use the command. So db dot create collection, and table name. You have to define like this. So you can configure db dot create collection and table name tbl products something. That is the table. So a table is created. So we are simply creating a database and creating a table. Remember, all MongoDB commands are case sensitive. So you need to follow the capitalization correctly, uppercase, lowercase. So if you miss that, they will not work. So how to create a table? db dot create collection and table name tbl products. That is the table. It says okay. That means a table is created. So once table is created, now see show dbs, your shopping DB in the list. It is in the list. Now you say show collections, show collection. It will show the tables, whatever the tables you are having. Show collections is to view the table. So to view the tables, you can create any number of that. To view the tables in database, so you can simply put, so show collections. You can just add show collections. It will display. Now database and table is ready. We need to add records into the table. So how we can add records into the table? Means how we can add the records into table. Let's see. To add records into the table, that means to add records into table. Means table is collection. To add records into the table, we have to use the command db dot collection name dot insert one, or db dot collection name dot insert many. You can use this. Insert one, you have to insert like a JavaScript object. So here we need to define, so field name and value. You can add the field name and value. You can define in this way. Insert many is an array of objects. You know, array of objects, how do we configure? Like this, you can add multiple. So you can add the records in this way. So in order to add records into the table, so you need to just go to db.tbl products dot insert, and here we are inserting one record. Insert one. We are inserting one record, and here we have some product ID. That is one. The product name, some string, JBL speaker, something. Okay, and price, and some price, and stock, in stock, some true. All the data types are saved like JavaScript data types. How you define JavaScript data types in the same way, and it is going to insert that record. So acknowledge it as true. That means record inserted. So this is insert one. How you can insert a new record. So that is one record. So example, to add the records, you can write the command in this way. You can insert many records at a time. Already one record is there. You can insert many records at a time. Just what you need to do is, so db.tbl products dot insert many. And here we need to keep an array of objects. The product ID is 2, the product name some earpods, and the product price some price, and in stock is true. And another product, so we have same product ID 3, and the name some Nike casuals, okay, and price, so some price, okay, and in stock, so some true. Like this we can add multiple records. Currently we will keep this, enter, and it will get that and display. So records inserted. We are inserting the records. You can use, already I told you, for MongoDB, you can use UI based tool called Mongo Compass. We have Mongo Compass, MongoDB Compass. In the beginning itself, I told you. You can use this MongoDB Compass. This MongoDB Compass will provide a UI. It's a graphical tool. From this UI tool, you can connect to MongoDB. You can create database. You can create tables. So you can design all of them from this environment. So this is the tool. You have to connect. So connect, click on connect, and we connected. And you can see the table we created. Shopping DB is there. Database in that, products is there in that. So we have the records inserted. You can add data here. You can import from file. You can insert document. You can work with the UI tool. You can simply right click and you can select the options here. Right? You can drop the collection table. You can drop the database. You can add more records. You have create collection. You can add more tables. So you can do all the work here. You can use this UI tool and you can configure and work with this. Right? So I'm showing through commands, just like MySQL Workbench or SQL Server Management Studio. You can use the graphical tools also, and that is called MongoDB Compass. While downloading itself, it will ask you, do you want this compass? If you selected this, then you can easily manage here. Already, so from here you can add, or you can do it from the command line. Your wish, you can do it in any way. So that you have to download MongoDB Compass, right? Then you can manage this. Now, database, this is multiple records, adding multiple records. I will copy this, yeah, and I will keep it here. So this is for one, and this is for multiple. This is for one, and this is for multiple. This is for multiple. So we created database, we created the table, and we added some records into this table. Database table and some records are there in the database table. So database is ready, tables are ready, data is ready. So now I'm not teaching you MongoDB. That's the reason these points are enough for practicing. I'm not teaching you MongoDB. I'm just showing you how to integrate our React with backend technologies. For that, you have to learn backend technologies. So in real world, majority of the projects, so we are using React for the same reason, right? React is used for communicating with the APIs, create an interface to communicate and interact with the APIs. So that is what we are going to create now. For that, we made the database ready. And if you want to see the records, so to view documents, so present documents present in collection. Collection is table. To view the documents present in collection, you can just use the command. So you can just use the command db.collection.find. Collection name .find. And if you want, you can write the query here. Queries can be written here. You can keep it empty. That means tbl.products.find. And you can use pretty to display in a good unformatted way. That means you can see now, I want to see the records db.tbl.products.find. Find will give the records in this way. I will use extra db.tbl.products.find.pretty, and this will get the records in this way. These are all the records present. So we created a database and table and with some data. You can use a lot of queries actually. That means db.tbl.products.find. We can write the query here. So like name. So name, I'm looking for some name. Some name like Nike Casuals, like this. We can write the queries. It will get only that and display Nike Casuals. That means we can add the queries. And when you learn MongoDB, we will know all how to write the queries. Price greater than, price less than, name or ID matching with this particular. You can configure the queries. Initially, I will keep it short up to creating database, tables, and data inside it. Okay, that's it. So data is ready, table is ready, everything fine. Now I need to use this data and display in the React application, So as per the web architecture already we learned. So currently your database is ready. So your database is ready. In MongoDB we designed it. Now your React application, it is client-side React application. This React application cannot directly communicate with the database. It cannot do that. So Even JavaScript, jQuery, any client-side technology cannot directly interact with this database. So for that, what we need to do is actually we need a server-side technology. We need a server-side scripting. Server-side scripting. In the server-side scripting, by using this server-side scripting, we need to create API. This API contains the logic. API contains the logic that connects with the database, that can connect with the database and get the data from the database. And API contains the methods like get, the methods like post, the method like put, the method like delete various methods to handle various interactions with the data. To handle different interactions with the data, we need to create these API methods. And for that, generally, you can use your .NET technology, your JSP, your PHP, your Python, whatever you have learned for creating APIs. Those technologies will teach you how to create APIs or Node.js. So by using this, you can create the business logic. The business logic is responsible for handling communication with the database. And it will provide the API URLs. Actually, this server-side technology will provide you the API URLs, like for handling various interactions, it will provide the API URLs, like it will have API/get products. So it will have like API/add product, API/update product like this. It will have API methods like delete product like this. These are the API methods. Now, usually what happens is the API method like get products, it returns an JSON type data. And that means actually this works on get method. This get method contains the logic to connect with the database and get the data and return the data. The data will be sent in a form of JSON, and our React app should consume the data and present the data here. So the data coming from API, it has to consume and present the data. So that means up to this point, you just made the database ready. Only this part is finished now. Now we need to create this API. So you can use any technology. We will use general Node.js. For handling this communication. So actually you need to learn any server-side technology, services, APIs, how to configure and create them. So in Node.js, I will show you a simple approach how to create an API. Actually, you need to use a server-side technology with combination of middleware. So the middleware we are going to use is Express. So you can use various middlewares. Like Oracle Fusion, like Express, Cisco middlewares will be there. So many types of middleware tools will be there. We can use them. And different technologies use different. So now we will use Express as a middleware and server-side technology, server-side scripting in Node.js. Let's see how to do that. Now what we need to do, we need to create an API. That API communicates with the database, get the data and return. First we will see how to create an API for that. So let's go to the project. Now we are going to learn, so create web API, so or a service using server-side technologies. Here we are using one is Node.js for server-side scripting, and we are using Express for middleware. So we are going to use these two, Node.js for server-side scripting, and this is for Express for middleware. Let's create an API and see how do we do that. Let's check this. So for that, what you do is go to your project. This is your real React full stack project. In that, create a folder and name it as server. And server side coding we will keep in this server folder. Now create a simple file and name it as api.js. Node.js server-side programs will have the extension api.js. Use this api.js. Node.js files will have extension .js. You can give any name. I am creating a server-side program api.js. Okay, so this is the server-side program. Now here I need to write the logic to connect with the database and return the data. We need to write the logic to connect with the database and return the data. We need to create these requests now. Actually, to do that in the project, you need some libraries. Make sure that you downloaded and installed those libraries for your full stack project. So what are the libraries you need? So the libraries that we need, what you have to do is go to your React full stack project, create a new folder, server, and install following packages. We need to install two packages. One is npm install MongoDB. This is to connect with MongoDB. And npm install Express. This is middleware. This is for database connection. And yeah, that is for database connection. And this is for middleware. This is for middleware. The database connection and middleware. We have to configure the database connection and middleware. You need these two packages to download. So let's go and download those two packages here in the terminal in our React full stack project. In the React full stack project, we are installing npm install MongoDB. We are installing npm install. Actually, we are in server side. So cd server, you install here, but it will be in node modules. npm install MongoDB. You download and install MongoDB. So it is downloading MongoDB for your project. Okay. Now npm install Express. You download and install Express. So one problem you will come across while installing the packages, whenever you reset the library, means the main project library, once you reinstall, it will reset all other libraries also. So that is the reason better when you install any package. So npm install MongoDB -- save. Use this save. That is better. Why? Because whenever the project resets, sometimes latest installed libraries will be uninstalled automatically. That's the reason this will help you to keep it forever with your project. So we need to install MongoDB and we need to install Express. These two are ready. Once these two are ready, now create a new JavaScript file. So this is for Node.js file. So by name, I created as api.js. Now in this api.js, we need to write the logic. Let's write the logic, how to connect with the database and work with that. Actually, this I am showing through a server-side technology, Node.js. And if you have learned Node.js, then it is already aware, you are already aware of this concept. If you haven't learned Node.js, then by just using this basic programs, what I given in the class, they are enough to connect and to get the data and interact. You can even practically try the same what I have showed you in the class. That's enough. That will work for you. But if you already know Node.js, MongoDB, or Java, .NET technologies, in that you know how to create APIs and services, you can do that in the same way. So only you need the API URLs in React application to consume. So initially, how to write the logic now? So now we need to write the logic to communicate with the database and return the data. So what I'm doing here, first I need some library in this API where Mongo client. We have to import this by using require command. You know that JavaScript modules are imported by using require. Require MongoDB. In MongoDB, Mongo client. You import this Mongo client. Require is used in require.js actually. It is a JavaScript modular technique actually, module technique. Common.js, require.js, so many module techniques are there. Require MongoDB. And in MongoDB, you need a client library. Okay. And you need Express. So you have to import from Express. Okay. So these two ready. Libraries are ready. Now we need to connect with MongoDB. And the URL to connect with MongoDB is http://127.0.0.1:27017. This is the server location of your MongoDB. In any computer, when you installed MongoDB, the Mongo server is running in this location. This is the location where your Mongo server is running. Now that is required to connect with MongoDB. Okay. Now we have to create an app using Express object. Now what we have to do is on get request, app.get request, how the request you are expecting. I'm expecting the request as slash get products. Okay, when the request is get products, so we need a callback function. This callback function will have request object and response object. So what this API method have to do is, whenever you make a request of get products, then it should connect with MongoDB, get the data and return the data. So here we have to write the logic, Mongo client dot connect with URL, and use a callback function. This is all Node.js programming. How to create an API in Node.js. This is the basic approach. So this is an API request that is going to connect with MongoDB, and here connect to this URL. If it returns error and client object. So if there is a problem in connection, it will return error. So if not error, what to do? If there is an error, then report that error. Console.log, I will report that error dot message. I will report that error message. What error is there, it will display. If there is no error, then it should connect with a database, get the data from the database and return the data. That means here we have to write database object. Through client object, we can use db command to connect with a database called shopping db. This is the database we created on MongoDB. So client object, on successful connection, client object can access your database by using db command. By using db, it can access your database. Now this database can be accessed by using the object called database. Now database can read the data from a table. For that, database have to use collection. So database, which collection? Collection name, TBL products. Okay, from this collection, how to read the data? We have to use find command. Find command will return the data. The data that it returns should be converted into an array and sent to the client. We have to use toArray, which will convert the data into array. toArray uses a callback function. toArray uses a callback function. And what is the responsibility of this callback function is, it returns error if there is a problem in reading. It returns documents if it is successful. So if not error, then the request should send the documents as response. That means response.send, response object will send the documents to your client side application. This is ready. We created just a get method. We can create get, post, put, delete for different interactions. Now we are connecting with MongoDB, and through a middleware, we are creating an API. The API request get products will connect with MongoDB database. In the database, it will connect with the table called TBL products. It will return the records and send those records as a result to this request. Now your service is ready. Now app.listen on port number some 8080. That means now your service will be running on this particular port number. That means we have to put console.log. We should say service started on http://127.0.0.1:8080 is port number. Service started on that particular port number. So listen, that means server starts listening to your request. And when request comes, it will send a response to that particular request. And response will be the documents. Whatever documents are there, it will be. Let's run this program and see now. So open this API.js. Okay, you can see now in terminal. Open that location in terminal, and you have to run by using node compiler, node API.js. Now it will start the service. You can see service started. Remember, when people learn React.js, they will learn creating APIs in various ways. They can use node MongoDB combinations. They can use internal JSON servers. We have JSON servers where we can create those APIs, we can maintain JSON data, and we can use them. But in real world, majority of applications, they use backend server side like Java, .NET, PHP, Node.js, Python. So while practicing, many times people on React.js can show you creating and using the APIs directly on a local JSON server. But the best way is to understand the complete process of server side database integrations and how they are managed. That will be a little bit confusion for the people who don't know any database or server side technologies. But if you know, that will be a good point, because in real world projects, we work in the same manner, right? So here, with this logic, whatever I given in the notes, you can create, configure and practice without knowledge of database and this server side technology also. You can use this. If you understood this code, it is easy. Now it is ready, server is ready. So server is ready. Let's make a request here. So what is your API request? Here in the browser, http://127.0.0.1:8080/get products. Get products is the API. And hit enter. This get products is going to return the data. So successfully API is working. That means it is accessing the data and getting the data from database. That's it. That means now you need to give this URL to your React people. Now React people just need to understand from where data is coming. They need that URL. So generally when you attend various interviews and once they give you some system test, then the majority of the situations what they do is they will say that we have some data in our APIs. That URL we will send you. You need to consume that API and you need to present in this particular format. You need to present in this particular format. They will give you some screenshots and they will say that you need to present in this way. Create filters, create sorting, design a grid in React, and do all these activities in the React on this data. So that is the reason, even if you don't know how to create API, you need to know how to consume the API. You need to know how do we consume the API, right? So generally, they will not ask you to create all these APIs and all in projects. They will simply give you a URL where they have their data already, and they will ask you to design an interface for that through React. So that is what you are going to do now. That means you just need this URL. But what we learned today is how to create this by ourselves, everything. Now in React application, we need to use this URL to consume and present the data in React. Let's see what are the problems that we face while consuming the data and presenting the data. So how to consume and present the data? Generally in JavaScript, how you do? Generally in JavaScript, if I have to consume this, what we have to do? You know anything about it? In JavaScript, to consume the data coming from such APIs, what is used? In JavaScript, what is used? Any idea? In JavaScript, we use XML HTTP request object. You heard about it? XML HTTP request object. So this is used in JavaScript. What is used in jQuery? Do you have any idea? In jQuery. In jQuery, we use Ajax methods, or we use getJSON. I hope majority of you know about that, right? This we do in jQuery. And in the technologies like AngularJS and all, they use HTTP service, HTTP get, HTTP post that they do in AngularJS like technologies. And they use HTTP client object in technologies like Angular and all. They use Ajax calls. And now we need a special library in React. Now, how do we handle this in React? That is what we are going to understand. That means what is the library required for consuming an API and configuring the API and interacting with the API. This we need to learn and see how to handle this. Now, once our API is ready, we can consume this and present this. That we will see in our next session, right? Tomorrow, we will see how to consume this in our React application. So how to design a UI in our React application so that we can start interacting with it, right? Working with the API in React. So for that, we learned about how to create a database, and we created a database and tables in MongoDB, and few commands I given you simply, and how to create an server-side API using Node.js and Express, so that we can handle communication with the database, get the data, and return the data. So server-side API. So first, we will also see how the server-side APIs are consumed in React application, how we can handle that in the React application. Actually, there are several techniques of managing. So there are various techniques of managing the data and handling the data coming from API. That means we need to create a front end in React for communicating with the data and returning the data. So here, first we will create server-side API. So yesterday I showed you, one more time I'm just giving here. Here, already database is created in MongoDB. we have a database, and you can do it from the command prompt or you can do it from the UI tool. I told you that MongoDB Compass is a UI tool. You can use it and connect. And yesterday we created a database called Shopping DB. In that we have TBL products. In that we have some data, product ID, name, price, in stock. So we need to write logic to connect with this and interact with this in the backend. Actually, when you are handling interaction and managing the interactions, so first you need to create API in the Node.js in the server side. For that, I told you we need to install these packages MongoDB and Express and create an API. API.js. First, we need to import Mongo client by using require. So MongoDB. In the MongoDB, we have Mongo client, right? So we need to import Express also, Express, and require Express. Now we need to create a URL that connects with MongoDB. MongoDB : 127.0.0.1 27017. That is the Mongo server location. And we need to create an app that uses Express. And through that app, I can create a GET request. So which is /get products. This uses a callback function. And here it will use a request and a response object. Now, when we request this GET products, it must get the products and return from database. So it should connect with, by using Mongo client, we can connect with the URL. So, and a callback function. This function will return error if there is a problem in connection, and it will return a client object. If there is no error, then by using client object, we can access the data present in database. So first we need to access the database. So where database equal to client object dot db, and which database? Database is Shopping DB. That is the database. In the database, we have a collection. We have a collection called TBL products. And by using find command, we can return the products, which we will convert into array, and we will return. So the function, and it will use an error and documents. If no error, if there is no error, then it will send the documents. Response.send. It will send the documents. This is the GET request we created to fetch the data. Now, once you designed it, then app.listen, and on which port number? You have to define port number 8080. So console.log, I will keep a message, server started. Usually it will be 127./.0.01:8080. And in this we have API. In this we have this GET products, which will return the list of all products. So we need to test this. So once run and test this. Open this location in terminal, and node API.js. It says server started. Once the server started, test it from the browser. I am launching this, and here we are defining. So localhost, or it will be http://127.0.0.1:8080/get products. Get products, it should return the products. That means whatever data is present, it is returning it. So the response and the request are perfectly working. So now you have a simple API on server side, which is returning some data. This must be consumed in our React application. In order to consume this in React application, there are so many techniques and so many libraries we use. There are various techniques depending on the situation and depending on the requirement. We use various. Actually, we are configuring this. On Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. And to consume in React can use various. React can use what WG fetch. So React can use React fetch libraries. So React can use even a jQuery library also, jQuery Ajax library. But we don't prefer again jQuery Ajax library, but it can do with jQuery Ajax library also. It can fetch by using jQuery Ajax library and handle. We can use additional libraries. Actually, what WG, I will show you with Redux also. Actually, what WG is official for fetching remote data. It is very official for fetching remote data, because you know that what WG are the people who built HTML. These are the people who maintain the standards of web. W3C and what WG, these people maintain the standards of web. So this is very professional. So what you can use React fetch, you can use even jQuery Ajax. But a lot of more points we need to understand how to consume them, because you cannot directly consume. You need some additional support also, because a lot of issues will come when you are consuming. Like you will face issues like cross-site scripting attacks, cross-site scripting attacks. You will face the problems like injection attacks, cross-site, which are cross-site scripting attacks. So you will get a problem called cross-origin resource sharing. These are all technical problems you will regularly get. These are the technical problems you will get regularly. So you have to overcome these problems. And for that, we need a best library and a best package for consuming. We need a best library or package for consuming. I will show you how to handle different options. We will see. First, let's copy this. So it is working fine. I will copy this. This is the API we created. So this is the API code. So API.js, and this is the code for API.js. We need to write this code. So this code is to connect with MongoDB, get the data from the MongoDB, and create an API that can fetch the data from database table and return. And API URL is ready. Now, how we can do this in our React? Let's go to React project now. All types of issues also we will learn. I will go to the React project. Amazon is the React project. In this React project, we need to consume that and present. And in React project, you have public with index.html, from where it starts. And we have src in app.js. So this is having the basic logic for presenting the content. And it is rendering the content. It is rendering the content and returning into this app component. This app component is used in index. In index, we are importing the app component, React DOM, and we are importing all the library, and we are returning this. It is returning that app. So we are creating, this is the basic approach already present. That app component is rendered here. It is rendered here. Whatever the component you created, it is rendered here. Now we will create a component which can interact with the API, gets the data, and returns the data. That means how it can manage the interaction with the data and access the data. But client side, in order to fetch the data and present the data, you need some more options to handle. What are those? I will show you. Means we can create our own component and render here. So first we need to understand client side what we need actually. Client side, what are the things we need for handling interaction with backend database, means APIs. So this React application, you can create, first we will create a simple, go to the source folder, src folder, and in the source folder, add a new file. Because this environment is new for us, I will just add a new folder, and I will give as products.product.js. I'm creating a new folder, product.js. Okay. Now here I need to design the component. Same like this, we need to design the component. That means you can create a component. So how do we design the component? A functional component or a class component. You can configure a functional or class component, and we can use that in the application. So generally the component is configured as a class. So we will write export. So class, I will create product, and the product component, let's say product component. This extends it extends the React component. So React, so component, React component. Okay, that extends the React component. So we are creating a simple product, and that is extending the React component, and it will render and return. So it will render and it will return some presentation. So this is a div, and let's keep a heading. So get data from API. This is the approach we need to follow. Get data from API. Now I need to use this product component in the and display in the main page. Go to index.js. Here we have to import that product component that we designed, and we have to import the product component by using, so import, we have to use import and from. So import, that is product component from. So which location you have to define that. So dot, so it should import from the product is the file from where it can get that and use it, and that is actually product.js file. In that file this component is present. We are accessing that component and importing it, and we will use that here. That means it will start with product component. It will start with the product component. It is starting with the product component. So the product component contains this UI, and it is starting with the product component. Let's open this in the terminal, and we will run npm start. This is a different environment that we have done. So that means all these days our environment was in an existing HTML document. Here we are creating a separate component. We are integrating that into index, because our application starts with index.js, and that index.js is configured in index.html. You can add your components and you can keep them in index.js. So we created a component, we are importing the component, and we are launching that here. So it should simply get and return the component that we have designed, but still it has to get the data from the API and present the data from the API. So you see here, yeah. So it is not having a default export. That means product doesn't contain a default export. Usually what happens is, so when we are exporting this product, so it is expecting a default. So default export for that particular class. So that is expecting the default, right? And it is importing through the default. I think you know already the meaning of export and default, am I right? Already you know the meaning of export and default. We don't need to use that generally in our integrated in HTML. When component is integrated in HTML, we don't need to use that. But when we are creating in a separate file, currently we are using module technique actually. Module technique in JavaScript. You need to aware of this in order to handle this situation. So we need to understand these two. And we need to import the React libraries and handle them. You know, module techniques have two options, export and default. Can you tell what is the meaning of export? Any idea? Export means when to mark as export. When to mark as export. What do you say? When to mark as export? These two things you have to know here. Right. So, generally, every component, every module have its own scope. That means every JavaScript file is considered as a module, and whatever the classes you create, they are accessible only in that module, And if you want to make this available outside, then we have to use export. Am I right? I hope up to this everybody knows that. That means we need to mark it as export so that we can use outside. Right? Yes. So we need to do that. Now, what is default? What is default? What is default? What is the purpose of default? When you are using export, so what is the purpose of default? Any idea? Yeah, no, actually, you should know that. I'll just give you a hint here. You should know that we have two types of export. We have two types of export techniques. One is called named export. Another one is a default export. That means you can have multiple named export. So one default export. That means usually when you configure export and you are defining export, just if you use export and you have to configure, so multiple, that means here what to export, that means class 1, class 2, class 3, what we need to export, you need to configure the named exports, any specific we have to configure. And if you are defining default export, so that means once you configure as export as default, when you configure export as default, remember default is just a keyword. When you configure default export, that means it indicates that by default it will export everything inside that module. That means inside that particular class, export everything into that particular. That means if you want to export a single value, so for your module, you can use default export. You can use default export. So usually if a class contains only one option to export, then we have to use default. If a class is having multiple to export, then we have to use only export, right? Export is only export for multiple, and default is for one. Default is for one. That means only one content to export, then you can use default. So you can use that default. Actually, default technically, remember, default is not a keyword actually. Default is not a keyword. That generally people think that default is a keyword, but technically you should know that. So in the class declarations, default is not a keyword, just it is a reference used for configuring how the content need to be exported. Content need to be exported. So one more option we need to do here is, and that is already there here. And another option is we need to import. So we are using React. We are using React component. So we need to import React. That means we have to import. So we need to import the React and we need to configure that React. So we need to configure and import the React. So from React library, so from the React core library, we have to import and configure the React. That means already the React is there. So means already React is present here. You can see already the React library is there in the node modules. Already React library is imported here. If already React library is imported, what you have to do is, so we need to just import that React from the React core library and use it. So what we need to do is in every component we have to import. So React from the React core library. We have to import React from React core library. So this will keep everything perfect and it will get your content and display here. And here it is showing. So React is not defined. It's fine. Accessing the data and working fine. So we created a component. We are accessing the component and we are displaying the component. So that is the basic approach. So first what we have done, so we created a component called product.js. In that we need to import the React and export the default class. If there is only one class to export, then use default. If there are multiple classes, don't use default. Default should be used only when one class is there to export. If there are multiple classes, don't use default. Currently only one class to export. And it should extend and it should return it. Now important is how we can consume the data coming from API and present here. How do we consume the data coming from API and present here? The component is working fine. On the screen, it is displayed. We need to get the data from API and show here. Now, as I told you, there are various techniques of consuming the remote data. Actually, so you can import. So $from, you can import $from jQuery if jQuery is installed. If jQuery's library is installed. So that means you can install jQuery. This jQuery need to be installed. So that means, so this, you need to use this jQuery. And you can see that it is jQuery type. It is a jQuery type. It is accessing the jQuery type. And you can install jQuery. By default, jQuery library will be available in your computer if you already installed. So otherwise, you have to install jQuery separately here. Because observe carefully in the node modules, so of your project, so reveal in Explorer here, you can see in the node modules of the project, here jQuery is not there. So jQuery is not there. If jQuery is present, and configured there, if jQuery is configured and present there, then we can directly use that jQuery and handle it. Otherwise, it will get the jQuery, and it will use from some other resource location. Usually, if you have jQuery, we can use jQuery functions. How to install jQuery, you know, no need to tell you. What you can do is in your project, so you can run the command. I will use, here we need to just install npm install jQuery. You can install jQuery for your project. Once you install jQuery for project, so that means now jQuery is ready. And you can use this jQuery library in the component, but we don't prefer this regularly in real world projects. But some applications in real world, they may be using jQuery for interacting with the services. React can use jQuery also. That is the reason I'm showing you a simple overview about that. So once jQuery is installed, you can import. So from jQuery, so we can import dollar. So we can import dollar from. So we have jQuery. We can import from jQuery. So once you import this dollar from jQuery, it allows you to use all the jQuery functions. Configure the jQuery functions and use the jQuery functions. And generally, how to use the jQuery functions, I think you might have learned in jQuery. You can use generally in jQuery, what are the options we use? You remember? So if you know any jQuery options, you know that you can use Ajax, am I right? Yes. And you can use getJSON, am I right? So you can use Ajax and getJSON like options to consume and communicate. But remember, as I told you, this is not recommended in regular applications, but exceptionally, this is also used in some projects, some applications. That is the reason I'm showing you all the scenarios. So you may ask like, so really jQuery is used? Yes, really jQuery is used. jQuery functions can be used in React to handle communication with React, because already you can use Bootstrap. If you are using Bootstrap, I hope you know that you need jQuery for Bootstrap, am I right? Several Bootstrap related interactions requires jQuery. So if you are trying to use React with Bootstrap, obviously you need certain jQuery related attributes and functions. Suppose you are using carousels, you are creating like dialogues, you are creating like alerts, navigation bars, all such things you have to create with jQuery only. So what we need to do now is here, we need to configure. So we need to configure, this is ready. Now we need to write logic for interacting with the data and presenting the data through jQuery. So we can manage the data and configure. So what we will do now, we will create a simple constructor. We will create a constructor and we will configure this dot state, and in the state we will keep some data. So what is the data is what data we are expecting from the API. So generally the data expecting from the API is so localhost :8080/get products. From there I am expecting this data. That means the product ID, name, price, and in stock. So here I am expecting that data. Product ID, and it is empty, and the name, that's also empty, and the price, that is so 0, and in stock, that is some false or true, something like this. By default we are keeping some data. Now we need to fetch the data coming from an API and return the data. Fetch the data coming from an API and return the data. So what I will do is I will create a simple method called fetch. Fetch is a method. This method should able to access the data, and very important is, so this function, this fetch method should allow to access the members inside this particular class, particular function, and use those members. So then we will see how we can manage that. We will see that initially, if this fetch should be accessed and used inside that class, anywhere inside that class. What we can do is, so we can create a context. And this context is using this. What is the meaning of this? Now our class is referred with this, and our class is referred with this, and its members can be accessed by using this keyword, and that we are storing here as a context, because now with the help of context I can access the members of this class. Members of this class is nothing but we have a state. We can access the state directly by using this context. You can access that by using this context, or you can configure directly also. Initially, first point is, if you know jQuery, how to make an Ajax call. I think majority of you know how to make an Ajax call in jQuery. $.ajax, I need to use Ajax. And here Ajax requires, so URL. So from where data is coming, http://127.0.0.1:8080/get products. So get products, that is the API URL. That is from where data is coming. That is the API URL. And what method? So you have to define the method as get. So that is the get method you need to configure. And you know that, so we will have a success function. After configuring the get method, we will have a success function. So success is a function. This success function will return the data as a response. That means we will have response data. That means whatever response comes from this URL, it will be returned in this success. Now what we need to do is we need to collect the data and store in the state. That means what we have to do is, so we have to access the state now. So context, we created context. Context dot, we can use set state method. Context dot set state method, you can apply the value. And what are the values we need to apply? So the product ID, the product ID. So here we are defining product ID. Okay, product ID is coming from where? It is coming from response dot product ID. So response have a product ID property. Response is nothing but it is the data. But remember, actually it is array. A response is having an array actually. That means it is not one, it is having a lot of data. That means it is generally response is coming in the form of array. I will do one thing temporarily. I'm not using any state. I'm not using any state. Or temporarily we can access like this. That means later I will show you iterations and all. So 0 of product ID. Because response, remember, response is an array. It is an array of products because it returns an array. In that array, we are accessing the first product ID. We are accessing the first product ID. Then name. So we are using response of one dot name. We are accessing that name. And the price, that is response of 0 dot price. So we are accessing that price. And similarly in stock. So that is response of 0 dot in stock. Later we will store in an array and we will return that array in a tabular form also, right? Initially, this kind of technique of consuming the API from the backend and using in the React application, you will see rarely. But it is used at a high level in various projects where jQuery is used as an internal approach for communicating. That means already if their applications are using jQuery and several options are defined in jQuery, and the same jQuery is being, same jQuery can be used in the React application. And you can handle the jQuery interactions through that React application. Now, finally, the data is present inside this product ID, name, price, and all. It will set those values. It will set the values. So now what we are doing here is we are accessing the data on success and returning it. And we need to just, what to do here is simply, we need to display the data. Display the data. That means I'm using a data list and a data term, some product ID. I need to display the data coming from data, product ID. So this state dot product ID, we are accessing the data and displaying. That means we are just displaying the product ID, communicating with the API, getting the data from the API and returning. Now, here you will face one problem. That problem is regularly handled and that problem is called course. We will discuss how to handle that problem also. Initially, when we done that in the React app, you see the product ID is not coming. Presentation, okay, product ID is not coming. So you go here in the console. So when you look at in the console, so when you are trying to access here, so there are no options. There are no options showing any problem inside this. There are no options showing any problem inside this because your request is successful. Your request is successful. There is no problem in the request. It is fetching it. It is fetching because you can see this data is working fine. So here it is working, but only the point is it is unable to return the data because of course. What is the course issue? Nothing but your React application is running on localhost 3000 and your data is coming on from localhost 8080. Now due to this, what happens is data coming from across origin, from one server to another server, data sharing coming from across origin is not allowed. Coming from across origin is not allowed. That means it will not allow the data coming from across origin. It will not allow data coming from across origin. And sometimes it will block it. We need to allow it. Not only that point, one more point is there. This is not yet finished. Why? Because that fetch function is not executing. We need to make the fetch function execute. Course issues, I will tell you. This fetch function is designed. And this fetch function is designed. This fetch function is designed to return the data. That means it will execute and return the data and set the data. Now this fetch function, when to execute, that you decide. On button click or when to execute. We will do one thing. We will execute this fetch function. Execute this fetch function on component. We have component did mount. When component did mount fires up, we will access this dot fetch and we will execute that fetch function. That means when component is mounted, the fetch function will execute, which will get the data and present the data. And here you can see that this is still having the problem now. Now you can see in the console, you will observe that cross origin problems are there. That means your request is successfully working, but blocked. That means there is no problem in your code. Only the problem is the cross origin is blocked. There are several techniques of enabling cross origin policies. You can install a course library in React, which will automatically unblock this. Or observe carefully. Here I am opening the same on another browser. I have a Chrome browser. In the Chrome browser, I am requesting the same URL. on the Chrome browser. Let's request that. So here the problem is all about the resource failed to fetch the data. And let's make a request localhost and 3000. So this is the request here, and product ID 1 is coming, working. That means your data is coming from an API and it is displaying the data in the Chrome, because in this Chrome browser, I have a plugin called Course. I installed this plugin, which will unblock the blocking, and it will display. It will unblock the blocking and it will display. So due to that, so the data comes here. So your code is perfect. Only the point is course issues are very regular. If you can handle that course issue, then your data will come onto every browser. Now that course you can handle in your React application level. You can download a course library and enable that. Now data is fine here. So you see, I'm displaying the data here. That means presenting the data. So this is the product ID. So, and I'm using another data name, and we are accessing that from the name, this dot state dot name, and we are accessing from price. And here we have, so this dot state dot price. And similarly, you can access other details also, and you can see it displays everything fine. So whatever you configured, it is able to access that and it is able to use it. That means it is able to handle that and it is displaying it. So now actually the data is coming from a database. We are retrieving the data and we are presenting the data. And that is done by using in React by using jQuery methods. So we can import this from jQuery, and this will get entire jQuery library. Dollar will get entire jQuery library. You can use all jQuery methods here. Currently, we are just keeping this. Remember, we are just keeping this only one record. So here it is 0. That means it will get the first one name it will get, right? That will be fine. And it will get that first one name. Okay. Now the point here is, when you are dealing with such data, now you can collect this entire data in an array, and you know how to present array in a tabular form. You can use map technique for presenting all the data coming from there. We will create an UI for table. We will create a table and handle that interaction. But this kind of approach you will see very rarely in React. But you should know about this approach also as an expert designer. Why? Because an expert should know all the techniques of handling interaction, not only just what is there in the basic. Because in many projects you need to work with JavaScript, jQuery based environment on React. In that case, you need to know how to utilize this jQuery library. Generally, you will never learn about this jQuery as Ajax used in React. Majority you will learn about fetch, directly used from React fetch or other third-party libraries. So, but this is an important approach to understand how do we configure and how do we handle it. Right now, once you know this, we will create an example of consuming all the data and presenting the data in a tabular form. One more time, I will explain this complete approach, how we have done end-to-end. Then we will learn other techniques, how to handle in React. Other techniques means how to use React, native React, fetch, Redux, and other like options to interact with the APIs. That we will see in our tomorrow session. Okay. Tomorrow, I will explain one more time with complete end-to-end scenario so that you can also practice. Yeah. So first point, while working with APIs, already we discussed that there are various techniques. So generally, you can consume the API in React. So by using various Ajax calls, you can use jQuery Ajax. You can use window fetch. It is a browser built-in option for consuming, and you can use Axios, right? Access. So this is these are the options regularly used for consuming the APIs. So we will see how to use them and how do we work with them. A simple example of understanding them. So yesterday already I given you with the jQuery. So one more time, complete flow I am showing you so that you can practice. So how do we consume and present the data? So first step, what we need to do is, we already have database created in MongoDB called Amazon DB. We will use that database. In that we have a table called TBL products. We will use that database table to connect and access and use. So first step, in our React full stack project, we created a folder called server to keep all the server side programming. All the server side programming is kept inside that folder. And here we will first install some packages. So what are the packages you need to install? So this is MongoDB. And what are the packages you need to install in server? You have to install MongoDB. So npm install MongoDB. npm install Express for configuring the API. MongoDB and Express, and you need to use another install CORS, because generally while accessing the data from across origin, these problems will come, CORS issues will come. To overcome the CORS issues, you need to install this CORS. Okay, so now once you install these three, already I installed those here. So we have to open this in integrated terminal and we have to run those commands. So npm install MongoDB and npm install Express and npm install CORS. These are the three packages initially required. So we are downloading and installing those three packages. Okay. So server will get node modules. In that, all those options are available. All the options are available. Okay. Now we need to create an API that can connect with the database and return the data. So we will create here a new file, api.js. So this is Node.js server-side script, and here we need to communicate with the database and return the data. So we need to import, one is Mongo client. So require, and we need to import MongoDB dot Mongo client. So we have Mongo client. Okay. So next we need to import Express and require Express. We need to import CORS. So require CORS. These are the libraries you have to import. So we need Mongo client and Express and CORS. These three are required. And we need to configure URL to connect with MongoDB. MongoDB server URL is this .0.1.270.17. That is the MongoDB URL. Okay. Now we have to create an app that uses this Express, and app.use, it must use CORS. That means now app should allow cross origin sharing. That means our Express will allow cross origin sharing. It will not block the request. That means now in any browser, so you can access the data and you can use the data. You need to configure and enable CORS. Application have to use that. Then we need to create an API method, app.get/get products. That is the API method. It uses a callback function. So callback function, and this function will use a request and response object. And if here simply we have to connect with MongoDB. So by using Mongo client dot connect method, you can connect to that particular URL and use a callback function. Right? And if connection have error and client object. If connection is not having error, if not having any error, then it should communicate with database. We are creating a database object. So database object, DBO, some database object. This database object must access client object.db, and the database has Amazon DB. That is the database. And this database object can access the collection from this database. So database object dot collection, and which collection? TBL products, that is the table. On that find dot to array, and array uses a callback function. This callback function returns an error. So it returns an error and documents. If no error, then it should send the documents. So response dot send, it will send the documents as a response. So this is the API for accessing the data from database from our MongoDB. I will show with any another database also, like MySQL, how we can access with MySQL. I will show. Initially MongoDB, now everything is ready. App.listen on port number 8080. And let's keep a message, console.log. So server started. We are displaying the message server started. Usually server started on http://127.0.0.1:8080. Okay. And here we have API get products, which will return the products. Let's compile and run this. Node api.js. It says server started. Let's open the browser. And here we request http://127.0.0.1 and :8080/get products. it must get the products and display. So everything working fine. So now your API is ready, and it is fetching data from the database and returning the data. Now we need to consume this in our React application and present in the UI. We need to create a UI and present in our React application. Let's see. So API is ready and API is running. Okay, let's go to the React application. In React application, so let's go to React application, Amazon. And in our React application, we will go to SRC and we will add a new component here to consume the data and present the data. We will create a new component. So I will add a new file in a source. I will give the name as product component. So product component.js. I will give the name as product component.js. Okay. So now here we need to configure all the interactions. So that means this component have to connect with backend API, get the data and present. Generally, React can use different techniques. As I already told you, React can use communication with API using jQuery AJAX, or we have window fetch, so Axios. So by using these three different libraries, or you can also use WG fetch. There are several. These are some popular tools used for consuming and using the services. Depending on various projects, they use different tools. Now, let's see how to work with them, how to use them. So first, we need jQuery. So in this project, first you have to install jQuery. So to install jQuery, you can open its project location. In the integrated terminal, the project location, npm install jQuery -- save. You can download and install jQuery for this application. Okay. Once jQuery is installed, then already I installed it. Now here we need to create the component for interacting with API. So we have to import React from the React library. Okay. Next, we have to import complete library from jQuery library. These two we need to import so that we can use the React component and the jQuery AJAX. Now we need to configure export default class product component. Product component is the class. This product component class extends React component base. It extends the React component base class. Okay. Now in this class, we will configure a constructor. So props, and this constructor will call the super constructor props. And here we will create this dot state, and we will create a collection called products. Products is an array because you are expecting JSON data. So that means this products is an array. Yeah. So it is going to fetch the data and display the data. Data will be inside this products. We will store inside the state. Okay. Now we need to create a function which can handle this interaction. So we will create a function called fetch. This is our own function. You can give any name. Fetch is a function. This fetch function is configured with context. This context is referring to this, means the members of current class are now accessible inside this function. So by using this, okay, context. Now we need a jQuery AJAX call. To configure a jQuery AJAX call, you already know in jQuery, we have to use AJAX. AJAX requires some attributes. The AJAX attributes, so here we need to define URL. URL is http://127.0.0.1/:8080/get products. So that is the URL from where data is coming. So we have to define method. Method is get method. and we need to define success. If it is success, then the function will execute. This success function will get the response data. This response data need to be stored in this products. So this dot set state, and into products array, we will send the response data. Into the products array, we are sending the response data. So we can access through this, or you can use the reference of context. Context is referring to this actually. So whatever data comes as a response from this particular API, right? Yeah. So we can use the data and store in the state. So the products contains the data. This fetch should execute whenever the component mounts. So we need to write the lifecycle hook method, that is component did mount. Component did mount. So this dot fetch, it should access that function and execute. And fetch function is going to make an AJAX call, get the data from the API and store in products. Now these products must be rendered. So after configuring the fetch method, now we need to render. So you need a render method. This render method must return, and it should return the data. So I will just keep a heading div, and it should return the data. Here I will display products list. Okay, and we will create a table below this. So table, and this table will have width is some 400 and border is 1. In the table we are defining here t head, and in t head table header we are defining tr. In the table row we are defining th, and th we are expecting product id, that is one header, and th, that is name, that is another header, and price, so that is another header. Okay, now the t body. In the table body we need to generate row for every record present inside this collection. Collection is products. That means whatever response data came, that response data we added into this products, state products. I need to present it here. Then I can use, because data is coming from multiple, this dot state dot products. I can use a map function. This map function will get every product, and it will return the product. So it will get every product and it will return. Usually it should return a row. So this row, as per the rules of iteration, because map is going to return every product, so we need to have a key. As per the rule, we need to have a key, and the key is product id. That means through this parameter you can access every product present inside that collection. And here we will keep one cell. In this cell we need to display the product id. That means product id. Okay. In the next cell we want to display product name. Okay. In the next cell we need to display product price, and this is generated. Now map is going to generate a row for every record present inside the data products, and it should return the data. So this is a simple approach of configuring the table and presenting the table. So everything is ready now. So what we are doing, we are using jQuery AJAX API, and we are presenting the data in a tabular form. Okay, let's save this. Use this component in index.js. In index.js, we will start with the product component. Okay. Now let's go to index.html. In index.html, those components are added here. So it is configured. Index.html. It is rendering your content, right? So whatever the content is there, it is rendered into row. That is actually defined in index.js itself. In index.js, it is going to render into that particular location. This component is going to render into root. Okay. Now let's start index.html. So open with the server. So that means you need to open the location and npm start. So the React application starts and it will launch the application with product component, and the product component have to present the data in a tabular form. Whatever data is present, it needs to get the data and display here. So in index.js, some file mismatch happened. In index.js, it is not product.js. It is actually, you have to import from product component, right? And save it. And you can see here, some data is coming and successfully working. Everything is ready now. And this is the data coming from this API. This is the API. That API is having this data. We are consuming the data and presenting the data here. So this is the basic approach. And here, no problem with the course. Inspect, there is no problem with the course. There is no problem with the course. Yesterday we saw that there is problem with the course, and I showed you in another browser where you can enable disable course by using a specific tool. Observe here, suppose here, I'm opening a browser like Chrome. On the Chrome browser, so we have this running, it's working same as usual. So here I have a plugin for course. We can enable the course plugin. Even I disable the course plugin, it is able to access the data and work. Why? Because this time course configuration you defined in your API. So when you define the course in API, then no browser will block it. You don't need any special plugin. It can directly access and it can use it. Otherwise, yesterday you saw that we have problem with the course and it is unable to present the data in a Edge-like browser. Currently, now it is okay. It runs everywhere. Remember, when you are practicing this, some issues will be there. So one regular issue you will find is refused connection. This refused connection means API is not running. And course means course is blocked. These two are regular issues. Generally what happens is sometimes, so the API, so this is the API, node API.js. This API is not running. Suppose it is terminated, stopped. API is not running. And you try to access this now. It's not coming. And you will see the issue. It says that, so it is connection refused. If connection refused issue is coming, that means actually it is related to, connection refused issue is related to API not running. So you need to make sure that API is running. So node API.js, it started. And once you refresh now, it is working. The data is coming. One more problem may come related to course. That means if course is not defined here. So course is not defined here. And you terminate this. If course is not defined, course is not configured, then usually the course related issue will come. But I already installed that course and configured that course. Application using the course, that means importing the course and using the course. I'm saving this, I'm terminating that. That means we are already I installed. So when I installed the course for this, then here there will be no issue for that. Actually, you don't need to even import if you installed course. You need to install course at the React application, and you need to define course in this application. Then no problem will come. You don't need to import. Generally, when to import is, you can import if you want to restrict to specific URL. That means what you can do is, we can import the course. So require course. And here app is using the course. So app is using the course, app.use and course. Here we can define course related settings. We can configure like from which URL you want to restrict, which URL you want to allow. So you can configure specific, or you can simply keep it empty. This is, once you install course, then that is fine. Your applications will start using that course. You can still configure the course. So if you can still configure the course to restrict to any specific type, right? Yes, already everywhere it will be there. You can use course in React also. So in other service consuming, I will show you. So that means course, actually remember, course related any kind of configuration should not be defined at client level. That is the basic point as a developer you have to know. Because who is sending the data? Who is sending the data? Data is coming from server. That means course who have to manage, API have to manage the course related issues. API should manage the course related issues, right? It is always important that you configure everything inside server. So don't allow client application to manage the course. That is always not great, right? You have that. What you can do is you can download course for React. You can download course for React application. And here you can use the course. That means you can import and you can use course from the course library. And you can configure these course related attributes and use them here in your component. You can do that. That example also I will show you in a different scenario with the different APIs. I will show you. That is also done, but not recommended. So because course is not expected to configure in the client side application, course is expected to define in API, define in API. So make sure that you have configured that in the API. That is very important. Then you can access that and we can use the data. Right? Regularly, when you are consuming and presenting the data, the issue will be related to course. That's the reason. So you make sure that course is enabled, course is configured in the middleware level, right? Why? Because in application level, what happens is if you define application level, suppose if JavaScript is disabled, what will happen? JavaScript will be disabled on browser now. If JavaScript is disabled on browser, then several JavaScript based plugins will not work. So we have a threat of blocking the JavaScript also. That's the reason always prefer this in the server side, in the APIs. You can do that. So it is possible to configure the course in your React application also. Okay. So this is one simple example of how we can consume and handle the data coming from API. And remember, backend, there can be database anywhere. It can be MongoDB or MySQL, SQL Server, Oracle. Server side, you can have Node.js, .NET, PHP, JSP. Only the point is, as a developer, I need this API URL. So once you know this API URL, so in the component, we know that API URL. We can fetch the data and display the data. Currently, we are using one technique. And the technique that we are using is how do we handle communication? So using jQuery Ajax. Now the same you can do with window fetch. So access. So access is also used for configuring the APIs and restricting the APIs to certain functionalities. So much you can do with the API level, right? So we can use WG fetch. You can use all these options. Let's see. This window fetch is actually native to browser. It is native to browser. So many times you will see people using this window fetch. Actually, window fetch uses JavaScript XML HTTP request object. By using that XML HTTP request object, you can fetch and you can handle the data coming from the API. We can configure that. So error handling also, I will show you how to handle the errors coming from. For example, now let's see another technique. So I hope this everyone understood clearly. This is through jQuery Ajax. I hope everyone understood clearly, right? So in the note, I will give you this for practicing. What I have done here, I'm giving that detail. That means the program here, I'm giving the steps, what I have done with the code I will give. So consume API, REST API using jQuery Ajax in React. That is the example. So for that, you have to go to first create a new database table in MongoDB. And the point I told you here, database name. Database is Amazon DB, and the collection is the table. The collection is TBL products first. That process I showed you already, how to create database in the notes I given already. Now next step, create a new folder by name server. Then install the following packages into server folder. So what are the packages you need to install? npm install. One is MongoDB --save, and another one you need npm install express save, and another one you need npm install course. So these all the options you need to install. Okay, that's done. Then we need to create, after defining this, you need to create a new JavaScript file. So API.js, API.js. And this is the code for API.js. That is the code for API.js. I will copy the code for API.js. This is the code. Okay, so this is the code for API.js. The next step, you have to start API. That you have to do by using the command node API.js. That will start the API. After that, next step, you have to go to React application. So, and here you have to go to src and add a new file, that is product component.js, and this is the code. So product component.js, this is the code for the product component.js. So I will copy that code, whatever we have done. Okay, this is the code for product component. Fine. Now one more option, what you have to do is go to index.html, go to index.js. Index.js, here we need to add all these things. Yeah, index.js, we need to keep that component in the startup by importing it. Importing also important. I will give the entire code for that. So this is the default code, whatever is there. It is importing the React DOM, so some CSS, and this is the product component we need to import. Initially, whatever the basic code is there, we are doing it. So this is ready. Now your application starts with the product component and it will run. Right. This is consuming API and presenting that. So by using jQuery as X. There is another option. So that is another option called window fetch. We can use window fetch. Let's see how to handle that. It's how we can use that window fetch, configuring that window fetch and using it. Okay, let's create another component. Your API will not change. Your API will be same. That means API will be running. So make sure that API is always running. API will not change. Means data is coming from API. Our component will change. Okay, let's create another component here. Let's configure a component and define the component. Component, everything same like what you have designed in product component. Only the consuming process will change. So let's create a new component called. So we are creating a new component called products data component. So products data component .js. Okay, products data component. Yeah, I will just add that products data component. In this products data component, so all the logic how you define is same. Only some changes we need to do. So first we need to import React. So React, you have to import React from React. Let's copy. So all the options we will copy. Only few changes are there, we will do that. So here you see, so we are importing React. We don't need to import jQuery now. We don't need jQuery. The state called products is the same. Now we don't need a jQuery method. So we don't need jQuery method. What we need is when component mounts, so we have to just use the method called fetch. We have to use the fetch method. This fetch is actually a browser window method. So we have a browser window object. So window.fetch actually. But window objects you can access directly. You don't need to use any separate option for that. So what we need to do is, so we need to use the fetch. Fetch is a function. So fetch function is expecting from where you want to fetch the data. That means it is expecting the URL from where. Actually, this internally uses XML HTTP request from where you want to fetch the data. HTTP : so 127.0.0.1 : so 8080 / get products. That is the location where we need to fetch. Now this uses a simple approach, right? So here we have to use .then function. This then function usually returns a result. It returns a result. That result so must be displayed. This result must be displayed. That means it will generate a response actually. That response should be returned in a JSON format. It should be written in JSON format by using JSON method. So we need to return the data in the JSON format. And if it is, this is one approach. And after that, after returning the data, then it should return the result. So result is nothing but the data, whatever data is coming, that result. So that result must be attached to the state. That means it uses a function. That function is going to add that result into the state. So this dot set state, and it is expecting, so products is an array. Into that, it will send that result. That means whatever the result comes, it will get the result and it will display the result. That means it is going to access the result. Actually, this time, this result object is a collection of items. Result object is a collection of items. Usually the collection of items, so is defined a collection of items. That means it is using fetch. Generally, window fetch option is a general function which returns items. Then we have to use dot items. So that means it will return the collection of all the items present inside this. Actually, that contains a JSON type result. It will access all the result and display. That means now products contains the collection of all products. And this must be rendered. And while rendering the APIs, while configuring the APIs, we also should able to handle. We should also able to handle the errors. What errors it is throwing, how the errors are handled. We need to know about the errors. How to catch the errors in the APIs and how do we use the errors. We will see in a next concept. We will discuss about that. But generally, in order, this is not a React thing. Fetch is not React. Fetch is a general window object. For example, see here. Suppose just for your understanding sake, I'm creating a new file, some demo.html, and here I'm writing a script. So yeah, and here I'm writing function, some f1. Okay, this function f1 is going to means I'm showing you window object actually. So we will write for var property of window. Window is a JavaScript browser object actually, and document.write. So we are writing the property and put a break. Okay, every property of window object is printed here. So every property of window object is printed here. I'm just launching this on a separate browser. So to see the output here, what it is showing, let's open this. Window is an object available, right? Sorry, not off operator. So it is in operator, right? Yeah. We are accessing all the properties of window. Okay, now you can see these are all the properties and methods of window object. These are all the properties and methods of window object. It has all the options and the configured with. You see there is a fetch option here. We have a find and we have fetch. So fetch is not a React based component actually. It's not a React based option. It is a general window object related option. Actually, if I try to access that, so that means the properties.window.fetch. That means we are reading the properties of window fetch and displaying here. And window fetch is only a method, right? This is a method. And this method, so related options, you can see, it says that, so in promise, so it is failed to get this, execute this fetch. What is a promise and how the promise is handled? This point also I will tell you. Actually, now this window object fetch function, so it is accessing the fetch function. And means it is having a fetch function. So it is related to browser window object. When you are dealing with these window objects, so you need to understand about closure. You need to understand about promises, how to handle the promises and the closures, and how we return the data by using them. So the promises concept is very much important to understand this and configure this. Initially, we are just returning, we are just using the data here. We are just using this data here. So that is, this is just example. We are just using this fetch to fetch the data from the API, and then we are returning the result. JavaScript also can directly use this fetch. In the background of fetch, it is going to use, XML HTTP request to make an AJAX call. In some interviews, they ask another question like, can I directly use? So here, so XML HTTP request object, and interact with the APIs and access the APIs. The answer is yes. So we can directly use XML HTTP request object, which is a JavaScript object, which is used to make AJAX calls and connect with that API and get the API. But this fetch is going to handle the mechanism. Here also, certain issues will come. So while consuming the data and presenting the data, several issues will come. We'll see that. First point is the data is coming and stored in these products, and we are accessing the data and displaying it. So that means, so generally products contains the data, and we need to perform iteration over the products. And map, we can access that and display. Now let's put this products data component in our index.html. products data component. Products data component we are configuring here, and make sure that you imported the products data component. So import, from products data component, you need to make sure that you are importing the products data component. Yes, you have to import that. And once you do this, the products data component in the index page, and you can see that here you have an option here, and you can see there is a problem here, cannot read the property map. Why it cannot read the property map? Because so the data returned here, observe carefully in this product component here, the data returned, this response data returned. So this is the response data returned. This response data currently it is returning a collection of items, and this is a general array, same like the previous products array, whatever the array we are having. But this result contains so many details. Remember, the result returned by jQuery AJAX and the result returned by JavaScript AJAX object or fetch will be different. That means a response object. Actually, you need to understand that the response details from XML HTTP object, that means XML HTTP request object. So used by fetch method contains different details. Actually, what are the response details usually it contains? The response details usually it contains information about header. It contains information about status text. It contains information about status code, and it contains information about the data. That means what the data it returned. Response details. So actually, response details are from jQuery AJAX objects, right? It contains similar. It contains status text. It contains status code. It contains header related, but it contains simply response, which will return all the data. Whatever data is present, it returns all the data. That means in order to use different AJAX objects, first you need to understand what is the response data returned by them, what is the response results returned by them. Then we can able to handle that and use it. So first you need to understand how JavaScript fetch method is going to return response, and what response it is returning, and what errors it will return. Then those response details we need to access and use them. So if you are not using the response objects correctly, then and response objects are not same across different types of requests, then the data will not come. Here the issue is the same. Issue it says that this response object doesn't contains the data, and therefore this products is not having the data. Now first we need to understand this fetch object is sending the result. This result is not just data. Actually, this result contains information about entire response, not only just data. That means it contains information about entire response details. In that response details, we need to collect the data and assign the data to this product. That means we have to configure the data and display the data here. That means we need to collect an array of the data and use it. So then this fetch can handle the interaction and use it. Now, first we will learn individually how this window fetch works with JavaScript with response details. Then we will able to implement that in our example, right? That we will see in our next